You didn't come early enough now when we were playing the songs. You didn't request when we were playing the songs. Don't worry. Maybe tomorrow we'll do request. We'll play something. But yeah, thank you everybody, by the way. 121K on TikTok. Fantastic feat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But please don't stop. Okay? Don't stop. Let's keep sharing the live. Let's keep heart tapping. I'm trying to check YouTube and Facebook just to be sure. Once we're certain, we just, dive right in. Dive right in. You need to play the part where he sang about Oyinbo wanting to take his Aleko. You have to tell me the exact song. Barista has a lot of songs, so you have to be exact. Which one are you talking about? So please help us to serve you better. So please, if you're on Facebook, YouTube, please let me know if you're able to see this. I think it's working. Just trying to ascertain. Fantasia Fuji side B. I'll look for it. Remind me tomorrow. And then we'll play. I'll listen. I'll try and see if I remember before tomorrow. I'll listen. Come on, play. If you go away on it. My only hotel can wa. What it cover yìí. A fi sọ okolo àwọn èèyàn kan. Come on, nǹkan tí ẹ̀yàn bí ìfẹ́ ṣe nìyẹn. But yeah, what you mentioned the low bow. I saw people plenty yesterday. Good morning, Mr. Tom. Good to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, we are here. We're going to have a fantastic session today. Today we're discussing Victor Banjo caught in the storm. So I promised a few days ago when we were discussing how the federal government rebuilt the southeast, that's Igbo land, I mentioned that we'll do two stuff, like one on Victor Banjo and then another one on abandoned properties. I don't know what we're going to do abandoned properties, but for now we'll do Victor Banjo, and after this I think we'll take some stuff from Papa's one of Papa's books, and then we'll come back to other things much later. All right. Before we get into all of those things, let's start with we'll start with news. One first saw one Marina, one láwọn máa wọ ìsàlẹ̀ kó wọ́n ṣe bí kúrò mọ́ ni wá. Tí ò bá ti sáàmì lára kíní wà láàrin fáwọn àbáyọ. All right, so before we get into today's topic, we're going to discuss the news like we usually do. News making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours, and then we'll go on from there into other things. Okay? And then we'll bring people up as well. All right. Let's begin some things from the Lagos State Governor. Yesterday, he swore in new members of the Lagos State Market Advisory Council, LASMAC. Our markets are the heart. This is from the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Our markets are at the heart of life in Lagos. They support the livelihoods of millions of Lagosians and play a key role in keeping our economy strong. That's why we are making their development, security, and sustainability a top priority. With the leadership of Yaloja General Chief Mrs. Folashade Tinubu and the commitment of the members and all of those things. Anyway, looks good. They have a new. I'm just trying to find the names of the people there because we don't. You have to be very careful the kind of people they put in that advisory committee. I'm trying to see if I can find the list. Because it's important that we don't want to have all this, we develop everything. Anyway, yesterday in Lagos, speaking about Marina, that somebody mentioned in the comment section, all APC candidates for the upcoming local government elections were hosted at Lagos House Marina. They were hosted by the state governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Thank you so much for the gift, Mr. Okeowo. God bless you. All right, moving on from there, let's listen to something from should I say Benin? So a Dutch museum has returned 119 Benin bronzes to Nigeria, where they will be split between the National Museum in Lagos and the National Museum in Benin City. So just going to play this, and please take a listen to this. By the way, if you are Nigerian, you should be proud. And regardless of what's happening on social media with all the Benin revisionists, this is still something good. And I'm happy for them. And so I'm going to just play this. Please take a listen to this.
After almost 130 years, these ancient bronze sculptures, crafted between the 15th and 19th century in what was once the Kingdom of Benin, now southwestern Nigeria, have been returned home. They are being repatriated by a Dutch museum after being stolen by British forces in 1897, and they are receiving a long-awaited homecoming welcome here at Nigeria's National Museum in Lagos.
First and foremost, we welcome our artifacts back home. But secondly, we want the world to know that these artifacts will indeed be taken care of with the utmost attention to detail, and they will be displayed in all their glory. We hope that this starts a questioning of conscience amongst the museum goers and the museum operators abroad.
In recent years, there's been a growing call for the return of artifacts looted from Africa during the colonial era. In 2022, Germany returned over 20 Benin bronzes, but the British Museum in London still holds some 900, the largest collection in the world, with legal restrictions preventing their return. 4 of these bronzes returned from the Netherlands will be housed right here at the National Museum in Lagos, while the rest of them will be taken to the National Museum in Benin City. That's the royal and historical land from where the bronzes were first stolen over 100 years ago.
All right, so I think that's fantastic news, and I'm happy that folks are getting that back. And I'm also happy that much of it is, some of the artifacts, I wish all, actually, to be honest, I wish all would be in Benin, but a lot of it will go to Benin as well, so they're able to keep their stuff, but also some will be in Lagos, the National Museum in Lagos. Now, there was an American journalist who was talking about how we can't keep stuff, and I wish there were white people here today, because I would have loved to well, I wish that particular person, not white people, that particular person was around. I would have loved to debate him, because whatever he said was nonsense. You don't, if they let them use it to drink water, it's not your business. It belongs to them, not to you. So whatever they want to do with it, they should, but I'm sure they're going to take care of those things. Moving on from there, one second. Moving on from there, I'd like us to listen to the presidential candidate, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the last election. It was on camera, this was yesterday, and I thought I would just bring it out while we wait for, should I say, a rebuttal or an explanation from the Lagos State government. So please take a listen to Peter Obi.
You can see things that are here. Nobody could remove anything. Is that how I come to work? They just came suddenly, started demolition. You know, if my brother didn't have a brother like me, then who? He wanted to enter here. They say, no, you can't enter. We have court injunction. What about court injunction that allows somebody to enter into another person's property, they seize him for removing his things and everything, and demolishing everywhere? What about court injunction is that? We are finished with the country.
We're good?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Just go.
Just yesterday, just on Sunday, I came back from the US. And my younger brother told me he urgently wants to see me. And I saw him yesterday on my way to Abuja. He said to me that the land, the company land, Next Food Limited, the land they own for over 10 years, probably over 15 years, belonging to them. There are some people just jumped into it and said they are the owner, that they have cut injunction, and that they are about to start demolition. I said, okay, we go to court. They won't demolish it without having proper documentation and everything. But yesterday, he called me, said they've removed the roof. They brought 3 tractors, 2,000, demolition everywhere as fast as they can. And I said, no, I'll leave Abuja this morning. Let me go there personally. He said all effort for them to enter there, they've been refused even enter. And they've chased out the people who are living there. So there's nothing they can do. That's how I came from Abuja with first flight this morning from Abuja. I drove to this place, asked the people who authorized it to demolish. They said they have cut injunction that the owner gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. He just gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. Can I see the cut injunction and see who the owner is, the person who is now claiming his shield? They gave me the cut injunction. The cut injunction is said unknown person. How can you sue an unknown person? I said the land belongs to you. A land with property. And within yesterday and today, it's demolishing the property. Look at it. They've removed the roof, they removed the thing. Okay, give me your proper documentation, demolition orders, because even if you want to demolish the house, you go to the state, they give you order to demolish, give you appropriate documentation, bring safety people and them, so that we know you're doing what is now. It's only while I'm here now that some people came and said they are safety order. What kind of country is this? How do you descend to this level of rascality? How can you show a known person? Enter somebody's land and everything. I've been here for 4 hours. I've not seen one person who comes and says, I'm the owner. 3 people or 2 or 3 people have here. Are you the owner? No, I'm not. But I'm acting on behalf. I said, so who is the owner? No name. They've not called the name. I said, but you know my name. I'm Peter Obi. I want to know the next person.
So since you're Peter Obi,
approach you and say, please, this land belongs to a company that my brother is the majority shareholder. We country can't go on like this. We're looking for foreign investors. We're looking for investors. But look at how local investors are being treated. Is that a country can thrive? This level of lawlessness, this level of rascality.
So apparently it has to do with a court order that was gotten by somebody who claimed to be the owner of the property. I don't know if that's rascality. I don't know. I'm waiting for details, but that's what we have so far. But I thought one of them said the other day that they should not invest in Lagos because Lagos is full of rascals. I don't know what changed. I don't know. Did we stop being rascals? But anyway, we'll wait to have more information to know exactly what happened. But I don't think people will just go to a place and pull it down without notice. I don't think that's how it works. But again, if you want, let me not speak on it. I just wanted to place that you know exactly what's happening. Moving on. The Obedient, I was laughing when this was played. The Obedient People's Party and the advance. How dumb are these people? You're going to name a party after a person, and you could not even use your brains to spell the Obedient as OBE. It's OBI. Ziki's movement. The Obedient People's Party and the Advanced Democratic Alliance are among 110 associations that have applied to the Independent National Electoral Commission for registration as political parties. The Obedient People's Party, with Mr. Barry Avotu Johnson named as pro tem national chairman, is one of two applications referencing the Obedient movement, a political wave associated with former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. There's another one called Progressive Obedient Party. And then, of course, there's ADA, which is a proposed political platform for members or by members of the anti-Tinubu coalition, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Rivers State Governor Mr. Rotimi Amechi, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, the convener of the League of Northern Democrats, Dr. Umar Ado, and a host of others. So yeah, there's going to be Obedient People's. They should have called it Obedient as in pay one obey, not Obi after the man's name. Like, these guys don't understand branding, but I'm sure they do. Maybe that's intentional. Anyway, that's news about. I can assure you, even he will not join that party. Are you telling me Igbos are destroying the development in Ray? You people on this TikTok, I remember me. Please don't stop our tapping on TikTok. On YouTube, please share the live. Thank you very much. But these are TikTok people. The sarcasm is something else. All right, moving on from there, let's listen to Engineer Tokunbo Wahab, the Commissioner for Environment in Lagos, talking about how they shut down Okwoba Abattoir. So please take a listen to this. It was an interview that was held yesterday. Please take a listen.
Thank you very much, Oji, and good morning, Lagosians and Nigerians. Let me start by putting it in a context. That facility belongs to Lagos State Government, and the Supervisory Ministry, the Ministry of Agric and Food Securities. Some weeks back, the Honorable Commissioner had a very strong, deep conversation with me at Exco, and she was very concerned that the operators seem to be becoming very difficult to manage, that they don't listen to the concessionaires. They are insisting that for some sentimental reasons, they must slaughter the animals and discharge the waste in a very unorthodox, unacceptable manner. And that this engagement has been going on. In fact, at the point they had to put Operation Mesa in there to curb their excesses because they were becoming very violent, attacking government officials. So I didn't take it seriously, in fairness. And I'm like, handle this, we have bigger challenges. However, 2 weeks ago, she sent a formal correspondence attaching pictures of the despicable nature of the place. And at that point, it's official, and I had to go with the team. What we saw is not something you want to describe on air. People had fully occupied pens built up for those animals, sleeping there, defecating there, and pushed the animals out. And then by the time we moved around, blood and the waste all over the system. The channels that were constructed outside the place had been destroyed. And by the time we got to where they slaughtered the animals, I'm like, no, this cannot be happening in Lagos. We can't even explain it. Now, a lot of things could have happened from there. Cholera outbreak, yes, or any other outbreak could have happened from there. And here you are, by the side of these people, you have a mechanized, fully built mechanized system. You have a semi-mechanized system. And they just chosen to say no. So we have to make very tough, decisive decisions. And we told them there at that point, I said to them, look, you have to shape up. this idea that you can keep blackmailing on the ground of religion is not tenable, it's not sustainable. This practice is not acceptable. And we consulted and we had to shut the place down. For you to know how incorrigible some of them are, the next day we got intel that they had moved some animals through the back to a nearby Total gas station that had been abandoned to slaughter some animals by the road.
Unbelievable.
And luckily we had some enforcement team members that had been there for days, so they had to chase them away, seal up that abandoned station. So that is where we are. Now, why did we have to do this? It's for overriding public interest. People are throwing up questions to say, but the cost of meat and beef will be up. And I asked them, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? This is public safety here. What we saw on ground, we had no choice. And because they are choosing to be a law unto themselves, makes it much more urgent for us as a state and as a people. There are regulations. There are veterinary doctors from the state that are on ground, LASEPA officials on ground. Why are we choosing to defy everything that is logical? And a state is governed by laws, like any other society. If we fail to uphold these laws, we are creating a system that will become Obesian. Life becomes nasty, brutish, and short.
I'm sorry, did you say they push the animals out and they sleep in there? So where do they keep the animals when they're sleeping there?
Where do the animals outside the pen? The pens were created for the animals.
For the animals.
I have never seen, the video speaks for itself. Now, they have chosen to push those animals outside of the pen, and they are occupying the pens. Now, I think the state had been carrying out this awareness over time. And it was because of their recalcitrant nature. Some of them, with due respect to them, say it's part of their culture that they have to sleep with the animals in the same space. But that's,
really?
Yes. But once they are migrating with their herds, that you see them closely guarding them. But this is a safe, secured space. You can still put your animal in the pen, whilst somebody else will watch over it for you. You can have a decent place to lay your egg. You can't put the animals out. You can't kill and then you allow the blood, the waste from the animal to be all over the system. People that have houses in that neighborhood, you can go and find out. Most of them have vacated their houses. They can't sleep. The stench from there is unbelievable.
So, but like she asked, where are these people now? Or where
I believe they had a choice. They knew where they could stay.
Yeah.
I believe so. Because when we asked them to vacate, and they vacated, the animals were there. Filled up the place. But yesterday, we said, okay, open up one of the gates. Let them move their cows to wherever they want to move them to. Until they are ready to sit up, listen to the government, abide by the regulation. There are concessionaires that even have assets outside that place. And they have destroyed their assets. There was the former TGPS in Lagos State who also complained, Mrs. Ario. She complained because her property had been destroyed. Their waste flows through her property, fence down.
Okay.
This is a retired person.
I'm watching the video. It's actually quite terrible. Seeing people sleeping in pens and pushing the animals away. So you find out on Arise News. Good afternoon, Miss Prince 577. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, moving on from that. Adamawa government revokes Atiku's Waziri title. The Adamawa state government has revoked the traditional title of Waziri Adamawa held by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, citing a new policy requiring that all title holders and council members within emirate councils must be indigenes of the respective chiefdoms. The development was disclosed in a circular dated June 20, 2025, issued by Mrs. Adama Felicity Maman, Permanent Secretary of the Department of Chieftaincy Affairs, The directive stems from the recent restructuring of traditional institutions following the creation of new chiefdoms in the state by Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri. Again, that word that people hate to hear, indigene. That's the basis for revoking it. All right. A few more things before we bring people up. So this girl that was, insulting everybody has been given 2 more months to serve in NYSC. Yeah, may God bless her. The governor of Niger State, Umaru Bago, has officially flagged off the distribution of relief materials and compensation checks to victims of the recent devastating flood in Mokwa local government area. Inspector General of Police announces arrest of 28 people over Yelewata killings in Benue State. The Lagos State government has urged property owners to give their buildings a facelift to enhance the aesthetics of the state. This is contained in a statement by the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Oluyinka Olumide. The Nigeria Security and Defense and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Bauchi State Command has intercepted a truck loaded with vandalized railway tracks and arrested 3 suspects. One more thing. Kebbi State government proposes death penalty for bandit informants. Did I say one more thing? I meant a few more things. In fulfillment of a long-standing promise, the federal government has officially handed over the allocation letter for a housing unit in Abuja to Efani Koku, a member of Nigeria's victorious 1994 Super Eagles team that won the African Cup of Nations. Better late than never. Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, is expected to visit Nigeria this summer as part of a trade and diplomatic mission to Africa, ahead of his participation in the 2025 C40 World Mayors Summit scheduled for November in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Okay, I think we can have people come up now. We have some things that we can discuss before we move to the topic of today. Yemi C08. Okay, I'm going to bring you up now. If you'd like to be part of the oh shoot, not here, not this device. I was supposed to use another device to do that. All right, so I'm going to bring you up. If you'd like to be part of the conversation, please send your request. We're just going to discuss the news and then we'll move on to other stuff. So EMC, you're coming up now. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you, ma?
I'm fine. Thank you for bringing me up. I'm just here to listen and learn, so that's why I'm just here. I'm so sorry, I don't know how to talk.
No, it's okay.
Thank you, sir.
It's okay. Thank you for being here. All right. And thank you for liking the live, by the way. I noticed. Thank you so much for your support. All right, maybe a couple more news items and we'll move on. Nigeria Customs Service and the Indian Customs Administration have held bilateral talks aimed at strengthening cooperation on customs, valuation, transfer pricing, and system integration as part of ongoing efforts under the Customs Mutual Administrative Agreement. All right. This obedient thing is just making me laugh. The Obedient People's Party. And they spelled it as OBI. It's amazing. All right. Does any other person want to speak on this before we move on to this topic? Please send your request. Then we'll bring you up. Somebody wrote here, by the way, says, did you just see Obedient People's Party, no longer Labour Party? I think these people want to repeat 2023 scenario again, whereby PDP divided into 3 subgroups. to aid Tinubu victory, even when it was obvious Buhari wasn't ready to play to the book of malpractice of APC and Tinubu. Anyway, may God help everybody. Everybody has it right. Sorry, there's one more. Shame, I will call that good news now. Multi-choice Nigeria. I'm sure some people still use multi-choice. So the Tojo Meta Timora subscribe, but because everybody streams now on their TVs. Anyway, multi-choice Nigeria has slashed the price of its DSTV decoder by 50%, dropping it from 20,000 naira to 10,000 naira to attract subscribers. I hope it works for them. But times have changed, to be honest. But yeah. So that's that about that. Just becoming. All right. Thank you very much for coming up, MEC. I'm going to take you down now so we can get to the conversation. Thanks a lot. All right. All right, let's stretch before we dive. Cast magic spell. How? These folks on YouTube sometimes are something else. All right. Let's get into the conversation. Thank you, MEC. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It's been lovely reading the news. Should I say that? Yeah. And we hope, for instance, that Peter Obi's brother is... But I really would like to listen to the other side because, you know, so where is the person? Everybody, you know me and Peter Obi. Who is the person in charge? What if the person doesn't want to come out? Just wants to use the law? May God help them in their whatever. So let's move on to the topic of today. Please, if you're on TikTok, kindly power tap. We're about to, get into some very, very nice stuff today. We're discussing Victor Banjo caught in the storm. Using a number of sources. Let me just introduce some of them before we get into it. This one. By the way, I think we have some of these books on Read-Only Books, so if you want. By the way, people sometimes reach out and say I should give them a list of books. Please, when you hear it, whatever book you hear in that video, just pick it, please. It's not as easy as now. Isn't that not be okay? I'll not listen to the entire video. Now write the list for that video. Then please just try and listen. But one thing I can assure you is that if you go on Read-Only Books, you find some of the books, the ones that are still in print. You find them, but so please, that's the best thing that we can do. And by the way, the resources change. What's the word now? The list keeps growing. So you find one book, you add it to it. So to listen to a video now say, okay, these are the books I used in this video. Then another person will come on another video. Now listen to that video again. I tell you, Abba, please listen to the video, write the list, and then you can reach out to Read-Only Books and then see if any of. In fact, you don't have to reach out. Just go on Telegram, Read-Only Books, and see if the book you want is there, and that will be a better way of seeking knowledge rather than asking me to constantly write names of books. Go walk there. All right. Having said that, so we're going to be reading a number of books today. This one is called A Gift of Sequins. Don't mind my bookmarkers. They help me know exactly where I want to read. All right, so this is A Gift of Sequins. Letters to my wife, Victor Banjo, with Olayinka Omigbodun. Olayinka Omigbodun is Victor Banjo's daughter, and she compiled this book. Most of it are letters between himself and his wife, but majorly from him. Essentially from him, and sometimes to the children as well. We're going to read one or two from here that have to do with his conversations with Ironsi. So the book again is called, please don't ask me for the name later, please, A Gift of Sequence, okay, by Victor Banjo with Olayinka Omigbodun. We'll also read this one, A Break in the Silence, Lieutenant Colonel Victor Adebukonla Banjo. It's by Fadetomo Ogunsheye. She happens to be the first female professor in Nigeria's history, and she's Victor Banjo's sister. So we're going to read some things from this one as well. And then we'll read this one, a lot from this book actually. Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. This one is by Nia Borishade. So we'll be reading this as well. Before we get into it, let me answer a question I'm seeing in the comment section. Good afternoon, sir. Have you made the research on the meaning of Yoruba? I have a video on where the name Yoruba comes from. It's on YouTube. Please watch that video. You'll find the answer you're looking for there. Yoruba is a mispronunciation of Yoruba. And the meaning of the word, there are different theories. I see a lot of people saying, let me say something. There's this thing I notice. People hear one thing and everybody just says, everybody just crossing it. There are different theories about this, about the origin of that name. And, there is the one about Yagba. There's the one about Yoruba from Abeokuta and the Cameroon Mountains. I think that was by Robert Smith or Robert Hurton. And then there are different theories about the origin of that name. But yeah, watch the video. It's on YouTube. Busuyoris, it's on my YouTube channel. How we got the name? Or let me see if let me find it so that I can at least. I'll just look for the name. Then it will make it easy for you to find it. 1 second, everyone. By the way, we've been called different things over time. We've been called Olukumi. We've been called. We are called Aku, for instance, in Sierra Leone. Olukumi, Ife. Being called Ife, for instance, the guys in Ghana, they are called. In Togo, they are called Ife. So the video is called "What is the story behind the name Yoruba?" Yeah. So the story behind the name Yoruba, you find that on YouTube. So please check that out, and I think it should answer the questions you have. But again, like I always tell people, be careful with this thing of this is what it means. And when people ask you, for instance, I hear a lot of things about Yoruba. Now, of course, I've read this in books. I've seen it in the book by. I keep mixing the name together. Let me find the person who wrote that book. The book is called Abeokuta and the Cameroon Mountains. But when they ask you how did they move from that thing to something else, that's when Richard F. Burton wrote that book. He mentioned what happened when he was in Egba land and what they told him about Yoruba and everything. So, but there are different theories. Okay, and I'm very careful not to say that there's only one. Because there isn't. There are many theories. But the important thing is that regardless of what it is, we are who we are. Let me put it this way, we've always been something before we even got the name. Right? The name doesn't determine who you are, right? Because anybody can name you. And most of the people anyway, the names are Button said, Abeokuta people said, if Yoruba meant Yoruba, which refers to Africa. No, that's not what Button said, though. No, that's not what Button said. Kubo. That's not what Button said. Button said that when he asked them for the meaning of their name, they told them it was Orioba. It didn't mention Alafin or Oni. All those things that people are saying is an attempt to explain what was said. The people in Egba land that Button met never said. They didn't mention Alafin, they didn't mention Oni, they didn't mention anybody. They just explained, what they were. I've heard a lot of people explain that and then stretch it, because of course we have active imaginations, which is good, but also we have to be careful not to make people say what they did not say. But yeah, the only source for that is actually that I have is Richard Button's Ambekota and the Cameroon Mountains. But even then, he only mentioned it. He didn't explain it the way a lot of people are now saying, no, it means Oni, or it means, I mean, again, people can explain stuff, but and if you've also noticed, there's something I'm always very careful of running with, oh, I found this in this book, and that's it. Like, I may want to check other sources as well, especially from ancient times, to be able. What we can say is that they've been using that name to describe Yoruba people for a very long time, and the earliest record that I have seen is the one by Ahmed Baba, and that's from I think was from the 16th century. That's from the 16th century. That's the earliest one that I have seen. Right? But yeah. I think a lot of people didn't even give themselves names. So for instance, this part of the world will be called Sudan by some people, will be called Guinea by some people, will be called Niger or Niger by some people, but sometimes the name that people call you is the one that goes out. So you have endonyms and exonyms. A lot of times it's the one that outsiders call you that even stick. Right? Like the Igbo people, for instance, they didn't call themselves that. They call them that. And we're not going to talk about the meaning of that. Many groups really got that from different places. All right, having said that, let's get into today's conversation. So today we're discussing Victor Banjo, Caught in the Storm, and we may not spend a lot of time discussing what happened before 66, but just to give us an idea who the person we're talking about was. So Victor Adebokonla Banjo was born on 1st April 1930 in a middle-class family from Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. He was the third child of Mr. James Herbert Banjo and Chief Mrs. Sabina Banjo. His father was a lay magistrate. We've had a session here before, so we're not going to go into all of those things. He was a lay magistrate. His father was a lay magistrate, and he was known as a wigless lawyer due to his extensive knowledge of law, and he had hoped Victor would become a barrister or medical doctor. His mother was a deeply spiritual product of Anglican Girls Seminary School in Lagos. Victor began elementary school at the age of 5 in Victoria, British Cameroon. By the way, there was a time when his father was posted, to the British Cameroons. His family's relocation brought him back to Lagos in 1939, where he attended Aroloya Primary School. And then he completed his elementary education in Makurdi after another transfer. In 1944, he was admitted to CMS Grammar School in Lagos. He was a distinguished student, excelling in both sports and academics, and transformed his initial fragile physique through strenuous exercise. Victor Banjo's military career began when he enlisted in the Queen's Own Nigeria Regiment of the Royal West African Frontier Force. His parents strongly disapproved of his choice, with his father insisting on a law career and his mother fearing his involvement in wars. Despite a premonition of a gloomy future in the military, Banjo was resolute. His determination to be a soldier was influenced by his grandfather, Olorogun Adebanjo, an Ijebu warlord who resisted the British invasion. That was in 1892, and I think we had a session on this last year. The Magbon War. That's the Anglo-Ijebu War. That was in 1892. All right, moving on from all of that, let's just get all this out of the way. He joined the army as a warrant officer 2 in November 1953 and attended the regular officer school, Teshi, in Ghana. He was one of 3 officers, including Adekunle Fajri and David Ejo, to pass the intense screening for further training in the UK. In 1954, he was sponsored to the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, England, and later obtained a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of London in 1958. That's at the age of 28. Becoming the first Nigerian to be sponsored for a degree course by the colonialists. General Olusegun Obasanjo described him as a brilliant officer. He became the first Nigerian director of electrical and mechanical engineering of the Nigerian Army and rose to the rank of colonel before January 1966 coup. All right, this is where we're going. January 66. A lot of things happened before that. For instance, in my note here, I have that he was known for his strong sense of right and wrong, honesty, reliability, competence, and compassion, and resilience in adversity. So, but that's not the topic for today. So the question is, how was he involved, and what was the storm that he was caught in? I mean, if you've been part of these sessions where we're talking about the coup, the first coup, you must have heard about how the first coup took place and the people were, responsible for it, and how everything happened. He was caught in that storm, not because he was, of course, to be caught in it essentially tells you that he wasn't part of the planners. And one of the people that also helped us to know that he wasn't one of the planners, contrary to what Iran's men said, how we know he was one of the planners, one of those people would be Adewale Ademoyiga, who interestingly was his 2IC, the Liberation Army, when they were fighting for Biafra. Excuse me, should I say fighting for Biafra? Essentially, they were fighting for Biafra because it was under the command of Ojukwu. But we'll get into all of that, and we want to start the conversation really from what happened in January of 66 all the way to how he was executed. Okay, so today we'll probably spend more time discussing how he was involved in January 66 school, and then we'll move on from there to how he got involved in the Biafran War, the invasion of the Midwest, and then later on we'll end with his disagreement with Ojukwu and the accusations of sabotage and how he was eventually executed. And one of the reasons I'm doing this is to also wake us up, especially as Yoruba. Banjo was Ojukwu and Gowon senior in the Nigerian Army. Ojukwu used to treat Banjo as a subordinate. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. To be honest, they actually go way back. Himself and Ojukwu, they go back. If you read the villager's work, he actually mentioned that when Ojukwu was planning his coup, that was in 1964, he reached out to some people to work with him. The villager actually said that Ojukwu was representing the Igbo interest. Okay? And that the Igbo people wanted to have power because they discovered that although Azikiwe was the president, he didn't have the kind of power they expected him to have. And also there was a constitutional crisis in 1964 between, Azikiwe and Balewa. And all of those things, led to what Frederick Forsyth wrote in his book, Emeka, where he mentioned that Ojukwu was asking the other guys, like, guys, what happens if we have conflicting orders from the Prime Minister and President? Now, when you read the book by Forsyth, it just tells you the question Ojukwu asked. It didn't tell you the backstory. So Ojukwu was not asking that question because he had like this fantastic revelation of, what will happen? No, he was asking that question because the Igbo person, good afternoon, HRH, the Igbo person in power at the time was Azikiwe, and he was the president, and the prime minister was Tafawa Balewa, and they were having issues. So Ojukwu was like, if there's conflict, you know what, so that doesn't look like I'm just talking. Let me see if I can find that book here. I don't think it's here. It's not here. 1 second. I think it's a good place to start, although I wasn't even thinking of that source at all. So this is what I say, that when people ask for a list, when I was writing my notes for today, I did not write this one I'm about to read right now. So, it's here. Okay, 1 second, guys. So let's start with this one. I like to always preface some of these books. This particular one was written by Ojukwu's friend, and to him, Ojukwu could not be wrong. And what he did was, you know what they call lying by omission, where you don't say exactly what's supposed to happen. You just say something so that people just flow with it. This book is called Emeka. I think it's available on Redomu Books, so please check it out on Telegram. Emeka by Frederick Forsyth, and it says here on page 40. In the autumn of 1964, an incident occurred which threw light on what was to happen much later, though no one realized it at the time. Those who recall the autumn of 64 will remember that severe cracks had begun to appear in the stability of the political structure that ruled Nigeria in those days. You notice that it is never specific, and there's a reason for that. We're going to get to that reason, when we consult David Ejo. But let's continue. In the autumn of 1964, Emeka called a meeting of the Nigerian staff officers in Lagos and put to them a question. No British officers were asked to attend. The question was this: Nigeria's president was by then an Easterner of the NCNC party. Although a non-executive president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was also holder of the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But the democratically elected government was of the NPC party, headed by Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, under whom the defense minister was Alhaji Ribadu. By the way, this Alhaji Ribadu was the grandfather to Buhari's wife. What's her name? Alhaji Buhari. What's her first name? I think it's important for me to remember her first name. I'm not just call her Buhari's wife. She's a person. By the way, Buhari has another wife, so that's Aisha. God bless you. Aisha Buhari, the former first lady. So that's her grandfather. In the event of a political crisis and in the event of conflicting orders from president and premier, whom should the army obey? No one knew. No one had the faintest idea. Thank you on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. No one knew. No one had the faintest idea. No one had ever thought of it before. They agreed that Emeka should find out exactly where they all stood, and as quickly as possible. He resolved to consult the British General Officer Commanding, General Welby Everard. I'm going to jump a lot of things to the part where the General spoke. The General, that's Welby Everard, consulted the Attorney General and got the ruling. It was clear, in the event of conflict, the officer corps should obey the democratically elected political leader of the country, the Prime Minister, or his subordinate, the Defense Minister. Now, I'm going to explain that in a bit, but let's quickly read something by David Ejo. It gives us an insight. We're still discussing Victor Banjo, but sometimes you may have to go around in order to get into a particular subject. So I'm going to read an interview. By the way, this man wrote a book. The book is called Reminiscences. But this one, what I'm about to read is from his interview that was conducted some years ago. I'm trying to open it. Just give me a moment. If you're on YouTube, please, everyone of us on YouTube, please let's like the live, please. Please like the live. These things help, apparently. All right. So let me read from David Ejo. Who is David Ejo? He was the first premier. Yes. David Ejo was the first premier of the Midwest. So he says here, First of all, let me tell you this. When the British were here, we were the last Nigerian officers to be commanded by the British officers. The senior person to me in Nigeria was Bassi. The second was Agui Rossi. The Igbos wanted to rule. Why they wanted to rule was that Nnamdi Azikiwe was the then Governor General or President and more or less head of state. The constitution did not give any power to Azikiwe, so this annoyed the Igbo people, and they used to say, how can we run a constitution in which the head of state cannot advise the government? The government cannot contact the head of state for any advice. So the answer was, well, to take over since they were already leading and yet they had no control over the government. That was why the Igbo soldiers decided to organize a coup. This is not the one that was executed in 66. This one is a different one. This one was in 1964. That was why the Igbo soldiers decided to organize a coup. But at that time, there were 4 major leading officers, which included me, Yakubu Gowon, Bassi, and Ojukwu. Igbo people relied on Ojukwu for the coup, and they were able to convince, wait for it, the Yoruba. Ojukwu and Banjo, that's the Yoruba person I was talking about earlier. Ojukwu and Banjo now contacted me and Gowon for a coup, but we refused. Gowon and I refused and they went on their own, but we then reported to that European officer, General Foster. I and Gowon reported to him that some people were trying to plan a coup. He called all of us, the Nigerian army officers, and advised us not to organize any military coup. When Ojukwu's father heard about this, he put a memo into House of Assembly that all Europeans should leave the army. It was that year all the Europeans in the army were sent back to their country. I wonder if Ojukwu's father is the one N.U. Akpan kept referring to as the chief advisor. He never mentioned the person's name, but he usually called him just chief advisor. I don't know if he's the one, but so that gives an idea of how Ojukwu was planning something since before, and the person he worked with, of course, the people he had to work with, he had 4 people, 4 choices: Bassi, Victor Banjo, David Ejo, and Yakubu Gowon. One second. I'm going to read something from the Forgotten Documents. Give me a second. Let me open it. Those give us like an idea of what actually happened in 64. All right, let me so let's start from this one. It takes a while to open some of these things, so please bear with me. Okay. You know, yesterday we were talking about Achebe's book, Man of the People, where we talked about how he described the coup. He talked about the coup being the solution for Nigeria in his story, in his book, and that it appears that he knew about it. So I'm going to read something that will probably, I'll refer to, that will say something about that. But where we are really going is the conversation between Ojukwu and Azikiwe. Okay, let me just... How many stories of the Civil War... Sorry. Just a second. Sorry, somebody asked something about Ifajina script. Let me just mention it in passing. I'll do everything in like a couple of minutes. So he says, again, I'm reading from a book called The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofeimon. By the way, he was the private secretary to Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So he says here, the relationship between Christopher Okigbo and Chinua Achebe was at all times during this period so close that it is not conceivable that Okigbo could have failed to brief him about the dynamite that JP, that's John Pepper Clark, brought from Ifajuna. Besides, as editorial advisor to Heinemann, Achebe was sufficiently close to the publishing mill and the burgeoning literati not to have heard about the manuscript. Arguably, it is unlikely that Chinua Achebe was seeing the manuscript for the first time in Biafra. He was too much in the same circles with Okigbo in his many schemes and with J.P. Clark at the University of Lagos not to have been aware of the document that Okigbo and J.P. Clark brought with Ifajuna from Accra. However, whenever it was that Chinua Achebe saw the manuscript, the issue is whether his editorial judgment had anything to do with the document not seeing the light of the day. What is known of it from is, let me read that slowly. I don't want to rush that part. However, whenever it was that Chinua Achebe saw the manuscript, the issue is whether his editorial judgment had anything to do with the document not seeing the light of the day. That's light of day. That's what he said in his book about, he saw it, he misplaced it. This man is insinuating that he probably decided to suppress it, but that's not today's topic. Let's just go on. What is known of it from his biographer's narration does not make Achebe culpable. Achebe's position on the manuscript could be faulted. This is not what am I doing here? Let's just finish that part. I don't see where they go. It says, how many stories of the Civil War today are without the self-serving disposition of the narrators? Talking about unreliability, Chinua Achebe may have been reading the manuscript from what he knew of Ifeajuna's famed capacity for not standing in his college days by what he had done. For instance, J.P. Clark is reported to have exclaimed after reading the advanced copy of Achebe's A Man of the People, Chinua, I know you are a prophet. Everything in this book has happened except a military coup. There is no way of knowing until their memoirs whether either of them was aware of the rumor, soon entrenched by later events, that Nnamdi Azikiwe had been sounded out by Igbo officers, Ojukwu specifically, on carrying out a coup during the 1964 election crisis. Azikiwe had refused. That rumor is in the same class as the other one that, tipped off by Ifajuna before the January 15, 1966 coup, Zik went on a health cruise in the Caribbean under the auspices of 80s Papa Doc, an old schoolmate. Everything I just read right now, I'm going to read the part I'm actually looking for. I'll read it again. So this is what he's trying to say. He's saying that there were rumors that Nnamdi Azikiwe had been sounded out by Igbo officers, Ojukwu specifically, on carrying out a coup during the 1964 election crisis, and that Azikiwe refused. He's saying that this rumor is in the same class as the other rumor of Ifajuna reaching out to Azikiwe before the coup of 1966, which made Azikiwe then go on his boat cruise sponsored by old Papa Doc from Haiti. So essentially, the rumor is true, and I'll tell you why the rumor is true. We know that they planned the coup. We know that they asked questions from Nigerian officers, that's Ojukwu. We also know that one of those officers I tried to work with was Victor Banjo. And the reason we're talking about all of this is because we're talking about Victor Banjo, not because we're talking about Ojukwu today. So Victor Banjo, and I'm saying all of this to respond to what Kubo wrote on YouTube, that, you know, he worked with him as if they were friends. It was because they were going to plan the coup together. So they already had this. He was a revolutionary, Victor Banjo. He was one of those people who just wanted to change Nigeria. He was very, very, he was a Marxist, right? He was very idealistic, very political, although he was a soldier, right? So I just want to put that out of the way before we get into the topic proper. So let's get into what really happened. So yeah, 66 school, we've talked about it many times. And we've also talked about the people that organized it. I think everybody here should probably have a PhD in the names of the people that organized the coup by now, so we don't have to repeat all of those things. Anyway, there's a part where Victor Banjo then gets involved in all of these things. So we're going to be reading from the book, Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. In setting the record straight, based on available credible evidence, it might be necessary to highlight some of the erroneous narratives about the Civil War and the role of Victor Banjo in the developments between January 15, 1966 and the time he was publicly executed on the orders of his friend and comrade at arms, Colonel Ojukwu, in September of 1967. It has been said in some accounts that Victor Banjo was one of the architects and planners of the January 15, 1966 coup. Some describe him as a traitor who betrayed the Yoruba, while some said he failed to listen to Awolowo when the sage advised him to follow him out of Biafra. In other accounts, especially in works with, by the way, let me not gloss over it. This point that Awolowo actually asked him to leave with him from Biafra, I think it's echoed in Shoyinka's book. The book is called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Papa had gone to... Let's read it. There's no reason to just be, So people will say things, and it's important that we understand what they are saying so that we're not just assuming. Or maybe I should ask, has anybody heard about, like, people going to the east and maybe he met with what's his name, Victor Banjo? I don't know if you know about it, but I've read it in this book before. Kimi. Okay. We'll see read this again when we get to what happened after, Biafra was declared. But let me just read from the book You Must Set Forth at Dawn by Wole Soyinka. Most faithful of all my meetings in the seceded enclave was that with Victor Banjo, a Yoruba officer. Following some convoluted chain of his incidents, Victor Banjo has been accused of menacing the former head of state, General Aguiyi-Ironsi, and had ended up in Enugu prisons after the declaration of Biafran independence. He had ended up in Enugu prisons. After the declaration of Biafran independence, he was released by Ojukwu, as were other Yoruba officers and soldiers from the western region, some of whom had certainly been involved in the original 66 coup. Loose-limbed and slightly bandy-legged, Victor Banjo reminded me very strongly of a browsing Igala, that rangy, powerful deer. When it is totally unconscious of any intruder, he exuded a quiet, commanding presence as one who would be at ease in any environment, looking as if he were in a studious contemplation of a world devoid of strife. A total contrast to Ojukwu, his bearing still struck me as a contradiction to the frenzy of war, as if the outer reality had nothing to do with him personally. Yet, the war map on the wall, the guns, even the Spartan nature of his office and the stiff, attentive poise of his batsman told a different story. I noticed the lenses of his glasses at once, very thick, and from the way his eyes appeared to adjust to distance, I guessed that he was short-sighted. Impeccably groomed, even in his khaki uniform, this stranger soon revealed himself as an idealist. Politics were quite close to ours in the third force. He made no attempt to disguise the fact that he was subjecting me to some deep scrutiny, or perhaps that was simply the effect of his thick lenses. Then abruptly I made up his mind. A stream of indignation followed as he castigated the failure of Western leaders to condemn the massacres of the Igbo and ridicule the visits of traditional rulers who had come to the East to commiserate with widows and orphans. Too little, too late. And short on sincerity was his verdict. For the leader of the Biafran secession, he had even harsher words. If Odumegwu Ojukwu had displayed true leadership, the secession, he insisted, would never have taken place. Who is speaking here? Wole Soyinka. Who is he referring to? Or who is he quoting? Victor Banjo. All right. Then again, abruptly, he shrugged it all off, dismissed the past with a wave of his hand. He had relieved himself of a long pent-up resentment, and now he had no further use for it. Let's go to another part. For him also, Ojukwu was not the answer to the threat of the northern domination in Nigerian politics. What was desperately needed was a third force. Though he did not actually use the expression, still his prescription was for a new entrant that would neutralize the two combatants. It was Philip Alale, however, who was fated to be neutralized at the firing stake in Biafra, convicted of treason against Ojukwu's government. We'll talk about that much later. Banjo lets him run. I was talking about Banjo allowing Philip Alale to speak. But let's just move to the one that Banjo. The face of the war was about to change dramatically, and I was the only one who could transmit certain crucial messages to the other side, that is, to the leaders of the West, both military and civilian, but especially to a certain Lieutenant Colonel Olusegun Obasanjo. It was there, right in Victor Banjo's command room, that I heard that name for the first time and was informed that Obasanjo had only recently been appointed commanding officer in charge of the Western Area Command, with his headquarters in Ibadan. Obasanjo had once served in a subordinate capacity to him. His response to the message I would take Banjo stress would be crucial to the changes that were being contemplated on the Biafran side. What's he trying to say here? So I think one of the things that we need in order to understand some of the stuff that people talk a lot about is, so for instance, you hear that Wole Soyinka and Olusegun Obasanjo were in the same class. I don't know, because Wole Soyinka is saying that was the very first time he heard his name, and this was in 1967, so it doesn't look as if they were classmates. But beyond that is also that he was the one that Victor Banjo was going to use to communicate with Yoruba leaders. Now, I don't have any. So from here, what you see is, if I let me read the part that has to do with Chief Obafemi Awolowo, it says, Banjo, if I had earlier had any hesitation about delivering the messages from the architect and leader of that Midwest incursion, they vanished completely and even took on an urgency once Victor Banjo's troops made their move, although not fully according to script. The crux of his message was this. This is Victor Banjo sending Soyinka to Yoruba leaders. Let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation, made up not only of Biafrans, but of other ethnic groups. Make the governor of the West and other Western leaders understand this. Urge them not to be taken in by any propaganda by the federal government about the Biafran plan to subjugate the rest of the nation, especially the West. This is how you know that Victor Banjo was very naive. We'll speak about that later. Moving as rapidly as I did, since it was clear that I had come under heavy surveillance, I carried out my mission to the civilian leaders with one exception, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Even before I left Enugu, I refused to accede to Banjo's insistence that I speak to Awo. After my meeting with that politician, I simply felt intuitively that the approaching conflict was not one in which he should be involved. So this is what I found, that I don't know if Papa saw Banjo when he... I just remember in that source that my help us. But what I know for sure is that he tried to reach Papa. What I also know is that the Western leaders also tried to reach him. In fact, they reached him and asked him to come fight for Yoruba land when they were asking the northern soldiers, officers, to leave Western Nigeria. They asked him to come after I was released by Ojukwu, but he did not come at that time. And I know that first he sent to Soyinka, then later on, he sent Soyinka physically, then later on he called Soyinka while he was in UI to reach out to leaders in Yoruba land. And then at that point, in August of 67, Yoruba leaders said he shouldn't bother. Why? Because he was coming with the Biafran army, and they knew what could happen based on that. But again, this is just like an introduction. We'll get into all of those things in this conversation. Having said all this long Turenchi, this long intro, let's now get to the thing itself. I'll try to go with my notes so that we're not, all over the place. So back to the book by Niya Borishade. He said, it has been said in some accounts that Victor Banjo was one of the architects and planners of the January 15, 1966 coup. Let me just ask everybody listening here, is that true? Like, you can tell if it's true or not. Like, was he one of the people that planned the coup? No, okay. So, thank you. So we know it wasn't, it definitely wasn't. There's no report you will read where you will see his name as one of the planners of the coup. The original plans of the coup were Ifajina, Okafo, Ochi, and later on you had four others that joined them. That's, we'll get into their names later today. Chukwuka, Anufuro, Nzogu, Ademega. So they were the planners. But they had to say it was part of the planners of the Queen in order to do to him what they really wanted. But let's continue. In other accounts, especially in works written by sympathizers of Biafra, Victor Banjo is portrayed as a double agent who exploited his closeness to Colonel Ojukwu to betray the cause of the Republic of Biafra. It is equally worth mentioning one falsehood, though not directly about Victor Banjo, that has gained currency about the event leading to the war. It was the fake news about the Prime Minister of Nigeria, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. It is said that Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa placed a curse on the middle of the road, on the middle rank military officers of Igbo extraction. We don't need that information. Let's go on. Yeah, wait about it. It's raining. I'm a bit distracted. It's heavy. But can you hear me? Sorry about the noise. It's raining. It's raining. At a cat, at a dog, it's raining. So let me read chapter 4 of this book, Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. While the political turbulence was going on, some young officers from the rank of majors in the Nigerian army did not sit idle and folded their arms. They believed that the military intervention was the solution to the crisis. It is well known that the main architects and planners of the coup had intended to recruit other young officers into the plot to violently seize power from the decadent and corrupt politicians of the First Republic. By the way, there's some things that Borisade said in this book that are incorrect. Just in case you get the book, 1 second though. Just in case you get the book, some of the things he said about why the coup was planned, and the people who planned the coup, some of those things are actually very wrong. But let's continue. Then it says, these young officers had planned to practice socialism and a form of diarchy government if they were successful. That was envisaged to be a government made up of military officers and incorruptible civilian technocrats and experts in the various fields of endeavor. Let's jump. The Yoruba officers who participated in the coup were Major Adewale Ademoyiga, Captain Adeleke, Lieutenant Fola Oyewole, Second Lieutenant Olafemi Ihon. Officers of the Midwest, now the Edo and Delta states, were Major Chukwuma, Kaduna, and Zogu. You know what? I don't want to rush. That list of 4 Yoruba names, it was only one that was part of the coup planners. I like to mention it every time I read it so that we don't make any mistake about it. The other 3 were brought in much later. And I've discussed it here several times, even from the perspective of Oyewole himself, and also from Ademoyiga's perspective, and also from Ben Guli's perspective. Those 3 sources tell you that those other 3 guys were brought in the night of the coup. Ademoyiga was the only Yoruba person who was part of the planners. Having said that, let's go on. Officers from the Midwest were Chukwuma, Kaduna, and Zogu, Second Lieutenant Egbiko, and Second Lieutenant Azubong. The Igbo were Major Emmanuel Ifajuna. Sorry. The Igbos were Major Emmanuel Ifajuna, Major Donatus Okafor, Captain Christian Anuforo, Major Humphrey Chukwuka, Ule, Captain Timothy Onwatego, Lieutenant Ogechi. This is not the list. This is not complete. There's no Wobosi here. Let's just continue. Again, some of these things, I don't know why he omitted some names, but Wobosi was very important because he was one who led the guys from Abeokuta to Ibadan, and he was the one who killed Chief Samuel Akintola, SLA. So he says, I'm trying to run away from some things I know that are wrong. That's why I'm taking my time. Major Zogu was to take care of the Sardauna of Sokoto, Sir Ahmadu Bello. Major Nzogu was to take care of Sardauna of Sokoto, Sir Ahmadu Bello, and take control of the north. He was the ringleader, he was not. This is why I don't want to read some things. He was not the ringleader. He was the leader in the north, not the ringleader of the coup. But let's continue. And he was a capable hand who believed in the revolution to liberate Nigeria. That's true. He was single at the time of revolution. He had unqualified success in the north and slayed the Sardauna of Sokoto. He used Carl Gustav's 84mm anti-tank recoilless rifle to break the gates of the Sokoto to get a Swedish citizen who initially created the weapon. It is a portable, lightweight shoulder-fire recoilless rifle and has been in action since 1940. It is a low-cost, effective weapon. Nzogu had taken reconnaissance of the building before the D-Day and had chosen an appropriate weapon for the attack. He was wounded in the process as he was too close to the gate. Nevertheless, he carried on his mission and searched for the Sardauna where he was hiding in the midst of his harem. Nzogu did not consider the unintended collateral damage before mauling the premier of the northern region, one of his wives, and a personal aide. The early hours of 15th. I'm not going to go through all of those things, but we know exactly what happened. We've had the session here before where our people died in the north. For instance, Brigadier Demolegun was killed with his wife, who was 8 months pregnant. Shodende was also killed. And specifically, I'm talking about north right now, which was where Nzogu theater was, so to speak. Then in the south, we had Ifajuna unaliving the prime minister, and Memalari was killed as well, Lagema, Pam, Kur Mohammed, and of course Mukotebo in Lagos, and then in Ibadan, Samolado Kakintola was killed by Nwobose. Now, why is he mentioning all of these things? Just trying to prove a point that, and I'm going to get to that point very fast because I don't want to read everything to run away. As you can see from the above, so this is what he's trying to say. As you can see from the above, Victor Banjo was not among the coup plotters of January 15th, 1966. Oh, thank you, Cyril, on YouTube. Thank you for your feedback. Thanks a lot. Victor Banjo was not among the coup plotters of January 15, 1966. There are incontrovertible evidence that he actually mobilized troops against them. According to Captain Benguli, Banjo was unrestrained in the condemnation of the coup plotters. He described them as blatantly destructive, and he boasted that he and his loyal colleagues in the Nigerian army would crush the coup plotters. He was one of those who persuaded General Aguiyi Rossi to take over the government after they had crushed the coup, when it became apparent that the failed coup had taken many politicians, including the Prime Minister. I've said it several times, they did not crush any coup. They didn't crush any coup. And just like somebody sent me a message again today about the book, I'm working on something. He didn't crush any coup. So, and he did not need any persuasion. But, you know, it's just like the to fulfill all righteousness. So you're going to go through the motions and make it look as if you don't really want to do it. You know why I know this? Because on the 16th, the book is not here, it's inside. I'd have read back on to serve. On the 16th of January, this man was to say, I don't really want to lead though, but I have to lead because the boys want me to lead. He didn't need any persuasion, he wanted to do it before the coup even happened. So all this, he destroyed, he crushed the coup in a lie. But let's continue. The rump of the civilian cabinet had wanted another northern politician, Deep Charima, to take over the reins of government when the fate of Sir Tafawa Balewa was still unknown. The Senate President Nwafo Orizu was, however, prevailed upon to cede power to the military in order to arrest the drift to national disintegration. Nonsense. Not nonsense from the writer, but nonsense from the lies they've been telling us since 1967, maybe 66. But here's what I want to stop. He says, I spoke with General Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, on Banjo's roles during the period. And he told me that Banjo was not involved in the coup at all. Obasanjo was a very close friend of Nzogu, as they lived in the same room in Kaduna. When Obasanjo arrived from training in India on 14th January 1996, it was Nzogu who came to pick him up with his car. Nzogwu disclosed everything to him and said that his late arrival meant that they could not bring him into their plan. Was the D-Day. The coup, since as a roommate of Nzogwu, he would have been made aware of many things about his plans and movement. In the words of General Obasanjo, Nzogwu was more than a friend, he was indeed a brother. By the way, Obasanjo wrote a book on him. If you're interested, you can find this book in that Telegram channel as well. This is the book that Obasanjo wrote about Nzogwu. Okay? All right. So they were very good friends. Obasanjo believed that his friend harbored strong Pan-African views, which he must have picked up as a result of his love for African perspectives and narratives. Banjo was the one who mobilized troops and organized a meeting of the... Can anyone hear me, please? Okay. This is strange, but can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you see me now? Okay. Katoba is a current see me. Sorry, the rain is affecting connection, so I'm trying to switch to another one. Give me a second, let me just sort it out. By the way, while I'm working on this, somebody asked a question, can we say Obasanjo knew about the coup? No. Like he had pre-knowledge? No. Obasanjo was in India when they were planning the coup. The planning, he had known it was in India. He wasn't in on it at all. He got back to Nigeria on the 14th of January. The coup was on the 15th of January. It was when he got back on the 14th, he was picked up at the airport by Nzogwu, who was his friend, of course. And it was while they were, together that he told him the plans they had for the next day. So Obasanjo was not part of the coup. By the way, what I'm saying now is also corroborated by Adewale Ademoyiga in his book, Why We Struck. So Obasanjo's involvement was just like a few hours before it happened. If he had not gone to India, I'm sure he would have been part of it because we were very, very close. All right, I think it's good. Ojabo. Okay. So according to this book, Victor Banjo helped to persuade the northern officers. This is what I'm going to say. I cannot say it was Victor Banjo that persuaded, he says it, Abu Shade says that, but I can't say that, knowing what I know. Victor Banjo did not have to persuade Ironsi to do anything. Ironsi knew what he was going to do from time. That was one. Number two, it is very, very likely that he had to speak to other officers to cooperate with Ironsi. That was possible. But the important thing that I want to take out of this is that he was working with Ironsi, not with the coup plotters or the planners or the executors. He was on Ironsi's side. Why is this detail important? Because of what happened next. So please stay with me. We'll read this, then we'll go from here to a break in the silence. So let's go back to this one. It says, however, on the third day to what? Third day after Baba assumed office as head of state. On the third day when Agui Ironsi assumed office as head of state, and within such time, Banjo was becoming too popular for some people's liking. Colonel Victor Banjo was arrested on the flimsy excuse that he had a pistol in his pocket while waiting to meet the head of state. He had a pistol in his pocket, that's all. Saudi, you say, I think Obasanjo knew about it. I've told you what everybody says about that situation. Let's be careful to read. I can't, so I'm very careful of saying what I think without sources. That's the thing about me. So I can tell you based on this, I think he knew about it, because what was the basis? if he said he didn't know about it until when he got back from India, and Abojade is confirming it, and Ademoyega, who was one of the coup plotters, confirmed it, you know what? So that let's not rush. Let me read something to you from Ademoyega. Since we have these questions, let's not because we have to be careful of. Where is the book? We have to be careful of, you know. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Just hold on for a second. So I want to read something from Ademoyega's work. And also, let me also tell, especially Yoruba people, let me tell you something. This thing, when people say things like they knew about it, we have to be very careful because the meaning can be different from one person to the other. For instance, one day I was having a conversation with someone and said, Akintola knew about the coup, but he decided to stay and then he died. You know exactly what ethnicity that person who will say that nonsense, you know where they are from. The person said it because he's trying to say that Azikiwe heard about it, that's why he ran away. Azikiwe did not hear about the coup. Every evidence points to the fact that Azikiwe was in on it. See, knowing about something, for instance, a couple of days before January 15, Akintola was in the north talking with the Sadauna, Amadou Bello. They knew something could happen. They didn't have the details. So when people say things like, I know this person knew about it, anybody could know about something, but the question is, to what degree? Right? So the idea of knowing about it is from the fact that people were really, really in on it. And everything tells us that someone like Azikiwe, for instance, was in on it. Oh boy. Now this is a challenge. I don't know what page exactly, but what you will find in this book. Okay, on board. All right, I found it. This is page 68. It was talking about, from 67, started talking about Chukwuma Zogo. Let me read the relevant portion. In December 1963, who is speaking here? Adewale Ademoyega. This is the book I'm reading right now. Why we struck. Okay? So he says, in December 1963, I was posted to the 5th Battalion in Kaduna. A few months later, Nzogu was posted to the NMTC in Kaduna, who were both single, unmarried officers. Before Nzogu arrived in Kaduna, I lived in the quarters meant for unmarried officers. I was sharing a 2-bedroom bungalow with Captain Olusegun Obasanjo, who, although married, lived without his wife at that time. He was away for some time and Nzogu came and took over his room. Obasanjo was also Nzogu's friend, so that whenever he was around, he shared the same bed with Nzogu. At that time, Obasanjo was in the Nigerian Army Engineering Corps. By the way, that was the one that Victor Banjo led, was the first Nigerian to lead that corps. Obasanjo was a quiet, colorless, and easygoing officer who did not attract any personal recognition and would not be reckoned with as revolutionary. His friendship with Nzogu derived mainly from the latter's ready friendliness towards all officers that were close to him. That was all he said about Obasanjo's connection. Nothing until the day before, when he had to pick him up. You find that, we don't have to go into all of those things, but I'm just trying to read to you, the person who planned the coup is telling you the person you're talking about is easygoing, is colorless, is not a revolutionary. They didn't count him in. Let me tell you something. You see, the person who brought Ademoyega into the coup planning was Nzogu. There's something that both of them share: revolution. revolutionary ideas or ideals. They were both trying to change Nigeria, change everything. So both of them had a totally different idea of stuff. He's saying to you here that from time, Obasanjo did not come across to him as a revolutionary. That's what he is saying here. Even if he was a revolutionary, the truth is that he was out of the country. So, again, I said all that to say that when people say things like, I feel he was part of it, let's be careful of how we are feeling without anything to back it up. Mambo. All right, so that's about it. That's all he said about Obasanjo. He didn't mention that he was part of anything. And yeah, let's take his word seriously, essentially, because it's better than making things up on the go. Back to the book by Niya Burshade. However, on the third day when Aguiyi-Ironsi assumed office as head of state, and within such time, Banjo was becoming too popular for some people's liking. 1 second, I have to switch the internet. So he says he was getting too popular for some people's liking. Colonel Victor Banjo was arrested on the flimsy excuse that he had a pistol in his pocket while waiting to meet the head of state, which was contrary to the laid down regulations. They further alleged without any evidences that he was amongst the January 15 coup plotters. These malicious accusations started like a joke. Banjo was actually waiting to see the head of state when his comrades in the army, Major A. Anruwa and Lieutenant Colonel Kurubo, pretended to be admiring the latest weapon Banjo was carrying. They had both requested Banjo's permission to handle the sophisticated weapon, which he innocently obliged since he had no ulterior motive. He was then arrested on, quote, account of planning a coup to topple Aguiyi-Ironsi in support of the coup planners of January 15. End quote. The question is, short of wanting to assassinate, which made no sense, can one man plan and execute a coup? And if Banjo was not working alone, who and where are the others? The accusations were simply incredulous, but such was the dreadful level of suspicion in the army, which had just lost some of the finest men to the Nzogu. This guy keeps making a mistake. I'm going to cancel this thing in my book. It was not Nzogu's coup. If I'm going to write it properly, it should be Fajuna. The first coup destroyed the camaraderie, trust, and confidence that had existed among officers and men of the Nigerian military establishment before the coup. Banjo could not fathom the conspiracy and gang up against him. The accusation came as a surprise. He was dumbfounded and had hoped that the expensive joke would soon be resolved by the man now at the helm of affairs. Sincerely, he could not understand how his erstwhile comrades and fellow officers could suddenly turn coat and be plotting to silence him. Banjo prided himself as being almost single-handedly responsible for the initial support Ironsi had to stabilize his hold on power. He rallied a groundswell of support for Aguiyi-Ironsi and persuaded others to make him head of state. It was this same Ironsi who now turned his back on him and looked the other way while Banjo was being led into compulsory detention. Banjo proclaimed his innocence throughout, but he was detained, initially in Lagos and later in the East. I have read his letter to Aguiyi-Ironsi, which I will reproduce. I'm going to read that letter later, but give me a second. Let me read something about the incident that happened in that room from his own sister's perspective, which, of course, she got from the letter that his brother wrote. So let's read A Break in the Silence by Fadetomo Ogunsheye. She says here, The coup had been bloody. The Prime Minister, the Premiers of the North and Western regions, and the Federal Minister of Finance had been killed. All senior army officers who were available and senior in rank to Victor had been killed. The head of the army, who was from the Eastern region, had been spared. The Premier of the Eastern region had also been spared. It was clear to me that Victor was not party to the coup. The head of the army, Ironsi, was alleged to have gone into hiding at the time of the coup. All the officers between Lieutenant Colonel Banjo and Major General Ironsi's ranks were also not available. This left Victor the most senior army officer around. I'm going to tell you something when I'm done reading this thing. This left Victor the most senior army officer around, with no choice than to step in to put things under control. He pacified and persuaded the northern soldiers not to riot. Then he persuaded Major General Ironsi to agree to take over government. He organized the legal handling over to the government of, he organized the legal handling over of the government to the army, drafting the document himself. He implored the acting civilian president to hand over power to the army. All of these things, I'll explain. He persuaded the young officers who had organized the bloody coup, who had invited him to take over power, to submit to the leadership of Major General Ironsi, the head of the army, and allow him to take over the government of the Federation. The seniority ranking of the army should be sustained and that loyalty and solidarity within the army should be maintained, he said. Ironsi was sworn in as head of state. Victor chose to play the kingmaker and power behind the throne. He forgot or ignored the Yoruba folk saying that the blood of kingmakers is often spilled on the route of the king's ascent to the throne. 1 week later, Ironsi, the head of the army, schemed with the other officers who feared Victor's popularity with the coup plotters to have him eliminated. While waiting in the reception room to confer with the head of state, two fellow officers, Major Anwona and Lieutenant Colonel Kurubo, pretended to admire the latest weapon in the arsenal of the army, which Victor was carrying, asked to see his gun, and he handed it to them. The officer friend and colleague, after examining it, turned the gun on him and had him taken away. There was a foreign visitor in the reception room at the time. This prevented them from shooting him right there, as was planned. They had given out the news that he had been shot in an assassination attempt. He was, however, rescued by another faction and They had given out the news that he had been shot in an assassination attempt. He was, however, rescued by another faction and made him leave to tell the story. Victor was subsequently detained first on a ship and finally in Kirikiri prison, along with the young officers who planned and executed the 1966 coup. They were surprised to see him, the peacemaker and Ironsi supporter, as a prisoner. It was henceforth easier for the officers who planned his arrest to put out and sustain the lie that he was one of the officers who planned the January coup, as well as the lie that he had made an attempt on Ironsi's life, which they made public in the fictionalized account of Forsyth. A. Ademoyiga, in his book Why We Struck, confirmed that Victor was not party to the 1966 coup as follows. The only senior revolutionary officer who was not brought into the planning at all was Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo. This was because he held the view that the revolution should have a broader military base and an initial political base. 1 second, let me see if I can find that page. I guess we'll come back to that later because of time. But let's just continue. So she says, Ademoyiga said in his book, Why We Struck, that the only senior revolutionary officer who was not brought into the planning at all was Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo. This was because he held the view that the revolution should have a broader military base and an initial political base. From prison, Victor continued to protest his unjustified arrest and criticized the Ironsi's regime for its policies, which were tending to further accentuate the ethnic divisions in the country, and in particular within the army. In letters to Ironsi and the other senior officers, he was silenced by transfer from Lagos to another prison in the Korekpene, 600 miles away in the east. On 1st of June 1966, he wrote a letter to the head of state, Major General Ironsi, as follows from the prisons in Korekpene. We're going to read that one, but I think we should read the one that he wrote while he was in Lagos. But before I read any of those things, let me just say something. The coup was planned in such a way that any senior officer who was going to be a threat to Aguiyi-Ironsi was eliminated. Any senior officer who was going to be a threat to Aguiyi-Ironsi was eliminated. That's why people like officers like Ademulegun was killed. He was one of the most senior military officers at the time. Shodainde was also killed. The Yoruba. For the guys who were from the north, Kur Mohammed was killed, Pam was killed, Lagema was killed, Mimalari was killed. All of those were senior officers. Now, they were not the only senior officers in the Nigerian army, but they were the ones who were around. There were some that were away. People like Adebayo, people like Babafemi Ogundipe, they were not in Nigeria. If they were in Nigeria, they would have been killed. With them gone, the most senior would now be Victor Banjo. Now, Victor Banjo was so close for comfort. He was the one trying to persuade people to get them to work with Ironsi. And there's something I noticed from all the things we were reading. It's not suspicion as it is you're not sure you're able to keep it. If they have been able to deal with all the senior officers that could be a threat, or that could threaten his post, why not do the same thing to Victor Banjo right now? Now, number one, Victor Banjo was not in on the coup at all. He didn't know what was happening. But like I've said several times, Ironsi was in on the coup. He knew it was going to happen before, but not just know about it. He knew the details because he repeated it several times. And we have at least three sources to. I have at least three sources to prove what I'm saying, and the three corroborate one another. And what you discover is the fact that he knew about it. He spoke about it before and after. And maybe he didn't catch himself, but he made certain statements that were recorded by others who were in the same room with him. And three of them wrote books, and we read those books. That's one. Number two is also the fact that having eliminated those ones who did not know about the coup, you now have another person who did not know about the coup, but who seems to be very, very popular. How do we deal with someone who is very popular? As far as they were concerned, it was to unalive him. So if you read the book by Nia Borishade, you will not see that bit about the plan to unalive him. But when you read the one by Adeton Ogushaye, you see the plan. The plan was to kill him, but then, according to her, there was a foreign visitor in the reception room at the time. So what did they do? They arrested him on a flimsy excuse that he had a gun in his holster. I can't bring you up. We don't bring people up until much later. So please, just stay with me, okay? Stay with me. When it's time to bring people up, I'll bring people up, but not until then, please. Where was I? Sorry, guys. I've lost my train of thought. I also saw that message now. All right. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Maybe you don't know about it, but I swear that when people come up, what just happened to me now usually happens like because you're talking, someone just say something, then you now have to go back. They now say something like, okay, maybe we should just, we'll bring people up later, just like we do. Where was I? So they came up with the flimsy excuse that, oh, you have a gun. Then they asked him, oh, this gun really looks nice. So bring the gun, let's see now. Then they took the gun and they checked, oh, this gun is nice. So then they turned it on him and told him that, they essentially arrested him. And then they imprisoned him. Now, this one is from Ẹkáàbọ, so that will be much later. Let's start with the one that he wrote while he was in Lagos. I thought I marked it. Where's this one? Okay, I'm on board. We're going to read according to how he wrote them. So this one is from 1st of June. 1st of June. Seems to be the first letter he wrote though. Mambo. I think it's the first letter I wrote. What date is this one? It's the same letter in the 3 books. Okay. But let me read the one from this source. The same thing, by the way. This is the typewritten letter itself is scanned here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's typewritten, it's scanned. So I'm just going to read what he said. From Lieutenant Colonel V.A. Banjo, BSc, Director of Electrical and Mechanical Engineering, Nigerian Army, Federal Prison Ẹkáàbọ, 1st June 1966, to Major General J.T. Aguiyi, MVO, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and Head of the National Military Government. Now, this is going to be a very long read. Also, there was a foreign visitor with the political leader of the Eastern region during the coup. The important thing is that I didn't kill him. The truth of the matter is that, and let me say this to you guys, I don't know if you've heard this before, but I've heard it several times. When you talk about what happened, you hear people say things like, it was for Awolowo. After all, they killed all the opponents. Then the question you should ask them after that is, say all of them were Awolowo's enemies, okay. Or are you telling me that all the officers were Awolowo's enemies? Because all those officers were killed, not because of Awo. They were killed because of Iransi. They were killed because of Iransi. Anyone who could threaten Iransi's power was removed. And the only one who was now remaining, and now seems to be, was one convincing Ojukwu, who, by the way, was in on everything from the word go. That one had to be dealt with. So it's either they killed him or they imprisoned him. In his own case, they imprisoned him. And then they lied. They had 2 reasons, 2 excuses for the lies. Number one was the fact that he was one of the coup plotters. If that one did not fly, then they said he was trying to assassinate Iransi. Is the fact that this was a man who was working to make sure Iransi's government worked. When you hear the word traitor, just that in most cases, in the Nigerian story, the person calling you a traitor, he is a traitor. He just calls you that because that's the only way to hide. This is going to be a long read, but stay with me. We're going to have fun. My dear General, who is writing this? Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo. My dear General, thank you for your letter of the 14th February. This will be my last letter to you while I remain in detention. By the way, it was first in the ship, it was taken to Kirikiri. From Kirikiri, it was transferred to Ẹkáàbọ. From Ẹkáàbọ, it got to Enugu. But at this point, in June of '66, it was still in Ẹkáàbọ. Ẹkáàbọ is in present-day Akwa State. Thank you for your letter of the 14th February. Let me start again. My dear General, thank you for your letter of the 14th February. This will be my last letter to you while I remain in detention. I wrote to you from Kirikiri prisons on the 21st and 31st January 1966, and your letter to me of the 14th February in reply referred to my petition being under consideration. I am not aware of having written a petition to you. I wrote to you as my general, my leader, and as my fellow officer in arms, as one from whom I should expect justice, fairness, and loyalty, in the like measure as any of my fellow officers may expect to receive it from you, in the like measure as I have had the honor to give you, my colleagues, and my soldiers during my years of service, and in the like measure as is obligatory between gentlemen officers of a responsible army to maintain the highest traditions of our profession. I informed you that a grievous crime had been committed against my person and my liberty at a time of crisis in our country when I was busy giving you my most loyal service. I'll take that again. I informed you that a grievous crime had been committed against my person and my liberty at a time of crisis in our country when I was busy giving you my most loyal service. I pointed out certain facts to you which I felt you ought to have known about. Essentially, these were: A, that on the morning of Monday, 17th January 1966, guys, the coup was on the 15th. Ironsi became Oga on the 16th. This man was arrested on the 17th. Ajekila no, omokuloni. Tanomapuya ajatokela no lokpa omoje. Okay. A, that on the morning of Monday, 17th January 1966, I was arrested by Lieutenant Colonel G.T. Kurubo and Major P.A. Anwuna in the anteroom of the IGP's office for no ostensible reason while I was waiting to see you. B, that during the period of my close arrest, I had been shamefully mishandled by soldiers in the presence of my... Excuse me, please hold on, please. Sorry about that. B, that during... Please, if you're on TikTok, please keep tapping. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you very much. That during the period of my close arrest, I had been shamefully mishandled by soldiers in the presence of my arrestors at Federal Guard, that I had subsequently been confined in the guard room of 2nd Battalion NA Ikeja, in the ward room of Naval Base Apapa, and in the defaulter cell on board HMS Nigeria in turn. That's on the ship. I need hardly point out that this act was in itself illegal and a flagrant disregard of Army regulations covering the manner of close arrest of any officer of my rank. C, that I had since then been detained at federal prisons at Kirikiri and lately at Aba and at Ikorekpene for no reason whatsoever. D, that some 2 weeks after my arrest, I was informed by Major C. Ude at Kirikiri prisons that a signal had been sent out to all units that I had been arrested for attempting the life of the Supreme Commander, which signal, if existent, must by its gross falsehood constitute a serious offense in law against its originator. You don't have to guess the officers doing all of this work. That subsequent to my arrest, one of my officers, Major E.O. Aganya, commanding base workshop Yaba, was invited to your headquarters and arrested on 18th January 1966 for no reason at all. I believe he is still in detention. F, that the driver of my Land Rover and the 5 soldiers who were my personal guard on the morning of Monday, 17th January 1966 were also arrested, brutally beaten at Federal Guard for some days, and subsequently detained at Kirikiri prisons. I believe they are still in detention, and all this for no apparent reason whatsoever. G, that prior to my arrest, I had spent a considerable time with you in the attempt to persuade you that in order to save Nigeria from the awful event of a civil war, the army should take over government under yourself. H, that further, during this period, I had by word and deed rallied support for yourself and a military takeover of government among a large number of officers all over Nigeria. I, that I was present at the meeting of senior officers of the army with yourself at noon on Sunday, 16th January, at which I spoke first and spoke for a military government under yourself. Number 3, in the face of these facts, and as the Lieutenant Colonel under your command, it was my place to expect certain actions from you, such as A, an immediate investigation of the facts of my arrest and that of my officer and soldiers. B, The immediate release of myself, my officer, and my soldiers as soon as the facts are proved to have been false. C. The immediate arrest of the officers responsible for my arrest and their subsequent trial on charges of false arrest of an officer and bearing false evidence against a fellow officer. Number 4. No one holds rank and authority in any army by divine right. The relationships of rank and authority in armies are based on law and a definite set of rules and regulations, which predetermine the rights and responsibilities at each rank. It is also based on ageless traditions of honor, integrity, and loyalty, which is expected in reciprocal forms from all ranks. There is no provision either in an organized state or in an organized army for a relaxation of these principles, for on it rests your command, your stability, and your safety, as otherwise there is little to prevent any two officers backed with weapons from arresting any of your officers tomorrow, even your military governors or even yourself. In this issue, my general, I beg to submit that you can only have one clear duty: to protect the law, the traditions of the army, and the rights of every soldier and officer who has entrusted his life into your hands. Number 5. It is now 4.5 months since I was so treacherously arrested, and since then you have continued to see it fit and just to keep me detained. If I, my family, and my friends have been loath to raise issues on this matter in public, listen to this part though. If I, my family, and my friends have been loath to raise issues on this matter in public, it has not been out of fear or out of lack of adequate belief in my innocence. It has been out of consideration for you and a disinclination to embarrass you at this time. It has been out of a deep sense of responsibility in the issues now facing the country and a desire not to aggravate it. It has been out of faith and belief in the loyalty of yourself and those of my colleagues who still remain honest to the traditions of our army, So far, I have counseled patience even in the face of the worldwide publicity given to my supposed attempt and death, which in itself, so they said that they don't buy, which in itself was an act of treachery, which must have emanated from someone in your office. For this, however, the world press and radio owes me an accounting for which I proceed to exact payment as soon as I am free to do so. This guy is bold. The world press and radio owes me an accounting for which I will proceed to exact payment as soon as I am free to do so. Out of a firm conviction in my innocence and faith that you will leave no stone unturned to ensure that justice is done, I have been disposed to wait silently in detention, patient for long enough to seem reasonable and fair to you by the world. If I still continue to remain in prison, the shame is not mine. But irrespective of what happens to me, by virtue of the inevitability of truth, the world will someday ask you to clear yourself of any involvement in this act of treachery. Does this sound like a coward? The person he was writing to was a coward, by the way, just saying. Number 6. I am grateful for the arrangements you have made to enable my wife to visit me here on the 14th of May 1966. She informs me that she visited you on the 5th of May 1966 to inquire about my crime, and that you informed her that you knew nothing about my arrest until after it had been carried out. When I called him a coward, that's what I mean. Umbo. He didn't know. You informed her that you knew nothing about my arrest until after it had been carried out, that then you have found it necessary to keep me ahead. This is the other part I was mentioning the other day. That then you have found it necessary to keep me in detention to protect my life in view of the rumors. What rumors? That he was dead. There were rumors that Victor Banjo was dead, even while he was alive in prison. And so, Yonsi wants Tai, that's his wife, to believe that you are keeping him there to protect him. I believe you. But then, as I pointed out before, the word conscience is less trusting. It will ask you to vindicate yourself. It will want to know how it is possible that one of your most senior officers, who was spending his time and energy loyally assisting you to restore order in the country, was treacherously arrested within 20 feet of you and falsely accused of trying to take your life. And all this was done without your knowledge or approval. it will want to know how it happened that the main perpetrators of this crime were suddenly elevated after my arrest. Remember what we said the other day? That 18 Igbo officers were elevated. By the way, all the people that were arresting all these people, Igbos, all of them. 3 months after the coup, 18 Igbo officers were promoted. They don't look for 3 northern officers to add to it. May not be like saying only Igbo, making 21. But in those 3 northern officers that they promoted, they took them above 5 Yoruba officers. There was no other promotion for Yoruba people until about a couple of months later, and even then, Igbos were still promoted. By the time the dust settled, they had about 120, but it's about 100, between 120 to 200% in terms of increase. Like the number of Igbo officers that were now in the army. So the guys who initiated the arrest and got Victor Banjo in prison were promoted almost immediately. All of them Igbos. But then again, it's because that's when you hear things like, you know, it's not about the coup, it was just something that happened, it quelled the coup, it's a lie. Even Victor Banjo, like the title of this series, I think it's going to be like 1 or 2 sessions will be done, is Victor Banjo caught in the storm. It was a storm of Yoruba's making. It was, and respectfully, it was a storm of Igbo making. And I'm not just talking about the officers. And but when we say Igbo here, we're not talking about the people. We're not saying Igbo people decided to organize something against Guinea. You have to understand the fact that if the leadership of a people, the civilian leadership and their military guys organize something to benefit their people, there is no way we're going to call it a Hausa coup. Do you understand? It's not Igbo, and it's important for me to mention it here because people can get the wrong message. I don't say these words because I'm trying to attack an ethnic group. Oh, it's Igbo group because it's an Igbo coup. It's an Igbo coup because Igbo people did this. That's not the point. The Northern counter-coup that happened in July 1966 did not happen because the North told all the officers, "Yeah, go and do it for us." No, we call it Northern counter-coup because those who organized it were Northerners. The first coup was an Igbo coup because, who is this? Sorry, you should change your name from Jesus is coming soon, but you can't be using the name of my Lord and be this stupid. I want to near, and you are all stupid in your family. Jesus is coming. If that's your name, because you're not worthy to even use that name, you are retarded. Doesn't matter the caveat I put out there, your stupidity will still show. And this is why I don't blame those who open stuff just to be insulting you guys. Like no matter how gentle one is, no matter how I'm... Do you know the reason I put out all these caveats over and over again? So that people will understand where I'm coming from. But it doesn't really matter to a bunch of clowns. What will really make you guys happy is for people not to talk about these things. Your history is terrible. Let me just tell you. We're just saying the ones that we can say in public. The ones we cannot say in public are even worse. And this is your stupidity that you're always insulting me. One day I'll even say some of those things. Well, I'll find a way, but because those ones are terrible. Really terrible. Your parents just told you. Let me tell you why some people's parents told them that they are the perpetual victims of Nigeria. Because they know what they did. They know what they did. So they have to tell their people like, we are the victims, we are the victims. Because if you have that, at least you go be like, say, no, but you do waiting you do. What was I saying? Sorry. What is she about with it? If you guys like, go and kill yourselves. It was an Igbo coup. The worst you can do is to cry. And if you cry to a particular point, you find a transformer and hug it and kill yourself. I hope that doesn't happen to you, but at the rate you are going, be like saying that the best thing will go happen to you be that it was an Igbo coup. Don't fear anyone spiritual. It's not about fear, it's about wisdom. There are certain things you don't say in public. The things I choose not to say, I don't say it because of fear. I say it because of wisdom. There are consequences to the things. People take these videos and use it for stuff. I saw it. I saw one person use something. And even me, I was like, okay. I'm not going to put things out there that you'll not be using to, I don't say certain things. It has nothing to do with fear. Because you have to take responsibility for the things you're putting out. I'm reading books, yes, but there are certain things I will not read still. So forget about fear. Fear is not even an issue here. I'm responding to someone on TikTok, by the way. It's not fear. It's taking responsibility. We have to be very, very careful. But while we're being careful, we still have to share some things. There's the nonsense Igbo elders did in the 40s, 50s, 60s, those 3 decades, the nonsense they did. It's a terrible seed. In fact, what they did in that 1 year, in fact, in that 1 month of January of 1966, what they did in that 1 month alone is enough to condemn an entire people or Longbo. What Igbo leaders did in January of 1966 is enough to condemn the people, even though the people did not necessarily send them. But believe it or not, they did it for their people, not just for themselves. The things they did for their people. The idea of nationhood was strange to the Igbo man until Nigeria happened. What I'm saying right now is part of the speech that Antonio Nauro gave in 1968, and it's very true. There's no history of statecraft in Igbo land. There's no history of no kingdoms, no chiefs, no empire, nothing. And so the idea of a golden era never existed in Igbo history. So those of you that are insulting me, maybe I should even tell you your story a little. It's when you insult me that even make me even say these things so that you can hear it. You don't have any enviable history. And so the way to prove that you are something was Nigeria. Nigeria was the thing to use to prove that you could do it. Now, because you don't have that history, you didn't know how to move in a complex space. Because there's no complexity in the way you organize yourselves. And no matter what I'm even trying to explain that, listen, it's not your people's fault, though. It's not your people's fault. It's these people, but ego, FNORA. You still come and talk nonsense. But let me say what I was saying before we move on. The point is that they were at the point in their evolution. Every society evolves. There's no society that was perfect from heaven. Even Yoruba that I belong to, we're not perfect. But our evolution is definitely not comparable to many groups in Nigeria. Like where some people are in 2025, Yoruba people were there, and I'm not even joking. Let me find a good way to say it. There are some things we left before Christ was born that some people are still holding on to in 2025. Let me just say it that way. There are things that we evolved out of. I'm thinking about 2, 3, 4 things at the same time right now. That see, there's some things that we stopped doing about 1,000 years ago. There was the British that stopped people from doing it in Nigeria during colonization. And that's why I say when people say things like colonization is bad, it's bad. But the truth is that for some people in Nigeria, without colonization, they will still be jumping off trees. When Igbo people tell you that they found some people on trees and you say it's a lie, they are racist, you don't get it. You never reach some places. If you read some things, some people were literally jumping off trees. Besides some people, I'm not going to mention anybody, but by certain people, and those guys got promoted sharply on promoting one based on what they had done. And the person who was a victim of the activity is saying here that this appears strange. So let's go back to that. I'm still reading the letter that Victor Banjo wrote to Aguirre-Rossi on 1st of June 1966. Let me go back just a bit. So he said that he was keeping him in prison for his own protection. Then he says, I believe you. But then, as I pointed out before, the word conscience is less trusting. It will ask you to vindicate yourself. It will want to know how it is possible that one of your most senior officers, who was spending his time and energy loyally assisting you to restore order into the country, was treacherously arrested within 20 feet of you and falsely accused of trying to take your life, and all this was done without your knowledge or approval. Of course he knew about it. Are we joking? It will want to know how it happened that the main perpetrators of this crime were suddenly elevated after my arrest. The one, Lieutenant Colonel G.T. Kurubo, appointed commander of the Air Force and a Supreme Counselor, and the other, Major P.A. Anwuna, promoted substantive Lieutenant Colonel. The skeptic might unkindly be disposed to feel that they were being recompensed for some good deed. The world will want to know what has been done and what is being done to see that justice is done, irrespective of what happens to me. Number 7. My wife further tells me that some of my colleagues have been kind enough to call to congratulate her on the fact of my name having been cleared. I was not aware that my name was in need of being cleared. However, I am grateful for the efforts spared to clear it, of whatever it is that needs clearing, and I hope the privilege has been extended to all the senior army officers who had the honor of assisting you to preserve the country during the crisis. Number 8. I am glad to know that you and my colleagues are succeeding in restoring the nation onto an even keel, in spite of the great difficulties. I am proud of your efforts and of belonging to the service that is accepting so much responsibility. I am also proud to have contributed some small part to starting off the national military government. My greatest regret amongst others at this moment is that I am denied the opportunity of serving my country during one of its moments of great need in my lifetime, as a result of the efforts of a few unworthy officers. I hope that success continues to attend your efforts. History abounds of numerous examples of military coups, some of which have brought in their train hardship, loss of freedom, injustices, assassinations, bloodshed, and chaos as a result of the rapacity, jealousy, and unbridled ambition of a few army officers. Others have brought stability, prosperity, justice, and real freedoms as a result of the wisdom, dedication, honesty, and the discipline of its army officers. It is an inevitable law of nature that the former pattern always only succeeds in destroying itself eventually. After so many years of callous betrayal by its leaders, I believe that Nigeria deserves stability for a change. Yours very sincerely, Lieutenant Colonel V.A. Banjo. Copy to Brigadier B.A.O. Ogundipe, Officer of the Supreme Commander, State House, Lagos, Lieutenant Colonel D.A. Ejo. He copied all the governors, F.A. Fajuyi in Ibadan, Ejo in Benin, F.A. Fajuyi in Ibadan, Ojukwu in Enugu, Asan Katina in Kaduna, HQEME in Lagos, Yakubu Gowon in Lagos, and then his wife, Mrs. T.J. Banjo, 21B Cooper Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. There are many letters, by the way, but that's the first one I wanted us to read. One of the reasons, I'm doing this thing for many reasons, but one of the reasons also is because when we talk about Victor Banjo, especially from the Yoruba perspective, we go straight to the part that, he was a traitor. Or no, it says a Yoruba bot. You know, it was a Yoruba bot, man, no lie. But see that part of saying things like, was a cool wa fonja, but even a fonja gonna say won't tell over to shit that but on your naughty. But the way he's seen, sometimes the picture is not full enough. He's seen from what he did, not from the circumstances surrounding what he did or how he got there in the first place. So this whole detention thing happened because of Anjunwo Sewilejo Ijalara Otomboro, Ijalarani. And that was how he got in prison. So that's the first letter. I'll see if I can read any more, but I think I've already made the point that I was trying to make with the letter. Let's go back to the book by Nia Borishade. He was so damn naive. I agree. But I think his naivety is not even yet. We can't see his naivety yet. The naivety came after he joined Ojukwu. That's where you can really say he was naive. But in this particular part, he was betrayed. So that's what I'm trying to say. So it's like, you know how there are different sides to the story sometimes. So in this particular part of the story, it wasn't naivety, it was betrayal. Betrayal of Iransi, betrayal of the Igbo officers. They betrayed him. This man was sitting, that's why, and again, hindsight is 2020. You look back now and you just look at him, you're just laughing. Like, he wasn't convincing Iransi about anything. He was telling Iransi what Iransi already planned to do. Iransi knew he was going to get that power. The people was convincing probably with the outside people. He was one running around saying, you guys, it's our God now, you're having military, don't fight, something happened, but we'll get over it. It's one Nigeria. The person who did all of that was the one that was not arrested and detained for months. And it was said to be a coup plotter, said to be an assassinator, said to be dead. This part of the story is betrayal. And that's not where it ends. And every time he was betrayed, something terrible happened. So this first part was about how he was betrayed. Let's read a few more things from the book by Nia Borishade. One second. Let's open to page... Okay, let me just read from page 67. From this letter, the same one I read, so that letter is in those three books. It's in this book, Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. It's in A Break in the Silence by Adeton Ogunseye, and it's in A Gift of Sequence by Victor Banjo with Loruko Moya, Olayinka Omigbodu. All right. From this letter, we can deduce the personality of Banjo as a fearless soldier who paid attention to details and who could express himself without any ambiguity. He shifted the burden of proof on the head of state, Agui Ironsi. How could the head of state claim not to know why a senior officer who was instrumental to his becoming head of state would be kept in detention without his order or approval? Agui Ironsi further said to Banjo that the incarceration was to keep him safe. Let me tell you something. If Banjo was Igbo, nothing like if he were Igbo, he would not have been arrested. Did you hear of any Igbo person, senior officer, who was not part of the coup, who was arrested? Food for thought. A movie. At this point, we eventually get to that movie thing. But thank you for saying it. The thing about this story is that it's not like all this thing that we will just go and make a movie. You have to research and put things together, or else you will make it. It's better to not even make a movie of it than to scatter it. There's a lot of work. But yeah, thank God we did the work, and we are sharing the research with you. To a genuine analyst, Banjo's imprisonment was because of his popularity, partly fueled by the jealousy of his being a university degree holder, which no other senior officers had except Ojukwu. His radical ideas and inclinations were becoming increasingly a source of major concern to some disgruntled elements in the army. If Banjo had not been framed, he would have been occupying a greater position in the government of Iransi, and things would have been difficult for some, and Nigeria would have been plunged into another coup, and could have been able to avoid the gruesome civil war. Perhaps Banjo would have been able to crush the 29th July coup, and Iransi would not have been killed, for he had foreseen the danger ahead and had warned Iransi of it. But Iransi would not listen to the voice of reason. Okay. So we're going to move on from there. So there are three parts to this story. The first part is what we just dealt with. The next part is what happened during the war. His role in the Biafran civil war. 1 second. So I'm going to use this book as a primary source. Just stay with me. Before I proceed on the issue of the counter-coup, let me go back a little. It has been noted that Colonel Victor Banjo hailed from a great family and they were first in everything they did. That's true. He was the first electrical and mechanical engineer in the Nigerian army. His sister was the first female professor in Nigeria, and his daughter was the first female professor of psychiatry in Nigeria. Banjo remained in detention in the East, and Ojukwu had been appointed the military governor of the Eastern region. Banjo was in detention when the counter-coup of July 29, 1966 occurred, beginning from the Northern region and then moving to the Western region. The rumors of the counter-coup had been circulating. No, the counter-coup did not begin from the Northern region. It actually began in the Western region. Again, these are details. Sorry. In case my children pick up this book. It actually started, let me write it here, in Abeokuta, not the north. All right. The rumors of the counter-coup had been circulating even amongst the officers of the Nigerian army, to the extent that one officer from the north, Second Lieutenant Sonny Bello, and another officer from the east, Second Lieutenant Andrew Wakwo, made a pact to rescue each other, whoever struck first. Unfortunately, Ironsi did not take heed to the rumors as he had tried to placate the Northerners and made Colonel Yakubu Gowon chief of staff. The Northerners were not happy with Ironsi for not doing anything against the January 15 coup plotters other than locking them up in detention. In fairness to the Northerners, the Igbo were jubilating when the highly revered Northern Premier, Sir Ahmadu Bello, was assassinated. Let me say something. There's something you will notice in Nigeria's history. We can say that the people who did something did not do it because their people sent them. But we cannot say that the people did not celebrate when those people did what they did. When you look at the celebration, you would definitely conclude that it was Igbo. Even if you didn't know the other part, you must conclude it. If you add this to the other part, of course, there's no other option. That's the only truth. So, and by the way, what I just read now, that's one line. You know what? I think I should dwell on that for a bit. It's important to do it. It says here, in fairness to the Northerners, the Igbo were jubilating when the highly revered Northern Premier, Sir Ahmadu Bello, was assassinated. Is it true? Now, so that we're not just going to be talking over each other. Give me 1 second. I want to bring a book. I didn't bring it out because I didn't know I was going to need it, but at this point, be like, say, we're going to need them. So give me a moment. Mambo. Make things better than they were before you got there. Messed up. Now come and lock this door. All right. Thanks for staying tuned. I want to read. I rarely bring this book out, but I think it's important to read this book today. I mean, I read from it the other day, but this book is called Beckon to Serve. It's by Shehu Shagari. That book has plenty stuff. What page am I looking for? Give me 1 second, please. Let's find. No, it's Just a second, I'm trying to find the page just to explain that one line. And there's another book. I'm going to read from 2 books because we have to remind ourselves of these things. If people knew these things, perhaps this thing of being the victim and always, saying, "Oh, they did it to me," maybe we'll have less of it, less of that. Boni page yo number. This is where I like to mark books. I didn't mark this one. So the book again is called Beckon to Serve. It's by Shehu Shagari. But give me a second. I'm going to find the page and then we'll get deep into it. We're going to have a great time, by the way. Mumbo. Emma Sheberu Bara Eko Fomayo. Nítorí Jésù ga ọkọ̀. I found it. And I think at this point in time, I might as well mark it so that I don't have to go through this again. Botiwoke jina leto. Yóò mọ ọkọ̀ wa gúnlẹ̀, Jésù ní balógun ọkọ̀. All right. It says, again, the book again is called Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. So he says, Iransi's task was not helped by the behavior of Igbo residents in the north. Since his assuming power, many of them had been loudly proclaiming the regime to be theirs, and even making a virtue of the January coup killings. This attitude quickly spread from offices and public institutions to places like model terminals and markets. Some Igbo shopkeepers even took to displaying large-sized photographs which depicted Major Nzogu standing beside the body of the slain Sir Ahmadu Bello, the former Northern Premier. Igbo people would draw the attention of Northerners to the photographs and say of Nzogo, Shinemaganinko in Hausa means he is the one who can knock sense into you. Some Igbo also took to public playing of a gramophone record called Machine Gun, whose celebratory lyrics of the January killings were interspersed with the sound of gunshots. Such unwarranted provocations naturally exacerbated the unease between Northerners and the Igbo. The pulse of the Northern grassroots disquieted was reflected in the vernacular press of 28th March 1966. Gaskia Tafikwabo ran a trenchant editorial calling for the insolent behavior of the Igbo residing in the North to be curbed. What I am doing in 2025 is literally what Gaskia was doing in 1966, asking that the insolent behavior of the Igbos residing in the North to be curbed. Can you check books of Max Shelon and Adewale? Adewale's book is right here. I've read Max Shelon books as well. And Max Shelon, I talked about him yesterday. I mean, he's a good writer when he's not writing about Igbo people. As far as he's concerned, Igbo people are never wrong, and he's very wrong. I don't care. I hope he listens to this. He's a very, very... So, you can be biased towards your people. Maybe you're talking about their greatness, you know. But when it comes to facts of history, whatever Igbos did wrong, you always act like those things did not happen. So, no, I don't trust Max Shelon. I've read his book on... I mean, he has some good books. Let's make something clear. I'm not throwing shades. He has some very good books. He's a good writer. But when it comes to the Civil War, he's the last person I'm listening to. That's from Shehu Shagari. One more. Jésù ní balógun ọkọ̀, ẹ má ṣe jẹ́ ká fòyà. Olùgbà, but he's at better spot than Shehu Shagari to talk about the coup. What better spot? He's Igbo. His father fought in the war. What makes him better? What makes him better to talk about the coup than Shehu Shagari? And thank you very much, Prof. The man uses a pseudonym because he doesn't want you to know that he is Igbo. What makes him better? I've not seen a writer who would do so much work to discredit the special branch reports like Max Shelon. As far as I'm concerned, that's the most important document as far as the coup is concerned. If you're talking about Nigeria's coup, the most important document will be the special branch report. And one writer who tries to discredit that report is Max Shelon. How am I supposed to take him seriously? Let's not deceive ourselves, I beg. So we've listened to Niyabori Shade say it. You have heard Shehu Shagari say it. One more person. I'm going to read this book by Brigadier General Godwell Abisama. The book is called The Tragedy of Victory. It looks something like this. He's quoting... Why would he mention ABN and Zeribe? Prof, you want Max Shelon to mention ABN and Zeribe? That means he's a sabo. To the Easterner, any mention of anything wrong, see, any mention of anything wrong than other Easterner where their Lord and Savior, their Messiah did, means that you're a sabo. He will not risk it because they'll call him sabo. So ABN, at least he tried. It's one thing for him to mention it and lie. It's another thing to not even mention it at all. Error. It's not even error, it's lying by omission. God will bless him. He has some fantastic books. I mean, and I even learned some things from him. But I think that when it comes to that coup, go, he's not the person to read. Because he was just hiding. It's not really an Igbo coup because it's similar to what Bengbuli also. And by the way, it's a constant thing you see. It's a pattern you see in Igbo writers. They're always making up, trying to hide and make up for what the Igbos did and Igbos. And I'm like, everybody already knows what they did. Why are you hiding? It's like me telling you now that that Operation Wet did not happen in Badon. Okay, let me tell you what he did, by the way. Brilliant stuff, but it's a lie. What Max Yolon did was to say that the coup was precipitated by Operation Wet. It was a political crisis in Yoruba land in Southwest that caused the coup. It's a lie. The coup, the planning of that coup started in August of 65. Operation Wet happened in the last quarter of the year. How did you could call it a catalyst, but it's not the thing that precipitated the planning of the coup. You were planning the coup before Operation Wet. That's one. Number two, the idea of coups did not even start in 65. It started in 64. And what started in 64 was not because of what happened in Yoruba land. It was because of the crisis between Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa. You will not see any Igbo book mention anything like that. I think we have to really start writing. Thankfully, we're not making anything up. We'll quote all the other sources so people will get it. Like I said, Igbo writers need to begin to respect their readers. I think they don't respect us enough. Maybe they think it's only their book that people will read, because it's not fair. It doesn't even speak good of you. It doesn't speak well of you to just write as though your readers are stupid. I need to write. I'm working on something. Let's read Abubakar's reply. Abubakar was a lieutenant colonel who worked with Alabi Sama in the 3MCDO, that's the 3rd Marine Commando Division. And this thing I'm about to read now happened at Okpobo. I might as well read the full stuff. I want to read just what Abubakar says, but let me just read the full stuff. This happened at Okpobo in present River State, but it was Eastern region at the time. Or River State, it was River State already in 1968. But let me read this. So this happened in 1968 May. A man shouted from the crowd and was conspicuous from the way he limped. He asked if he could speak, and we all answered yes in unison. He asked, quote, "If you people are so nice, why did you kill so many of us?" By the way, the backstory is that these officers had gone to meet the chief of the town and the entire people of the town. They were addressing them. They were Nigerian soldiers, telling them that, listen, we love you guys, you are one Nigeria, and all those things. That's the background. So the guy says, if you people are so nice, why did you kill so many of us in the north? I lost my wife and 2 children, and I only managed to escape. I could not bury them, for I had to run away. But here you are talking about one Nigeria and looking after us. We have thought that you would arrive here and kill all of us, and that was what the Biafrans told us also. So why did you kill us in the north? For about a minute, I did not know what to say, as I was not part of those who killed in the north. I barely escaped being killed myself, and the man was crying. There was pin-drop silence. Then Abubakar asked if he could answer the man. I quickly agreed, because at that point, I could not think of a convincing and satisfactory answer to the man's question. Abubakar's reply was very brilliant. He said, quote, "I am sorry that the situation happened at all. It could have been avoided. Even the war itself could have been avoided. The first coup killed all our Hausa leaders and military officers. I am a Hausa man. We had no leaders and no one to trust. We had no one to talk to. We had no one to talk to us about what was going on in the country. Since we were leaderless, everyone was to himself. There was anarchy. To make matters worse, listen to this. To make matters worse, the Igbos were jubilating and dancing in the markets in Kaduna and Kano, brandishing cutlasses and holding guns. In Enugu, no. Owerri, no. Umaya, no. Abakaliki, no. In Kaduna, talk about being socially unaware, lacking cultural intelligence. That's the point. So there's no social intelligence, there's no cultural awareness. You're just moving mad. Let's continue. To make matters worse, the Igbos were jubilating and dancing in the markets in Kaduna and Kano, brandishing cutlasses and holding guns. Then General Rossi, another Igbo man, became the new leader. He did not come to the north to address the aggrieved people whose leaders were killed. In the absence of a leader, there was anarchy, and that was what caused whatever happened at the time. However, let all of us open a new page in the history of our country and move on for peace and prosperity without any more bloodshed. The point is that that trigger, that action that the Igbos, you will not hear anybody say it. And let me tell you why that is a problem. Because it happened in 66, it was swept under the carpet. It is happening again in 2025. And I can assure you of one thing. The same repercussions is what you are going to get. I only pray that never happens. Because the way these things are going, I just hope that doesn't get to that point. If people have been told that your parents did this, and that's what, because when they talk about the May riots in the north, people don't talk about all of these things. How is it happening in 2025? How is it happening? Okay. Go online. Go online. Some people are insulted. Ordinary winning Lagos state, just one state, the southwest, you couldn't hear anything. We don't take over. We own this place now. Where is the Oba of Lagos? I'm like, say what thing happen? Say you win state. Good afternoon. Please bring this book. Let me pick it. Thank you. Ẹkáàbọ. Thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Ẹkáàbọ. Blessed. We've taken over the place. It is our own. Where is the Oba of Lagos? We'll deal with him. Okay. The point is, history doesn't repeat itself. It's clowns who don't learn from history who repeat it. That's really the bad part of history. So there's a huge chance that people are going to experience some terrible thing very soon. When they shouted in after winning presidential election, everybody was shouting, "We own this place." By the gubernatorial elections, some people were beaten. That beating never reached. I can assure you. Let me not talk. So they beat them. They beat them. Why did they beat them? You see, if you are from an underdeveloped culture, you don't even understand how to show magnanimity in victory. You'll be taunting everyone. That taunting spirit is not today. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. This thing is showing activity. I have to hold on for a second to quickly handle it. 1 second though. Let me just drag the puzzle piece. Please power tap on TikTok. Umbo, it's not working, yo. There's a profile here on the mountain. Oh yeah, stop now. Okay. And nobody seems to be on the run. There is fire on the mountain. No one is running. The truth of the matter is that Ẹgbàtán náà lọ́jọ́ yẹn nǹkan tó fà ó pọ̀. Ẹgbàtán wá fi nà yálé wọn ó pọ̀ bàjẹ́ lórí àjà fáwọn ìyàwó. Whatever happened to some people's elders, because they never took responsibility, they never were accountable for anything. You say, oh, the North hates us. That's why they did this to us. Everybody hates us. Nothing like we did this. Therefore, the children cannot learn anything. They will repeat the exact same mistake because they did not evolve. Just come out and vote. Don't stay at home and wait for another person to fight with. So this is where you can work that you are going to come out to. Oh, man, Kokon. Where was I? Let's go back to where we stopped. Let's go back to the book by Niya Porishade. By the way, for those of us who are listening, you see why it's very funny to ask me for a list of books. Like, see how we're jumping. I had to stand up to pick a book that I wasn't even planning to read from. But my series from the book by Shehu Shagari, if need be. But just to tell you that, please stay with me. Just pick the names and then note them. I can't really listen to a whole video and be picking out the books I mentioned in that book. So please, even if I have a list before starting, man, change once we start. Thank you for understanding. Let's go back to the book now. So we're reading now Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. All right? This is by Nia Boshade. So it says here, the Northerners were not happy with Ironsi for not doing anything against the 15th January 1966 school plotters other than locking them up in detention. By the way, if you read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, if you read Anthony Nauro's speech, by the way, again, guys, I was looking for a document yesterday. I did not find it. Enough is enough. I found it this morning. Good news. Okay, thank you very much for the testimony. Praise God. So one of these days, I'm going to read it. A person or a group? No, explain. Explain. When you explain your question, Kendo, if you explain your question, I'll be able to understand. So a person or a group, like what does it mean? Put it in a sentence so I'll be able to answer. Right, thank you. Anyway, if you read the speech by Enauro, you will understand the things that happened around that time. One of the things that happened around that time was that Ironsi put people in prison. It didn't court-martial them. Then they were collecting allowances and salaries while in prison. On top of that, Northern officers were being threatened, and Yoruba also, that the work that they started in January 15, they're going to complete it. On top of that, he then looked around that he didn't find anybody to promote in the army. He promoted 18 of his people. By the way, I said it earlier, I just wanted to say it again. They now said, it will look like it's only Igbo, 18, it's only Igbo. Let's take 3 people who are Northerners and add them to it. In doing that, those 3 Northerners that he promoted were over 5 people who were Yoruba. What I'm just saying right now, where did I get it from? It's from Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega. I'm not going to go into that. It's also from Anthony Nauro's speech in 1968. Those two what I just said is from those 2 sources. 1 second. Before I proceed on the issue of the counter-coup, I should quickly give some background pictures of the relationship between Colonels Odumegwu Ojukwu and Victor Banjo. Victor Banjo was transferred to the East to continue his detention, having been arrested on a trump-up charge of posing immediate danger to the life of the new head of state by carrying and bringing a service pistol to a meeting with the head of state on 17th January 1966. By the way, what year was Enauro's speech? 1968. It was 12th August 1968 at Addis Ababa. Back to what I was saying. You see, this whole arrest of Banjo, don't forget the date though. Dates are important. It was on 17th. When did the coup happen? 15th. When did the Ironsi become head of state? 16th. When did they arrest Banjo? 17th. More clear the ground before we even start this party. That's what happened. But stay with me. Let's go back to the book. So he was arrested on the trump-up charge of posing immediate danger to the life of the new head of state by carrying and bringing a service pistol to a meeting with the head of state on 17th January 1966. He was there when the war broke out in 1967, and Colonel Ojukwu released him. They had been friends in the military since their career started in the 1950s. By the way, those 2 were the most senior officers in the Nigerian army who were university graduates, Ojukwu and Banjo. Let's continue. He was there when the war broke out in 1967 and Colonel Ojukwu released him. They had been friends in the military since their career started in the 1950s. Ojukwu joined the army in 1957 and he was the first university graduate to join the army. He was a graduate of history at Oxford University. Up until 1960, there were about 5 graduates in the Nigerian army, and Major Adewale Ademoyega was the last graduate to be commissioned in 1961. The university graduates in the army as of 1961 were Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu, Colonel Victor Banjo. Those were the only 2 colonels. Any other person would be, they were not senior. Major Olufemi Olutoye, Major Emmanuel Ifajuna, went to UI by the way, and Major Adewale Ademoyega. Banjo had tried to persuade Ojukwu not to secede, but to take the fight to the Fulani oligarchy and knock sense into the head of state, General Yakubu Gowon in Lagos. It was on record that Ojukwu was one of the officers who rendered the 15th January 1966, sorry, they made a mistake here. By the way, this writer herself is too gracious. Immobile in the north, who rendered the January 15, 1966 coup immobile in the north. Major Cardinal Zogu contacted Ojukwu after the operation in Kaduna that Sardauna had been slain during the exercise Damisa. 1 second, please. It's going to explain what happened on the 15th. Let's just continue. Major Cardinal Zogu contacted Ojukwu after the operation in Kaduna that Sardauna had been slain during the exercise Damisa, a military code that Zogu used to train and prepare for the coup, without the officer's knowledge. Damisa is the Hausa language, which means leopard in English language, or Amotekun in Yoruba language. Leopard is known for its strength and ability to spring surprises against its prey. Perhaps this was what inspired the 5 governors of the Southwest to name the security outfit Amotekun. This is why I don't want to read some of these things in the book. The guy was just making up his own stuff, saying perhaps. Oh, sorry, I don't bend. We're not going to bend in Jesus' name. All right. Let's just jump to the things that matter. Many of the soldiers who took part, by the way, Ojukwu knew about the coup before it happened, though. Ojukwu knew about the 1966 coup. I've said it before. The first documented coup that I have read about in Nigeria's history was in 1964. Who planned it? Ojukwu. I had some time to talk about it. I know we have more people here now, but I already explained it earlier. The first coup was planned by Ojukwu. You'll find that in the book by David Ejo. It's called Reminiscences. This second one that was planned in 65, Ojukwu knew about it. How do I know? Let me read something. I'll come back to this book in a bit. Today, bang 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 bang. Today, I just saw something on this in this book by Adewale Ademoyiga about Ojukwu. I'm sure his family will love him, sir. The man did not try at all. 1 second. By the way, this morning while I was trying to find that stuff that I didn't find on live session yesterday, mythical stuff, I now saw some people having conversations on social media. No, not social media, on some, like a forum, insulting the guy, calling him a sabo. Me, I was not like, wait though. Be like everybody who do something for East, who can't work with any other person from other region, they must call them sabo. Like, you have to agree with all the terrible things where they say people they do before you are seen as a good person. I'm coming out. I want to look for that thing on Ojukwu. So stay with me for a second, for a moment. I should stop saying that second thing. God. Stay with me. You are all I need. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Nze, I thought they're not going to release you from the asylum until like 6:30. How come they release you so early? One second, I'm almost there. I think I've seen something close. And yes, I am. I'm here. So I want to read from Adewale Ademoyiga's book. Something about Ojukwu and his the way he acted towards the war. So he says here, Later on the 16th, that was 16th January 1966, when it was becoming obvious that Ojukwu was not faithful to the revolution, Nzogu requested, let me not start from there. Let's go back a little. Let's go back just a little. All right. Major Madiebo sought Nzogu's attention and impressed it on him that the revolutionary battle was very unnecessary. He argued that Ironsi had accepted the coup as a fait accompli. It was all that Nzogu could wish for. He insisted that Nzogu would be demonstrating an unbridled lust for power if he launched his proposed attack. Actually, at this point, Nzogu was trying to attack Lagos because, of course, he didn't hear from his other guys and he had already conquered. He did well in the north, by the way. Nzogu did very well. And again, Nzogu was a revolutionary, but he was a very naive young man thinking of changing the world using that plan. But the other guys, plus Ironsi, those ones really were coup plotters, plus Ironsi. Let's continue. He advised Nzogu to cancel his plans and surrender to Ironsi, who would gladly carry out Nzogu's revolutionary plans. But it was an act of deceit. Madiebo was being mischievous. He did not reveal to Nzogu that he was in constant contact with Ironsi and Gowon, who had both instructed him to destroy Nzogu's revolution. He pretended to be talking in earnest to Nzogu and posed to be a friend of the revolution. By this, Madiebo showed himself as an enemy of revolutionary Nigeria. This was the reason why an officer of Madiebo's caliber did not reach the peak of his career and output except in the tribal and reactionary war of Ojukwu in Biafra. Madiebo acted as an instrument for Ojukwu and helped the latter to prolong the dreadful and wasteful war, which did nothing but destroy the cream of the Igbo race. By the way, one of these days, I'm going to do a reading of Madiebo's book, The Nigerian Revolution. The book arrived on Monday. So one of these days, we're going to have a session on that book. Of course, and we're going to use other books to judge it. All right. It says, let's now move away from that. Later on the 16th, when it was becoming obvious that Ojukwu was not faithful to the revolution, Nzogu requested Madiebo to go to Kano, both to collect money for the troops and to speak to Ojukwu. Madiebo tactfully turned down the request and suggested that a junior officer should be sent. Nzogu agreed and sent Captain Ude. The latter was promptly arrested by Ojukwu. Nzogu's natural reaction was to send a crack force under the command of Major Timo Wotegu to knock some sense into the head of Ojukwu in Kano. This force was ready by the first light of 17th. It was well armed. I'm just going to jump straight, but again, Madiebo said they should not go. If the Kano expert had gone forth, it should have been successful. It would have dealt a blow to the bigotry of Ojukwu and revisionists of his ilk who have learned their lesson. It would have dealt a blow to the bigotry of Ojukwu and revisionists of his ilk would have learned their lesson. More than that, it would have boosted the morale of the corps. It would have boosted the morale of the corps of budding revolutionaries under the leadership of Nzogu. Their aspirations contrasted with those of the reactionaries who are materialistic, tribalistic, and jingoistic. That's bad enough, but that's not what I'm looking for. He described what Ojukwu did to them and made me feel bad for them. I was trying to establish that Ojukwu knew about the coup. What I read now just tells us what Ojukwu did, but not what he knew. So I've not proved that point. Sorry. It can be difficult with hard copies. You can't search for anything. You have to be looking for the page. But I promise I'm going to find it. Has anybody read this? I found it. Oh, God is good. Why would you say Ironsi was a coup plotter? Because he was. Please, read this book. Read this book. They read this book. Then there's another book, it's not here. I'll tell you the title, you can read it. It's called A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary Ojukwu. Read those 3 books. There are more, but just read those 3. When you are done, come and tell me that Ronsi was not a coup plotter. I saw I'm not even telling you anything. Again, this book is called Go On, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman by J. Isawa Elaigu. Read this one. Read this one. Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. It tells you the details of how Iransi took power from them. Then read A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary Ojukwu. But you know all these people are biased to Ojukwu? No. Is this one also biased to Ojukwu? This one fought for Ojukwu, by the way, before Ojukwu imprisoned him. Adewale Ademoyiga, he fought in the Liberation Army, 101st Brigade of the Biafran Army. Let me read to you what he has to say about your great Ojukwu. Ojukwu, Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu, say Ojukwu was both crafty and selfish, and would neither give nor withhold his loyalty. He was running with the hare and chasing with the hounds. He was an opportunist who put himself above the safety of the nation. When at first Nzogu contacted him on the telephone, he was fully in agreement with the revolution. Soon after that, he was in touch with Iransi, to whom he pledged his loyalty. After that, he was playing hide and seek with Nzogu, mainly biding his time. Let me tell you one of the reasons I bought this book. In fact, I have 2 copies of this book. There are some books that I prefer to buy 2, just in case my children wake up one day and take one. See, I bought this book primarily because it's the major book Igbos used to taunt my life. What do I do for a living? I read and I share knowledge. That's what I do for a living. I read and I share knowledge. Apart from making movies and staging productions, in case you want to act, you have to prove that you can. But this is taking my time these days, and I kind of like it because it's helping a lot of people. Igbos use this book to taunt my life. Before you say anything, you hear, have you read Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga? Have you read that book? I was like, no way gone. Sorry, again, I apologize to everybody in the comment section. Mad people come here from time to time. One is right there in the comment section that's barking like a dog. I'm just going to have to mute him so that sensible people will be able to hear what I have to say. His name starts with an S. It finishes with a K. The S means stupid. The K means, let me not say it. Read the old book. I read the old damn book, Kenneth Nwadike. You have not. This is what your people do. I've read, see, if you see, Osini Dog Ears, I read the book. It's marked. You want to see how marked the whole thing is? Igbos taunted my life with this book. Oh, if you read Ademoyiga, he said this. He said he was going to make Awolowo the president. He's not there. It's not there. He said they read, they don't understand. They don't read. They only mention this book not because they read. They mention it for 2 reasons. Let me see what you even wrote. Most parochial and shallow-minded education, not travel, never transforms you, ever obtuse and crude. Are you talking to your parents? You're describing your dad. Where was I? I said they almost finished me until I read the book. The only reason they quote this book is because, if I said 2 reasons, Abi, let's stay with one. The only reason is, if there are 2 reasons, let me not lie. There are 2 reasons. Number 1, they heard that somebody was part of the coup. The second reason is that that person is Yoruba. So they know that a Yoruba person was part of the coup. That's the first thing they know. The second thing they know is that that Yoruba person wrote a book. That is all. They have never read it. And they don't read it. They just throw the name out like, once you speak, you say, I think when God wrote something, you not be like, he's a Yoruba man, no. You not be like, oh, yeah. Only for you to read the book and discover that everything they said is said, he didn't say. Is exactly what they did with Johnny in Service by IBB. Until you read that book, it's a lie that they're just lying on social media. The person telling you, go and read IBB's book, he has not read the first page, let alone the book itself. As a matter of fact, he doesn't know what the book looks like. So guess what? It's not a good thing. It wasn't a recommendation. Stop being those. Okay, let's be respecting ourselves, though. They did not recommend the book. They used the book as a weapon. If you read this book, he said Awolowo is president. He said this, and then I read it. Guess what I found? I found that the only thing that this man said about Awo, as far as the coup was concerned, was that they were going to release him from prison. But guess what? A couple of days before they planned that coup, the person that was supposed to do the work in Enugu suddenly traveled to India. Then, the day that they were supposed to have the coup, the person that was supposed to drive to Enugu, his car developed a fault. It's in this book. The car suddenly developed a fault, so they couldn't drive to Enugu. That's another funny thing. Only for me to now go and read the special branch report of April 1966 and discover that, contrary to what he thought, the original planners had no arrangement for Benin, Enugu, or Calabar. He thought there's going to be a helicopter that will go to Enugu. He even had a name for the officer that would do the work. He was just in his own bubble. This man and Uzogu, they're in the same class. You know how revolutionaries, idealists, how they think? We're going to change the world. If I go there and I see that person, we put like this, we will win. We just do like this. Meanwhile, they were not even the original planners of the coup. They were not tag-alongs. They became part of the planners, but they were not the original guys. The original planners of the coup knew exactly what they were doing. And again, I don't know if I put this in the Telegram channel. By the way, let me announce the Telegram channel. Please join Radio Me on Telegram, Radio Me Global. And if you want to get some of the books, you can get them on Radio Me Books. I'm going to put it on YouTube, and I'll pin it. And I'll also quickly type it here on board. The reason I'm saying that is because I think one of those documents is in Radio Me Global in the library. I think one of them is there. The account. Oh, okay, sir. I'll put up the account later. But thank you so much for reminding me. Eshe. You want to join? No, it's not hard now. Once you go on Telegram, you can copy this link and paste it in your browser. Click on it to take you there. You join it's not difficult. Where was I? What he wrote in this book, again, buy the book. But, like I always say, read as much as you can about the topic, right? Like, I got about, let me not tell you the number of books. I got a number of books in the last, even this morning, I was at 2 bookshops this morning. Saturday, I was at 3 bookshops. Monday, some online bookshop came to deliver some books. I'm just saying that you have to study it from different perspectives, readable books, read every book. But what I don't like is a group of people who are ignorant. I'm not missing words, very ignorant, who the only thing they know is that they don't even know what this book looked like. You just know that it was written by a Yoruba man, and that Yoruba man was one of the coup plotters. Therefore, they will now put every nonsense they are imagining. They will now project those things as being contents of this book. You as a Yoruba man, you just be like, yeah. But now lie then they lie. By the way, I still have a lot to read, but I've read enough to understand the fact that there's a pattern with the lies. Every single Igbo book I've read Ilogbolam, I've read Bule, I've read Achebe, I've read Forsyth, who is essentially Igbo, because he wrote for Biafra. He said he was on Biafran side. He said it in his book, Outlier, his memoir. I've read, I got this book, which the one by Ojukwu, because I'm involved, Ojukwu. I've read, now I'm going to read Madiebo, and the same thing. Max, you learn this. They will just hide the part where they're supposed to be responsible for something. They just jump to, you did it, you did it, you did it, let me blame them. Let us all wake up and live in a life of happiness. It is well. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Yes. Hello, ATM. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Half of a yellow sunbow, that's fictional now. That one is fictional. Half of a yellow sun is fictional. But that's true, Sha. If we read that half of a yellow sun, it's still the same idea. It's always, they did this to me, they did this to me. And it's tiring. But sincerely, if you really know my heart, you know that all these things, the people I feel bad for the most are young Igbo people, the young ones. Because they didn't sign, they didn't ask to be born into this kind of just lying. And because it produces inferiority complex. Oh, so what type of legacy are you leaving to be remembered as anti-Igbo Biafra merchant? You are anti-Igbo, by the way. Let me even pause. We're going to go back to the book, but let me pause and say this. Law, like, you are anti-Igbo. I am more pro-Igbo than you, and I'm not even Igbo. What I do primarily for Yoruba people. That's the truth. I'm a Yoruba. In fact, from my cap, you can tell I'm Yoruba through and through. No apologies. But in the spirit of, well, in the same country, I'm helping you and your destiny. I'm helping your children and unborn generation. If your kids watch my video and they don't listen to your retarded nonsense, they'll be better. They'll understand that they are humans, they are Nigerians, they are citizens, they can speak as Nigerians. They are not victims. They are human enough, but they are not better than anybody. They are human enough, just like every other person, but they are not better than anybody. Anything against what I just said right now is actually anti-Igbo. That thing that makes you feel you're more special than any other person is the thing that will kill you. It has killed people in your place before. It will still kill more people. Because it puts on you this unnecessary thing that makes you feel like you want to dominate. Because this statement I'm saying is not new. Your political leaders in the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s, they were espousing these ideas. The crazy part is that you young people now are believing it. It got them in trouble. You think it do not get you in trouble? And you think I am anti-Igbo. I am pro-Igbo. I've said it several times. Igbos need more Ukwabi Asikas. I'm telling your people about Ukwabi Asika, not because you are going to do me any favor, but because maybe, just maybe, if young Igbo people have Ukwabi Asikas to look up to, then you stop producing Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. The reason you have a lot of Simon Ekpas and Nnamdi Kanu, and you have more of them, is because your hero is Ojukwu. Everybody wants to be like their heroes. For instance, my hero in Nigerian politics is Obafemi Awolowo. It goes without saying, naturally, I'm going to pick some things from him. If your hero is Ojukwu, you are going to be like him. If your hero is Ukwabi Asika, who by the way, Ojukwu people call a Sabo. But if Ukwabi Asika is your hero, I'm not saying he's a perfect man, of course, nobody is perfect. But if Ukwabi Asika is your hero, at least you will see the sense in reconciliation and healing. Yoruba ideology is not helpful to me that. Trust me, it's the best thing since sliced bread. I've spent enough time answering you. Let's go back to the topic. By the way, were you the one that was asking me about Ojukwu's parentage yesterday? Somebody asked me. I respectfully, I answered it in a way, but I thought about it when I left yesterday. Like, I should have actually answered well, but I don't want to answer it until somebody asks me that question. I answer. This time I'm going to give you pictures because I was like, yesterday I was like, why did I even tell them all these details? So hopefully you know what this is about. But to be honest, this has nothing to do with hate for Igbos. There is no basis for hatred. There is no reason for it, whether from me or from you. There's no reason to hate anybody. It's a waste of energy. And there's nothing you have that will make me hate you to even start with. I'm helping you. But guess what? You're not my primary audience. My primary audience are Yoruba people. And they need to be empowered so that as you are teaching your children lies, we will be able to teach our children truth, and you will not be able to blackmail our kids like you blackmailed us. Fair deal? Mumbo. All right. Where were we? Yeah, well, Ojukwu. Let me read that part before we go on. I hope I marked it this time because it will not be fun if I have to start looking for it again. Okay, thank God. I'm going to read and then we'll go back to what we're reading. So let's start with where we stopped. He says here, Ojukwu had a... By the way, let me first tell you what I'm reading. I'm reading this book. It's by Nia Borishade. It's called Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. He says, Ojukwu had a selfish idea. Let me just start from here. Many of the soldiers who took part under Nzogu were informed of the coup on the D-Day in the early hours of 15 January 1966. Nzogu had unqualified success in the north. Excuse me. Nzogu had unqualified success in the north and was prepared to launch an attack into the south, having learned that the coup had failed in the west and the east. Let me first say something, because more not just a read. The coup did not fail in the west. The coup did not fail in the east. It actually succeeded. You know, sometimes we think something is broken. It was designed to be that way. The east, nothing happened in the east because, again, the special branch report says nothing was planned for the east. All those dramas you see in Frederick Forsyth's book, Biafran Story, is exactly what it is, a drama. Nothing happened in the east because nothing was planned for the east. For the west, what was planned for the west, they did it. What were they trying to do? They were trying to unalive the premier of the west, the prime minister in Lagos, the finance minister who was in Lagos, and also all the northern officers who were senior officers in the army were in Lagos. The ones they killed were in Lagos. They killed all of them. 4 of them. All 4 were killed in Lagos. And after that, Ifajuna entered cab with Okafor and drove straight to Enugu by 2:15 p.m. on 15 January, Saturday, 15 January 1966. Both of them were in Enugu. I've said it several times. This man who wrote this book, I'm reading 2 books now, Ademoyega, he was still in Ijebu at 4:30. Ifajuna and Okafor were two of the original planners of the coup. There were 3. The 3rd person was OG. If those people made their way to Enugu at 2:15 p.m., they were in Enugu at 2:15 p.m. on that same day, having killed all those people, and you think that coup failed? Iransi did not stop any coup. I've said it several times. If you don't believe me, please just read Gowon, read Ojukwu, read Shagari. By the time you finish those 3 books, you will get it. He didn't stop any coup. He was part of it. He was, I call it plug and play. The coup started at 3 a.m. The plan was 2 a.m. according to Ademoyega, but maybe it was the transportation or whatever. It shall start between 2 and 3 a.m. 3 a.m., right? Gowon, Ojukwu, Iransi were there at 5. Ejo joined them later at 5 a.m. Iransi told the guys, listen, you're going to need another 2 hours before we launch an attack. In other words, something happened 3 a.m. We are meeting at 5 a.m. Iransi says we're going to attack at 7 a.m. It was Gowon who said, I give you guys 15 minutes. My question to you is this. Why would Iransi want to give them 2 extra hours? I mean, apart from the fact that he told Gowon something the night of the 14th, and he told Gowon and Njoku something around 5 a.m. on 15th. What did he say to them? You buy my book that's coming soon. I'm just joking. But I mean, I've shared it here before. You find it in the book by Larry Njoku, where he told them, but they said that he knew about it. So all this, anyway, let's go back to the book now. So he says, Nzogu had unqualified success in the north and he was prepared to launch an attack into the south, having learned that the coup had failed in the west and the east. Only revolutionaries' coup failed. Like I said again, there were at least 2 coups that happened that day, but I said 3 on that same day. Nothing less than 2. There was a revolutionary coup, and then there was an Igbo coup. Actually, the Igbo coup used revolutionary coup as a cover. But in reality, it was an Igbo coup. And how do we know? Because of what happened on the 15th, on the 16th, and on the 17th of January. And if you don't know what happened those 3 things, let's study together, let's learn together. Don't write in the comment section that, oh, he's not getting let's first learn it together. Once we are done learning it, if you like, don't believe. If you like, counter me, then you now bring your own resources. That's how to have this conversation. So if people are trying to come up, you're going to come up in a bit. Let me just finish all this thing we're trying to do. Tomorrow we're going to go into how they were executed. And there's a book by Nelson. The book is called The Trial of... Hey, how are you, brother? The book is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. We'll read that tomorrow. You see how Ojukwu tried these people. You also see it in Ademoyega's book and in Aburishade's book. We'll get into all of those things tomorrow. But let's finish for today first. We're almost done. And I'll bring you up. Okay? Please stay with me for those who want to speak. Ojukwu was in touch with Ironsi and frustrated Nzogu in the north. Ojukwu was running with the hares and at the same time hunting with the hounds. Had it been that Ojukwu assisted Nzogu in consolidating his success in the north, Ironsi would not have taken over as head of state. He says, had it been that Ojukwu assisted Nzogu in consolidating his success in the north, Ironsi would not have taken over as head of state, and perhaps the January 1966 counter-coup, the July 1966 counter-coup would not have happened, and there would not have been a civil war. By the way, this guy also needs to read some of the books I'm talking about, because the kind of thing he's talking about, there's no plan for a diarchy. Let's move on. But Ojukwu had his selfish idea, and he found a willing tool in another reactionary officer, Brigadier Alexander Madiebo, who was with Nzogu in Kaduna to persuade Nzogu to surrender to Ironsi under the doctrine of esprit de corps. Thus, Nzogu halted his planned revolutionary march to the south and agreed to surrender to the Supreme Commander Agu Ironsi. Nzogu's good friend, Colonel Wanwo, who, by the way, betrayed the Nigerian army in the Midwest, we'll talk about him some other time, was also brought in to persuade him to cede power to Agu Ironsi. Nzogu was assured of his safety and that of his officers. Nzogu was being deceived. We are spending too much time on this Nzogu, that's not today's topic. But since we are reading the book, to give us context, in case you were not here when we were discussing this other things, let's just stay here. So he says, let's stop here for now. We'll come back to this in a minute. Let's read the same thing from this book by Ademoyega. That's the one they used to taunt me. May God forgive those Igbo boys. Have you read Ademoyega? Until I went to read the book. It's only God that can forgive you guys for taunting me with propaganda. So this is what he has to say. Ojukwu was both crafty and selfish, and would neither give nor withhold his loyalty. He was running with the hare and chasing with the hounds. He was an opportunist who put himself above the safety of the nation. When at first Nzogu contacted him on the telephone, I got into this because I was saying that Ojukwu also knew about everything before it happened. When at first Nzogu contacted him on the telephone, he was fully in agreement with the revolution. Soon after that, he was in touch with Ironsi, to whom he pledged his loyalty. After that, he was playing hide and seek with Nzogu, mainly biding his time. And the way they played that hide and seek, we read it earlier from what Madebo was doing. Madebo's book, like I said, we're going to read this one of these days, just to understand some of these things. So Madebo and Ojukwu eventually were able to get, what's his name? Nzogu to surrender. Who was in prison at the time? Kenneth, who was in prison? Oh, Kenneth also believes this nonsense. Like I said, the only person who ever says this thing, the only people that say it are from the East, they're Igbo. But the person who actually championed it was Ojukwu. No, I've seen it. I've seen what you're responding to, and I am ashamed on your behalf. You really think that Ojukwu released Papa from prison because he said so? Abba. I mean, I don't agree with everything you say. I mean, most of what you are saying in the comments, I don't agree, but this one I have to speak up. Like, how? Checking. Do you not fact check if you're like a messiah? Like, if you say something, do you not fact check? Do you just take it hook, line, and sinker because Ojukwu said it? He gave me an interview source from Yemi Farombi. Why should I take interview source from Yemi Farombi when I actually have the federal government source, the Gazette from the federal government? Meanwhile, I've watched Yemi Farombi. That interview, I don't even know that he gave me an interview source. I've never seen any source that he gave me. I don't know where we met, but I've listened to, me, I'm quoting Ojukwu to you. It's from prison, 12th August 1966. Ojukwu started throwing his tantrums and saying he was something. May 30th, 1967. Papa was released August 12. Which kind of source be this one? Guys, there's a federal gazette that details what was, how he was released. To make him even interesting, on that very same day, Gowon received him at the airport, and there's video evidence. It's in one of the videos I put on YouTube. There's video evidence of Gowon receiving Papa and talking to him. To make matters even more interesting, there are documentation. In fact, read this book. Ah, Jesus, my show. Read this book by John de St. John. It's called The Nigerian Civil War. I can't tell you the page right now because, interestingly, it's actually here, but I don't want to open another book. The Nigerian Civil War. It will tell you about how one of the major things that Gowon did that changed things for him was the release. You know what, guys? I know that's not today's topic, but I think this is going to help. Page Guinea, I think it's 60. I'm not sure. How can we be adults and we are still believing something because Ojukwu said it? And I don't care that the person who said it to you, they are telling me to go and look for his Yoruba. I don't bloody care. Yoruba can be lying. Ethnicity does not confer honesty. You only mention the name Yemi Farombi because you think that I'm going to say yes because it's Yoruba, just like you guys do with Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega. Are you dealing with a child here? Come on. That is Yoruba doesn't change anything. Say it's Yoruba, therefore he's right. Say what's happen. I'm a Yoruba to take body. Let me see if I can find. If I find that thing fast, I'll read it to you. If I don't find it, Ojomi Ojore. You know what they call Ojomi Ojore, Kenneth? And that's the funny thing. You guys never have any book to support anything. It's only, what is that thing? Oh, guys, I'm coming. I'll find it in a bit. This one is not talking about what Iransi did wrong. I don't want to talk about that now. All right. Let me read something to you. This is from page 80. Go on. So it says, it was one of the many tragedies of the Iransi government that the decision to release this man had been taken before he was killed, but not implemented. Gowon thus received the credit and finessed it with a gesture of going out to the airport to meet Awolowo and greeting him. By the way, I've not seen any source that he decided anything, but I have sources from Awo writing letters to Iransi. You'll find that in a book called My March Through Prison, Adventures in Power, Volume 1 by Obafemi Awolowo. He was asking for release. It's not today's topic, but Iransi did not grant him. He says, Gowon received the credit and finessed it with a gesture of going out to the airport to meet Awolowo and greeting him humbly with the words, quote, "We need you for the wealth of your experience," end quote. A new and free-ranging debate began on the country's future, with the politicians much more prominent than they had been in the post-January coup period. To make matters very, very interesting, like I said, this book says it, other books say it, every sensible writer will say the same thing, apart from clowns that Gowon released him. There's a federal government gazette of 12th of August 66. I have it here. It's in one of the videos I put out. There's a video evidence of Gowon receiving Papa. I put it in that video as well. If I remember the title of the video, I'll let you know. But it's on my, it's in the YouTube channel. Something about how Gowon released Papa or something like that. But all this thing of Ojukwu could not. Ojukwu was a governor, and he did not even declare Biafra until May 30, 1967. Papa was released August 12, 1966. How many months? And that statement you made, when you said Gowon never controlled the East, that particular phrase that you just used came out of Ojukwu's own interview in Boston in 2001. You will find it in the Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Femom. So, Oga, no, they do that. No, they don't do that. Don't do that. It's not right. You shall see it's one of the videos. I can't remember the title now, but you see it there. It's not good to lie. All liars shall have their parts in the lake of fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. All right, let's go back to where we were. By the way, the book I read is called The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. This same thing, you find it in the Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kirk Green. And by the way, I'm trying not to even mention in Yoruba before you say it's Yoruba. Where were we? We're talking about Ojukwu's selfishness. Okay. How did this evening's all go? Let's go back to the topic of today. I'm reading a book, so sometimes they try to build it to that point. That's what I'm trying to see where to jump to because of time. We already discussed what happened in the coup. And then we talked about what the Igbos did in the north. And then we talked about, some days ago, not today, Decree 34 of May 24, 1966. And how there was no part of Nigeria which Gowon did not control the Declaration of Biafra. Don't mind them, Jerry. The promulgation of Decree 34 on May 24, 1966 was a straw that broke the camel's back. People started, fomenting trouble. And I think I said this yesterday, that it was that event that led to the meeting in Lagos that Neil Graham Douglas spoke about in his book, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. And what he said was that by the time Gowon returned, he told them straight up that he was going to create his own region, his own country. He said this was on or before June 7, 1966. All right. While all this was going on, of course, let me just go there. They also used a decree promulgated by Iransi known as Decree number 34 of 24th May 1966 as an excuse to foment trouble, saying it was about over-centralization of the government by the said decree that they were protesting against, but it was only the Easterners that they were killing. General Iransi was, by the way, this guy is actually very, what's the word? He's Yoruba, but he's also very lenient with the Igbos. And I think he was wrong, by the way, clearly. You know, all this, you know, there's no need to be lenient in this history. People are not learning anything. Do we not talk about what Ibadan did, what Oyo did to Abeokuta, what Ekiti people and Ibadan did? Like, we say everything. All this kind of peroso. No, it's not Yoruba, but it's actually a very stand-up guy. But it's just this peroso. Like, you can say the truth respectfully, not be acting like, oh, they did not do anything, but they are claiming that they are them. Why would they not beat the hell out of them, considering what they did to them? I'm not talking about what the soldiers or the officers did. I'm talking about what regular citizens did in Hausa land. If you have the chance, you will beat them. Let's even stop this joke. The people that beat them have no... I don't blame them. Thank you, Kubo. You can't blame them now because you... Thank you, Dips. Just pandering. No, Oga, you messed up. Don't do that again. Not like... You don't really mess up. Those people are just trying to do something to you because they don't like you. No, you messed up. But that doesn't mean that you are now cursed or that you cannot fix it. Of course, it's not. This is another thing. I think people don't understand the fact that there's a place for redemption. But you see, redemption is predicated upon your recognition of your errors. I messed up. I am sorry. Then we move on. But this thing of, oh, you didn't do anything wrong, that's why people keep making the same mistakes, generation in, generation out. There's no redemption because there's no recognition of errors, and so there's no development, there's no growth. What is Igbos? Igbo is Igbo. Oh, okay, maybe you're talking to the person in the comment section. Yeah. But to be honest, I also spell Igbo as IBO. I pronounce it as Igbo, but I spell it IBO. And it's my way of protesting the takeover of Ijebu-Igbo and Igbomina that your people are doing. You know what? If anybody, please, if you can remind me, once I'm done, please remind me of an article that was written when they changed that name to when they changed the spelling and what a visitor said about it in connection with Ijebu-Igbo. This was in the, I think it was in the 60s or 70s thereabout. If anybody reminds me, I will read something like that. So I want to go back to, I remember what that white man said. You know, white men they have sense too. So it's not like he's white, he doesn't have sense, they have sense. There are senseless people in every region, but there are also sensible people there. So this man was very sensible, and he said, this Igbo thing that they are changing the spelling is going to cause trouble with Ijebu-Igbo. He mentioned it. So yes, it's spelled IBO, but it's pronounced Igbo. By the way, there's no Igbo. It's Igbo. But it's not Igbo. That one is not good. Where were we? General Iransi was taken by surprise by this riot and started touring all the regions to explain the usefulness and benefits of Decree number 34. He started from the north, and he later had an assurance from the Sultan of Sokoto that the situation was under control and there would be no further killings. Iransi would have been killed in the north, but the mature northern officers did not want to shed his blood in the north, so they prevented his killing during the visit and postponed it to another day. I'm going to jump all these details because we're discussing Victor Banjo, so I'm trying to get to him. That's why I'm rushing. It's not because there's anything I can't read here. So essentially, he's talking about how Majebo got involved, what he said in his book, Nigerian Revolution and Biafra War, which we are going to discuss much later. Mambo. We already had a session on this thing. What Danjuma said about the event of July 29, 1966. We talked about that already. It's going to just move very fast. Let me read something to you from here first. I remember mentioning something about decree number 8 yesterday. Let me just repeat something about that here. There was an Aburi meeting in Ghana where there was an attempt to resolve the issue. Ojukwu was the star of the meeting and clearly showed that he represented the aggrieved parties. He got all concessions, including an agreement for a confederacy as the preferred form of government to replace the mismanaged federal system. However, when Gowon returned to Nigeria and showed the fine details of the Aburi Accord or agreement to the bureaucrats and some British officials, it was then realized that the government had virtually dismembered the nation and that it was not implementable at the time. He was advised against it and therefore decided not to promulgate Decree number 8, which Ojukwu had seen. This man is a fish. Ojukwu has seen as a major victory for the Igbo. The ordinary Igbo man, woman, and child suffered. They were fed on lies, propaganda, and motivational speeches. It soon became obvious that they were no longer safe in other parts of the country. This man, he knows the truth. So the truth is slipping out, but it's still pandering. Ojukwu did not welcome Decree number 8. Ojukwu was actually against it. I can't believe I'm writing as if I'm bored. One second, I'm just trying to make a note. Read a tragedy. All right. Let's move very fast. Okay. What time is it? 5:48. Still have some minutes to round up. So what have we discussed so far? Again, today is like introduction. Okay. Thank you very much, Adalto. So today we're having the introductory part. So tomorrow we're going to go deeper. What we've discussed so far is just a little bit about about Banjo's origins, his family. He's from a family of many firsts. He was the first mechanical engineer graduate in the Nigerian Army. His sister, Adeto Ogushaya, was the first female. They were chasing all over the place. He was also a fighter. And we talked about how he got involved in all of these things, but we said we're going to break it into 3. The first part would be his involvement, what happened in 1966, and then we'll go to what happened in January. Happened from May to when he got into Biafran army, invasion of the Midwest, and then his trial and execution. So today we are just, we had introduction, and we also talked about what happened in 66 January, saying that after the coup, I hope you will also read The Gift of Sequins. I've read it this morning. It's here. I read it this morning. But we're going to read more from it. Thank you. So we talked about how the coup, of course, was executed on 15th January. 16th was when Ronsi became head of state. We had a session not too long ago about the process and the things that happened. If you want to know more about that, you have to read the book by Sheil Shagari. It's called Beckon to Serve. And then by the 17th, you now have a situation where this man, who was one of those people who on the 16th were convincing Ojukwu and convincing officers to work, convincing Ironsi and convincing officers to work with Ironsi. That same man was the one that was now arrested for wanting to assassinate the person he was helping to come into power the day before. And that was how he got in prison. While he was in prison, he wrote a letter which we read on the 1st of June 1966. And then much later, Ojukwu, we're about to get to how Ojukwu released them and then how he then went ahead to become a leader in the army. So let's just go back a little. Again, I'm trying to read the things that are relevant, you know. The birth of Biafra was a great and unforgettable period for the Easterners. They were happy and they celebrated it very well. Despite losing many of their people in the north, the joy of the birth of a new nation overwhelmed them, numbing their sadness. However, Ojukwu was not prepared in terms of weapons. Mere zeal and rhetoric were not synonymous with adequate weapons of war. On the day he declared secession, he had few weapons to face the mighty Nigerian army. This was confirmed by Ojukwu to Awolowo, who led a team to appease Ojukwu in a peace meeting in Enugu on Saturday, 6 May 1967. Actually, that's not what Ojukwu said. Jesus, who wrote this book? My brother, Alpha. Ojukwu said when he declared it, when he started this whole thing, this was on May 6th, he said he had only 12 guns. But when Awolowo went to meet him on 6th of May 1967, he said to Awolowo that he had built the strongest army in Black Africa. That's what he said. Mr. Deeps, thank you, sir. We try. He said he had built the strongest army in Africa, although that was May. By the 10th of July, Ojukwu sent people to war with cutlasses. Let's continue. Banjo was not present in the meeting, nor did he meet Awolowo on that day. The meeting took place in Enugu. It was therefore historical lies. You know, I said it earlier, but I want to read it today. It was therefore historical lies for anyone to suggest that Awolowo met Banjo in Ore and persuaded Banjo to follow him out of Biafra, but that Banjo demurred. So like I said, you know, some of these things we hear it is like, becomes like a folk tale. We have to be careful not to share it. Like, I can't share it if I don't have sources, because it will just be my word against other people. So other people's. So Banjo did not meet Awo. What actually happened, and if there's time to talk about it, was that, we'll read it later, was that much later, when Wole Soyinka visited Enugu, he met with Banjo, and Banjo sent a letter to Awo, and sent another one sent a message to Awo, sent a message to Olusegun Obasanjo. Soyinka decided, and I say rightfully so, not to relay the message to Awo, but he said to relay the one to Obasanjo. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about it. The one you relate to Obasanjo, you find it in his book, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. You also find it in Kole Omotosho's book, Just Before Dawn, and you find it in Olusegun Obasanjo's book, My Command. Let's continue this one. So he says, Banjo was not present in the meeting, nor did he meet Awolowo on that day. The meeting took place in Enugu. It was therefore historical lies for anyone to suggest that Awolowo met Banjo in Ore and persuaded Banjo to follow him out of Biafra, but that Banjo demurred. Awolowo did not visit Ore throughout the war. Ojukwu stated in the meeting, quote, I started this struggle in July 66 with 120 rifles to defend the entirety of the East. I took my stand knowing full well that by doing so, etched my name in the sands of history. I was also signing my death warrant in history. Awolowo indeed sympathized with the sufferings of the Igbo and asked Ojukwu if the East would pull out, and Ojukwu was evasive with a direct answer, but simply stated that they would only pull out if they were offered no alternative. Actually, there's a second part to this. If you read the book by Shoyinka, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, Ojukwu actually met with Papa in the middle of the night, and what he told him was that regardless of what he came to say, there was no going back. They were going to break out of Nigeria. Yoruba people, please, if you don't want to say the truth straight, because all this pandering now, who are you helping? He didn't just say they will pull out. I mean, of course, in the transcripts, that's what he said. But that's not all he said. And how do I know these things? Is it because Shoyinka said it? Shoyinka did not even say it. Hey, Oyinbo. Shoyinka did not even say it. Shoyinka interviewed Awo. It was the interview that was now published in that book. You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Well, let's continue. Awolowo pleaded with Ojukwu to please give him 2 weeks' notice before any declaration. Ojukwu made the declaration without any notice to Awolowo. It is true that Papa asked for 2 weeks, but he did give him 2 weeks' notice. Your guess is as good as mine. Again, this man is just... Let me tell you something. You don't help people if you're just going around. It's going around again. So, again, that's what happened. So, he declared the kidney. But what we see here is that Banjo had been released by Ojukwu. One second, please. I want to get a particular date. 1 second. Just a second. I want to get a date. One second. There's a date I'm looking for. Do we have any moderator here? Because let's not allow the ones they forgot to leave. Let me read something to you from that book by Shoyinka. Won't go deep into it because of time, but I'm just going to read this one. By the way, Shoyinka and Ojukwu, they actually go way back. They knew each other in Lagos. Ojukwu used to be in Lagos. But let me read some things to you. Again, the book is called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. It's by Wole Shoyinka. Meeting Ojukwu face to face, I tried unsuccessfully to remind myself that I was now facing His Excellency Lieutenant Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu, head of an independent state, not the young Emeka whom I had known in Yaba, Lagos in the early 50s. Then I had been laying siege to the heart of the younger sister of his own object of attention. What he's saying basically is that Ojukwu liked the girl, Shoyinka liked the younger sister of that girl. Envying the jazzy sports car that brought him to his tryst, while I pedaled to battle on my bicycle. He was heavily bearded and already balding from the forehead, self-conscious of his new status to the point of intended self-parody, especially when taken with his exaggerated upper-class British accent. But his delight at my visit was genuine enough. I outlined my mission. I was there to persuade him to call a halt to the firing from his side, while one more effort was made to resolve the conflict between the federal government and his now seceded state. The sticky point, however, was that this would require placing a hold on the secession. Ojukwu reiterated his charges against the federal side and painted for me the mood of his people. It was the people themselves, not he, who had pressed for secession. Is a lie. No one, he insisted, could have withstood the tide of that resentful outpouring. It was a plausible case, but one that I found difficult to swallow entire. Ojukwu himself had played a role in manipulating emotions. Let's go on. I joined in his mid-morning snack watched him daintily pick akara balls from a silver salver served by a waiter in immaculate white uniform, complete with white gloves. It all seemed rather incongruous, impossible not to feel that one was watching an act. The exchange was anything but staged, however. We were after all engaged in an exchange of life and death, not merely of human beings, but of his dream of Biafra. He would not commit himself. Instead, he insisted that I speak first to a few civilian leaders, some of whom I did meet later on. In turn, I requested to speak with Major Adewale Ademoyega, an officer from the West, who had been imprisoned for his role in the January 15 coup and transferred to Enugu prisons. That transfer saved his life. When the counter-coup had taken place in July that year, the plotters had invaded prisons under federal control, abducted the officers, and subjected them to cruel forms of death. Ademoyega, however, lived to write of his role in the January 15 coup in Why We Struck. Oh shoot, something happened now. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I think I just clicked on something. So, sorry, those of us who are trying to come up, I promise in the next 7 minutes I'm going to bring people up. Wherever I stop in the next 7 minutes, we'll continue from there tomorrow. Mambo, I want to finish this reading. So it says Ojukwu would not commit himself. Instead, he insisted that I speak first to a few civilian leaders, some of whom I did meet later on. In turn, I requested to speak with Major Wale Ademoyega, an officer from the West who had been imprisoned for his role in the January 15 coup and transferred to Enugu prisons. That transfer had saved his life. When the counter-coup had taken place in July that year, the plotters had invaded prisons under federal control, abducted the officers, and subjected them to cruel forms of death. Ademoyega, however, lived to write of his role in the January 15 coup in Why We Struck. Most faithful of all my meetings in the seceded enclave was that with Victor Banjo, a Yoruba officer. Following some convoluted chain of events, Victor Banjo had been accused of menacing the former head of state, General Aguiyi-Ironsi, and had ended up in Enugu prisons. After the Declaration of Independence, he was released by Ojukwu. There's a reason I want to use one stone to kill two birds. After the declaration of Biafran independence, he was released by Ojukwu, as were other Yoruba officers and soldiers from the Western region, some of whom have certainly been involved in the original January 1966 coup. Tomorrow I'm going to explain how they were involved, and I think we should stay on that for a bit. How the Yoruba people got involved in the coup. We're going to talk about that. Now, I need to make a point. This man, Ojukwu, did not release Banjo until after the declaration of Biafra. When was this? May 30, 1967. So the earliest time that Ojukwu will be able to release Banjo will be May 30 or 31st or maybe June, but most likely May 30. Now, think about that for a second and then ask if it makes any sense for a sensible human being to think that Ojukwu could have released Papa in August of 66. That is 8 months before he declared Biafra. This is how you know that Nalalai plenty pass from the southeast as far as history is concerned. But if you want to believe it, but if not, stop. I'm going to stop. If not, I hope you learn what the truth is. I'm going to continue from here tomorrow. We're about to get into the second part, which was how he got involved in Biafra. Okay, so we've talked about what happened, after the first coup, but how did he get involved in Biafra? We're going to do all of those things tomorrow. Thank you very much for listening. Now we're going to bring people up. and then we will have the conversations before we move on to other things. Okay, so for those who are trying to come up, let me just bring you up. If you're down here, please, let's power tap, let's share the live. And please, also, there's something that usually happens when people talk. You know how it is where that person says something, I want to come up and say something. Whatever you want to say, please just send your request now, so that we don't have too many people that we can't bring up. All right? So let's do this. Everybody that requested, I brought you up. Please mute once you get up. Thank you. Someone wrote something on YouTube. What I find baffling is that apart from, please mute, please. Oh boy, it's not that difficult now.
I thank God. To God be the glory. I do. It got to a point that people go come. Once the sun will come, they will be coming from office and I beg. Come help us, come.
Please mute now. It is well. It is well. Where were we? Let's bring a few more people up. So I'm going to, there's one of the people that I brought up. I'm going to take you down, bring you back up, but just give me a second. I need to bring up the other account because of audio. We may need another audio source. JFAD, please, I'm going to take you down now. Please send a request as soon as you get down. Please send a request, JFAD. Okay. On board. I'm just going to bring everybody up and then we'll get into the conversation. Dark Pet and Adulto, you're up now. Please mute. Where is JFAD? I can't see you, but if you're still there, I had to bring up another account. That's why I took you down. But please send your request. While we're waiting for him, let's get started with the people who are up here already. Madam Olufunke, I don't know, she stepped down again. Okay. Someone wrote on YouTube, what I find baffling is that apart from Major Chukwuka, who later apologized to Lieutenant Colonel Palm's wife, none of the others apologized or asked for forgiveness of the families of those killed. Sad. So those who came up, I'll send you requests. I mean, okay, yes, Kenneth was trying to say something earlier. Okay, let me invite you. So let's have it, beloved. Good afternoon, beloved. We're going to time ourselves. Please, let's, stay at 3 minutes. So those of us who are here will be able to go and rest.
Good afternoon, my brother. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I want to appreciate you for this powerful life, and you have been doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
You know what you are doing is going to go a long way for us to be enlightened, especially the Yorubas. Because you mentioned something during your life. You said what those guys normally talk about or refers to is that book, Why We Struck. I feel that why he struck, that the author also participate. It's not an Iboku, it's not this, it's not that. Even me, I was even wondering, because I've never read the book before, but I was now wondering that maybe it's the combination of ethnicity that participated in that coup. But when I bought the book and I read further, and I know that this guy that was parading around the book, they have not even read it at all. They haven't. And what they normally refer to is one Yorubas that was granted interview, that always be their references from the beginning. If they ask, okay, can you give us any verifiable source, any empirical evidence to back it up, they will not. I want to appreciate you, my brother. Keep on doing your work, and I really appreciate you, because it's going to go a long way. Not only even the Yoruba, even the other ethnic group, because when this civil war happened, some of us were not alive. We have never even been born. And like you said, there's some history about Nigeria that has been distorted greatly. That's the reason why even me, if I wanted to pick any history book, I always feel reluctant, because I don't know. I always feel reluctant to even read it, because some of them has been distorted. And how do you know the original ones? But through your program, I've been able to pick one or two things about the book to read and understand, because if we don't understand our history, we will know where we are going, and we will know what to avoid, any trouble to avoid, or any past mistake that our ancestors have done during the war and other things. I really appreciate you. That's my submission for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that fantastic submission. Thanks a lot. Let's go to okay, your time. Time here. Thank you very much for keeping to time. Head out to your next, please. My time you Tori àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí o. Ṣé wà ń bẹ̀?
Mo ti ń lò lára time mi. Ẹ kú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun that you are doing for everyone.
Ẹdúnà ẹ̀dá ọ̀tẹ̀ máa ti sọ̀rọ̀. Tẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ sí èmi àti yín mọ̀ pé lè ṣe 3 minutes, àbí?
Màá try, màá gbìyànjú. Ó náà lẹ ti ń lò lọ yìí. Ó dún 3 minutes, ẹ̀rọ rẹ̀ ti ń lò lọ. So mo dúpẹ́ gan-an wí.
Wọ́n bá yín reset ni bọ̀ mọ́ gbọ́ yín.
Okay, thank you so much for what you're doing. We're really, really appreciating it. The first thing I would like to say is that I want our people to support this program in whichever way they can. The first way to support it, the first way to support it is to make sure that you share this life to other people so that they can listen and be and benefit from it. When you listen to it, you tap so that the program can be stable, so that a lot of people can listen to it without distortion and all of that. Another way to support it is to gift the host, so that the host can stay on top. And more other ways to support it is their platform works is that if you do not engage it, the program won't get anywhere. So please engage all of this goes with everybody in Nigeria, and today the world didn't even start during that coup. The problem had started from their history as a people. Unfortunately, because of the way history had presented them and the way they have presented themselves to the world, they've been unable to choose for themselves a leader that can take them out of the bottomless pit of I don't want to be rude, but the bottomless pit of unreasonable thoughts. Unfortunately, if there is a race or a people that were naked in 1900s and they've been opportuned to be amongst human beings who are well learned, who have, the history of greatness. And when we talk about history of greatness, we are not limiting it to the Yoruba people alone. We have the Kanuris, we have the Hausas. In fact, we have the Fulani people who knew that they were coming from a very rough background, but are done to themselves today. What normal human beings should have done. See, all this, they want land and all of that doesn't mean anything. If they want to conquer anybody, it is you that will leave it is you that will defend yourself. They are not going to defend you against themselves. So, but unfortunately, because of the way their history had been, if people as at 18 something were still living on trees and all of that, what do you expect of them? Unfortunately, the Igbos that are now living in 22nd century cannot even really think of moving forward. That's the problem. All of the things we're reading in there. Okay, we were discussing on the group. Somebody was talking about Maxolium. What was his name? The guy is even ashamed of himself to an extent that he cannot even answer an Igbo name. He wanted to write in such a way that people would think is neutral. No, you can agree. See, taking responsibility is what makes a correct human being. You must take responsibility and say, at this particular time in life, I fucked up, but now I am moving forward. Maxolium had written all sorts of unprintable gibberish, but he hid behind the fact that his name is Maxolium. How do you one boy was asking me yesterday, so he's not an Oyibo man, and go and check his Wikipedia. His Wikipedia has studied in England. If you study in England, has that made you an English? Has that made you a British? No. You are from a particular place. You should not be ashamed. The reason why people wants to die in Lagos, the reason why they want to die in Southwest, the reason why they want to remove state of origin is because they are not proud of where they are coming from, because their brain does not support their land to grow it into an enviable society. And I always say this. I'll round up quickly. I always say this, let us be like America. You cannot even be like America. Number one, America is a settler colony. So you can't be like that. This is 23rd century. You can't do that bullshit around here. Number two, even in America that you all talk about, if you are filling a form for anything, they will ask you about first ethnicity. That's the first thing they will ask you. The second thing is they will ask you about race. A lot of people find that thing not sweating, like, how can you ask me about ethnicity? When they ask you about ethnicity, they are asking you if you are Hispanic or you are white. Later, they will ask you about your ethnicity. In that ethnicity, they will ask you if you are black. They will even ask you if you are a black American or of African descent. So all this remove state of origin, let us do place of birth. Even the people who started this are still using, they are still making sure that they know who you are, where you are from. They will even ask you for the color of your eyes, the color of your hair. Even if you are black, do you have a blue eye? Do you have a green eye? Do you have a yellow eye? They are even asking you. So that shows that we cannot forget where we are coming from. In this 22nd century, you can't be wanting to create an empire that your forebears were unable to do 200 years ago when they were on trees, when they were naked, when they couldn't even farm, when they were going hungry for about 8 months of the year. So now you are saying that Ojukwu will always say something that irritates me. I want you to heal. It is not on my problem. It's not on my business if you heal or not. It is your own problem to heal, not mine. I am not going to do anything. I'm not going to pander to you so that you can heal. Nobody cares about your healing. You should care about your own healing.
I care about
that's what I'm saying. Because look at other people. We are not the only people on earth. There are so many things happening. Look, go to Burma. Go to what we call, what's the name of that country today? It used to be Burma. There are Rohingya Muslims. There are Rohingya people who are still trying to get their feet and all of that. You are not the only people on earth. People are mistaking Assyrians to Arabs. People are mistaking Kurds. to be Arabs. A lot of people are fighting a lot of battles in this world, and they are finding proper ways to resolve them. But the Igbos are so stupid in such a way that they cannot even think of somebody that will lead them. No.
All
See,
right.
let us tell ourselves the
But you hear me, time limit so.
So if number one, number two, quickly can round up any Yoruba bots, all the Yoruba bots who do not see anything good in their own race, in their own ethnicity, I think you need to lay your hands on your head and say, oh Lord, save me from my madness. Yoruba, if you are still Yoruba bot in 22nd century, in today's Nigeria,
24th century,
you know, láti move 24th wo lẹ́wà àwọn ayé ti wà ní 9G ẹ̀yin ṣì ń lo 4G ayé ti bọ́ sí 9G báyìí ayé ti ń fly wọ́n ti ń fly drone kò séèyàn nú ẹ wọ́n ti fi pager pa èèyàn wọn ò ní láti débẹ̀ ayé ti move. See, the world is moving faster than we have ever thought. Anybody who is still a Yoruba bot as we speak should go to any of the river flowing around him and jump into it and use a way to wash his head and say, Oluwa, save me from this madness. Emma binu pe mo gba time.
Oluwa, save everybody for this madness. All right, let me just say something. Everybody going forward, please, we are going to have to stick to the 3 minutes. There's a reason about it is well. So please, by the way, thank you Edato for the first part of your submission about people supporting the live. We have the bank details up here, so if you want to support it, please use the bank details and kindly support what we're doing here. Thank you very much for your support. And thanks for the gifts, everybody who has been giving all the while. Thanks for the very nice gifts you've given on TikTok. But if you want to support us financially, please use the bank details up here. Now it's 6:24. We try to close 6, but I know that Oshede, so we have so please 3 minutes, that's the maximum, right, for everybody. There are certain people that, people like Prof. Bami, but let's try and understand because of time. Pin it, it's pinned, it's up here. See my finger. Can you see my finger? That's the account, GTV. Somebody says you pin it. It's already pinned. All right. Thank you very much for your support. All right. Let's have Dark Port. Please go on Dark Port. Every other person, I'm going to bring you up. Just give me some. I'm going to take some people down, then I'll bring new people up. So if I'm taking you down, please try and understand. It's because we're trying to make space. Meanwhile, if you come up, please, let's stick to 3 minutes. God bless you. Please go on Dark Port.
Good evening. I will start my own submission by a Yoruba saying that says, Kero more eleru. Cherry, one of the major reasons and one of the problems that we have with these people is that when they get to another man's space, they will be telling you a narrative that says when you are in Rome you behave like a Roman, but when they get to your space, they want to own you in your space, which is one of the absurdity of this illusionary. If I can coin out that kind of word, you will get to somebody. It's like kin lolenyo, kin wani ko bole fún mi lórí bed ko sun ri eni kin sórí bed. It doesn't make any sense. But they feel it's their right to do it, and they will even brag about it. Point exactly I mentioned is you plan a coup, you kill some people's leader, and you are bragging in their land. What audacity! And when you tell them, yeah, and by the way, why we struck first publicity was 1981. I think my dad's 81. Yes, I think I'm sure because I inherited my first one before I bought another one from my dad. My dad used to be an active reader too. I inherited the first one, and I read it with Cry Not My Beloved for the South African and this James Ngugi wa Thiong'o's book, Whip Not Child. So it's been long, but I read it about 2012 or 2013 before another person borrowed that one and stole it again. That's how they depleted my library. But the point I'm making is this: if they can be humble enough, if they can be learned enough, okay, let's just look at the other side of the whole story, not what our fathers and our forebears have told us. They have never been objective in anything they do, which is why they are still not progressing as they should be. And most times we tell them that, okay, you guys try to see things and try to move forward. Then they use the same MO for almost 3 different periods, the same MO till date, and this same MO is still failing, but they keep on doing it because I think they feel that one day we're just going to wake up and agree to all these shenanigans and all this nonsense that they want to force feed us. As the word I'm looking, they want to force feed us with this nonsense. Like we are just. I think they don't do their research very well, because if they do their research and read about the Yoruba race, they will know that we are not that kind of people. We are learned from our ancestors. We are builders, and we are people that we are trendsetters. That's what I will call it. We are trendsetters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you for keeping to time. I'm going to go to the next person now, JFAD. 3 minutes, please. And please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. For some reason, I can't really do much on this device, so please power tap. If you're on TikTok, thank you so much. On YouTube as well, please like the live, share the live. Thank you very much. And Jading said something in the comment section. I really appreciate it. If you maybe have anything contrary to what we've said, the only thing I beg in the name of God, you must have your sources. Like if you don't agree, it's okay. You don't have to agree, but please don't come here and tell me my father said, or I heard something in the beer parlor. Like you've got to have, bring superior arguments then, to help us to have, an elevated conversation. All right. Thanks everyone. So let's go to the next person. That will be JFAD. 3 minutes, please. JFAD, please unmute. Hello? Okay, I guess it's not available. Let's go to
Hello,
Kenneth.
can you hear me?
Yes, okay, we can hear you now. Yes, please. Yes.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, sir. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, can I speak now?
No, not yet. Yes, please hold on, please.
Okay,
Please hold on, he's already speaking now. Let him go on.
Okay.
Kenneth, please hold on. Let JFAD continue. Yes, please.
All right. So, I want to start by saying again, I really, really appreciate being here and being baptized with history and a lot of things I don't know. I really appreciate it. However, right now, I as a person, I am more concerned or fascinated with my own history as a Yoruba person. You understand? Now, let me just talk a little about this our Igbo brothers. You see, our Igbo brothers are people, as in when I say Igbo, I mean collectively. It seems they are people who live in an alternate reality from the rest of anybody. They create this reality and they decide to stick with it, and they will not, they will go against anybody that contradicts their own or that have another perspective on their own reality. So I'm used to that. I have Igbo friends and I love them so much. You understand? But the collective Igbo patrimony, it's something different. So me, I don't even want to dwell on that. Right now, I'm more fascinated to learning my history as a Yoruba person. The last time I spoke, you gave me a chance. I asked about I talked about a book claiming that a book talking about that the Igbos originated from Ife, that Oduduwa came in and drove them away. You understand? Which you actually debunked. And I saw there was a post on X by Ministry of Education, and they debunked it, and they said they never approved that book to be used to be taught to children in any school in the East. You understand? So what I want to know from you now, or if you can educate me on, is the lineage of the Yoruba people. I heard from some sources online, some interviews that I listened to, that the Yorubas migrated from Saudi Arabia down to Sudan, then to Ile-Ife. And I also heard from, there was this interview done by this Oluwo of Iwo, King of Iwo, He was saying that the actual origin of human was actually in Yoruba land. You know, the other, this thing I was saying, they say we migrated from Saudi Arabia to Sudan, then from Sudan to inside where we are now in Ife. Actually, they said the person who actually left Saudi Arabia, his name was Lamorudu, and they call him Lamud in Saudi Arabia. And then the person who migrated from, hello? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
So I'm going to step out for like 10 seconds, but I get your question. I'm going to respond once I get back. So just give me like 30 seconds. Just 10 seconds, like 30 seconds.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, but please continue.
Okay, I can continue, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying, then Odudua, that the name in Saudi Arabia was Audid. It was the person who now left Sudan with his people and brought them down to Ife and then established, so that's an empire or a colony, which that expanded to what we have today. So from what King of Oluwo said, he said that the language, the real language, the unified language in the world was actually Yoruba. So he was putting some facts together. He said Adam was not actually Adam. It was being spoken as Adam in English, but his real name was Adamo. And it meant that he was made from clay. This is from King of Oluwo. It's Oluwo that said it to Oluwo of Iwu. He's one that said it.
Don't waste the time. Don't waste that time.
Okay.
You have
so I don't need to hear from you.
Wait,
where we migrated from, or where we
wait, it's summer worry. Sorry, before Jomo Busui came in, first and foremost, Saudi Arabia was formed in 1930s.
Okay.
That name Saudi Arabia is from a family, a man called Saud.
Saud, yeah.
So if Saudi Arabia as a country was formed in 1930s, Yoruba couldn't have come from there. That's number one. Number two, the cities that made up Saudi Arabia today, from Hijaz to what they call the Yatreb and all of those, were mainly inhabited by the Jews even before that time. Before the time of Muhammad himself, yes. All those Yatreb, Jedida, Hijaz, all of the places that made up that places were mainly inhabited by the Jews. So gbogbo yẹn wa akọkọ sọ fún ẹ pé ẹ ti ẹ jọra. Number two, and we will go to it will go to those histories when it comes back. But the point is, archaeologically, I think you should have seen some of the archaeological excavations that are going around the world right now about Ihueleru and the scientists working on them. It then means those things have said that the archaeological evidence in Yoruba land has been dated to over 14,000 years. I'm not serious. Go and look. Because the question appears very elementary.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes, I'm hearing you.
We can hear you. So, gbogbo àwọn yẹn wà kọ́kọ́ rí pé the first archaeological evidences sọ pé Yoruba had been here for more than 14,000 years. The Arab nation tensor yìí is a very new nation. Wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé ni. So, kò tiẹ̀ kó àti ẹ̀ jọra wa in any way. But right. The Bambusui can then take it from there.
All right. Thank you for helping out while I went out. All right. So let's start with this. Please mute so that I can. Please mute.
I'm going to buy you. Okay.
Please mute. Please mute. It's distracting. Okay. Jeez, man. Mute.
Hello.
Prof, kindly mute him yourself, please. Kindly mute him yourself.
I couldn't mute him. Nobody could mute him. Two moderators are trying to mute him. He had to mute by himself, but he's not muting. Jeffard, you can come back. You can come back. Hey, where do we even begin? Let me say something. Everything is said just now. It's going to take me a full, maybe like a series, not just a session. But I'll do it this way because of time. I'll quickly say what I have to say. Oh boy, this thing is long. But I want Jeffard to be up. Jeffard, please come. Send me a request. Send a request and come back up. Please, once you get back up, please mute yourself. Like it's very, very important. This is distract one while speaking. Oh boy, it's a long story. See, long and short, there was no Lamurudu. There's no Adam in Yoruba history. Uluwo, respectfully, is wrong. There is everything you said. There's no connection with Arab, right? There is no Lamurudu does not exist. The first time we had that name was in 1921. And even when we had it, this thing is long. So there's a book that was published in 1921 that made that old. There's no Okombi, there's no Lamurudu. All those things were made up. Oduduwa did not give birth to Okombi. That will give birth to one child. That gave birth to 7 children. That is not this. All those things were created. It's not history. Lamurudu was published in 21. But the person who published it in 21 was referring to something that somebody else had said. The person who published it was Samuel Johnson, but even he was not saying it definitively. He was quoting someone else, and that person was quoting was Sultan Bello. And I'll just say this to all of us. There are some people now saying that they are somehow connected to the tribe of Ephraim and that they are Israel. There are some people that say they are Egypt. Some people are Arab, they are connected to the Arabs. I'll say something. There's one thing that combines, that unites those two people. It's inferiority complex. The Yoruba people are autochthonous. We are autochthonous. We are indigenous. This is our land. We have no connection. There's a reason for this thing. Again, you know what? Let's have a full session on these things once we move away from, those. We're going to move from that. Just because you don't know the other side of me. Don't worry. When the person gets ready, don't worry. I'll be here. It's a whole session, but the point is just that everything you just said that somebody said is not true. There's history in the curriculum, but nobody will teach you some of these things. And let me also say this, even in the history that they teach in the curriculum, some of those things are also confusing. Because one person is teaching about the fact that somebody is from Saudi Arabia, the other person is teaching the fact that the person came from heaven, and then somebody is telling you something else, that is Lamurudu. Before you know it, I was confused as a young person, by the way, learning about Oduduwa, because there's a lot of confusing facts out there. And the reason is because they don't understand the difference between history and myth. The myth of Oduduwa as a divine being is not historical. It's mythical. If you are teaching myth in a history class, you have to spell it out. This is a myth. The idea, for instance, that is from Saudi Arabia is not a myth, is not history, is ahistorical. Please, it's showing an activity on TikTok, so please, I have to hold on to drag one puzzle piece. So please give me a few seconds to do that. I just mentioned 3 things, and hopefully we can move on. But this topic is your questions make me want to go in deep, but again, that's not today's topic. So maybe you should come early so we can deal with those things before we get into the topic of today. There are 3 things going on here. There is myth. Some of these things can go into the mythical part of it. It's mythical. There's historical, then there's ahistorical. Oduduwa coming from heaven, coming with chains, from heaven, that's a myth. The myth of origin is not created to explain your history. It is created to explain your identity. The fact that he was he descended from heaven, it also shows his own divinity, but it helps you to understand your identity because you are answering a question that has to do with how your space was created. The whole idea of him coming from heaven and creating the earth is not answering a historical question. He's answering an identity question. The myth of the fact they scattered the earth and then they spread all over the place, it's an important story for a people. Oh, guys, Ojukwu, please stop all these things. Please, I'm talking history. Let's not get into all of those things. In the myth, in the Yoruba creation story, Obatala was sent to the earth to create. He couldn't get the job done. Some things happened, and Ojukwu was sent to finish the work. When he got to the earth, he had a pouch of sand containing sand, and he had a chicken with 6 feet, and then they poured the sand up because it was all water. Poured the sand, the bird came and spread it, Ilefe, and then the earth was created. That is not about your history. It's about Ibi not Ibere, Layeti Bere. 5 feet, thank you. Ibi Layeti Bere. In other words, the earth was created here. Humans were created here. The entire world was created here. What it gives you is not about, oh, let's go back to the dates when they created here. That is not about dates. That's one. Number two, Lamurudu came in, interestingly, because of Islam. And when the fingers not fit, how can he have fingers? A bird doesn't have fingers. A bird can have toes. They can't have fingers. They have fingers and feathers. Sorry, toes and feathers. So it will be 5 toes on. You know what? I think you get the point. So, but I came before to do it. Don't worry, Kenneth and YDK, you won't understand this stuff. Even your question right now even shows a problem. Anyway, let's continue what I'm trying to say. So that idea was to answer the question of origin, question of identity, and also of Ojukwu as divinity. That's what Yoruba myth actually accomplished. When it comes to the history, the idea of Lamurudu came in because some people were trying to write our history. The person who first told us about Lamurudu was not even a Yoruba man. That was one. Number 3, the real history is that Ojukwu is from Okiora. He's a Yoruba man. We are Yoruba people. We're not connected to the Arabs. Did we ever do business with the Arabs? Absolutely. Absolutely. Are we from there? Absolutely not. Even the scientific aspect of our origins has nothing to do with Arabs. And if you want to know the historical part of where we come from, there is also the scientific part, and then there is the, not mythical, more like, let me find a way to explain. So we have a history beginning from what we remember in our common consciousness as Yoruba people. No, not spiritual. We have a history that we all remember as far as common consciousness is concerned. But with science, we can explain some things that happened before the point that we start from. That is the scientific part that is based on archaeology. And that even that one has nothing to do with Arabs. Lastly, let me say this. Regardless of your faith, be self-assured. Don't feel the need. Is this live? King Podcast? Yes, it is. Don't feel the need to connect yourself with some foreign guys. I'll give you an example, and I'll see if I can round up. Scientifically now, the Yoruba identity was formed around 2800 BC. I'm talking science now. I'm talking archaeology, right? About 2800 BC. That will give us about 5,000 years of existence as far as identity is concerned. The Arab identity was not yet formed at the time. The Jewish identity was not formed at the time. There was a Hebrew identity that began with Abraham, which is also different from the identity of Israel as a nation. There was no Israel until after Exodus. If the person who led the Exodus was born in 1650 BC, that was when Moses was born, how is it that you want to make yourself a subset of a nation that came much after it was born? Israel was born about 80 years after born. Moses was born in 1650. Your own identity was created 2500 in 25 AD, so 2580 BC. How are you subjecting yourself to a newer nation? Because for what reason? Your religious reasons. And then you have the whole thing about Islam as well. That one came. I think, to be honest, most of these things are coming because maybe people don't really know who we are, where we are from, or they don't care. They just want to plug in with whatever comes their way. We're going to have a session on this because I'm trying to right now. I'm trying to quote books. I want to tell you where to find it, but it's waste of time because of time. We're going to have a no. Hold on. Dr. Enisuru. We're going to have a full session on this, and then I will explain our origins from the consciousness of our people in our folk tales, in our oral history. Then what archaeology has discovered in the last 40 years. For instance, we have archaeological evidence of people inhabiting Ife around 500 BC. We have the Hueleru of 14, it's actually about 13,000, but some say 14,000 years ago. But by the way, let me just say something about that Hueleru thing. It's humanoid, not human. Kenneth Nwadike, we're not here to, this is not a dick measuring contest. I don't care how long Igbo people have existed. That's not my business. I'm talking Yoruba. Resist the urge to be comparing. We are not twins. We're discussing something. We don't need to know about your own. Like this moment is about Yoruba identity. Don't try to say, let me also tell you that Igbo people have 3,000. I don't care. Not now. Maybe another time I could talk about it. Your own identity, I don't want to talk about it. Please don't make me talk about it. Please, I'm begging you. Do you have an old identity? Yes. Is it common consciousness among your people? No. The common consciousness of the Igbo identity did not start until after colonialism. It never reached 200 years. But was there an Igbo identity in ancient times? Yes. But how did it come to be? Let's not get into that. Please. I'm begging you. Let's just stick to the Yoruba thing that we're talking about for now. So we'll have a session on it. But again, I can't remember your name. With all due respect to the king, no, we have nothing to do with Arabs. And I was saying that we had relationships with different groups of people. We sold, we traded. But we have to be careful. And lastly, let me say this. Why do people not say that Arabs came from Yoruba people? Why is always we are connected? And then this thing about Yoruba language was the original language. Based on what? Like we have to be careful. Again, the man does... No, I don't want to say what I want. Let's leave it. I'll talk about it another time. You want to claim to be... See, if you want to claim to be the ancient people that created the old world, you have to stick to Yoruba myth of origin and Yoruba idea of creation. You cannot pick that and go to Adam. Let's go to the next person because of time. Because I'm tempted to go deeper, but Kenneth, please, it's your turn now to speak.
Okay, you people have gone so wide. I don't even know what to respond to again, but I will try to pick the most important to me. You see, there are some things, like when I joined you, you were talking about, like when I told you about, let's vote and don't fight people that voted because they came out to vote. So, like, that is a very serious issue in today's politics because we still don't know what will happen in the coming election. But I want to understand, is it that because in your understanding and the understanding of others, that possibly a place like Lagos or may say Ondo State is Yoruba land, then no other person has right to contest for anything there. Because in my own understanding, Lagos have outgrown that. Lagos have outgrown that in the sense that it's now.
May I ask you a question? May I ask you a question? So hold on, please. Please stop. Please stop. Please. Sorry, just 1 second. You are Igbo. I'm Yoruba. Igbos are planning to attack you and take your page down. They will try. They will fail. But let's put a tap on the live. People attack. If they attack me physically, they will die for it. I don't even have to know what they're doing. But if they try, they will try, but they will fail. I'm actually very serious about things like this, by the way. Like, seriously. Like, physically, I won't even have to see them. All you're going to hear is obituary. And if anybody knows them, please tell them. I'm not just here for chilling. Like, if people don't want to waste away, nobody will touch you. I won't even know where you are. Just I will hear news on TikTok. So if they are planning, they should plan it well, and they should make sure they see their grandpa and grandma to fortify them before they do it too. Because on shake Benia, and then if it's about internet and whatever, that one they will fail, whichever one they do. Let me now answer your question, my brother. You are Igbo. I want to tell you something respectfully. You don't have a history of creating cities.
But I have not finished.
I know you have not finished, you'll speak. You don't have a history of creating cities. I'm Yoruba. My people have been creating cities for more than 1,000 years. Not one city we have created in 1,000 years. There's not one that has not attracted people from different places. The idea of attracting non-Yoruba to our space did not start with Lagos. That cosmopolitan thing you mentioned means nothing. We have always been cosmopolitan. Our city, we had a city that was built in the 1000s. That's 11th century. That city had people from everywhere. It was so huge that reports of that city somehow found its way to, maybe this is why people are always talking about Arab, find all this way to North Africa through Mali. We have always attracted different nations and different people. But this is what we do. We determine what happens in our space. We don't care how cosmopolitan it gets. We determine what happens. If you have not built something like that before, let me teach you how it's done. Well, maybe not how it's done, but how to manage it. We always, without any fear of contradiction, we are the most urbanized people on the continent. And you see it all across our cities. What you are seeing in Lagos is not the first time we are building something like that. It's just the one you know, and it's not the last that we're going to build. But you see, we don't care how we build it. We determine how we run that space. And my question to you is, why do you not think of building somewhere cosmopolitan where you're from? Coming to my place as cosmopolitan means that you can thrive, you can succeed, you can do well. But you can't determine how I run the place. It's not your home. You know how they sing the song, this world is not my home. Yoruba land is not your home. Like, you're just passing through. You can do well. We want foreigners to prosper. We want you to do well. We want you to succeed. But guess what? You are not going to determine how we run this place. It's not your home. And there's nothing like it has gone beyond any normal Yoruba town. No. Because, and guys, let me tell you, if you're Yoruba, the reason we speak up about Lagos is not just for Lagos alone. Papa said this in 1953. 53. He told them, move this capital away. We're going to give you money to even build another one. That was the only time Yoruba people ever threatened to secede out of Nigeria based on this idea of capital. And it wasn't even Lagos State too. It was just that small place that was capital. Even then, even then, he knew there was a problem. Now imagine what it would have been now. The point is that no matter how cosmopolitan we get, again, this is not the first time. We've been cosmopolitan for more than 1,000 years. Examples are abound in Ife, in Oyo, in Ibadan, in Abeokuta. We've always attracted people from different places. Even when they were building Ilorin, the idea was to eventually come up with, that was what Afoja was doing essentially, was he built a new capital to start a new empire. Listen, we are a city building people, but we determine how we run this space. If you have a problem with that, my question to you is that, why? And don't tell me that, why can't you just open it up? My question is that, why don't you have a place like that in your own side? Why not build something like that where you are from? Why not, for instance, shame all of us today by campaigning for a Fulani person to be the governor of Enugu, Anambra, Abia, Imo, and Ebonyi. Do it now. Get an Idoma person to be the vice governor of each of the states. An Idoma, a TV, a Fulani, Angas. We are staying in the north. Get them to become the governor. If you can do that, shame all of us. Ensure your 5 states are totally taken over by those people. Once you do that, we will now come to you. We will now ask you, teach us, O ye master. O master, teach us this wonderful idea that thou hast. And then you now show us, oh, this is it. We will now be like, oh, how great thou art. We will now learn from you. Until then, no. So there's nothing like, go and build something, then shame us by giving us an example. We will now learn from you. We will now be shouting, how great thou art. Thank you very much for the answer. We are going to close now. I don't want to, because if you speak anything again, I'm going to spend another 5, 10, 20 minutes to respond. But please, Yoruba land, and by the way, this thing that we're talking about, people not allowing people to vote, it happened in the East. This last election, Igbos were beaten by Igbos for not voting P2B. Pastors were threatening people that if you don't vote for P2B, I'll beat you. People were being beaten physically. Gunshots, if you're not voting for LP. Why do you guys never mention that? Why is it always about Lagos? Meanwhile, the thing they did that time, they will still beat them again next election because they know they learn. I'm just telling you. You can respond and then we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Okay, now because can I continue? Because yes, I didn't actually finish.
No, it's okay. Please go on.
In the proper direction.
No
but
problem.
Anyway, you responded in light. So see now, for example, the last Lagos election was between 2 Yoruba, I believe, sons. One got support campaign, and that is also a problem. Now, is it that Igbo people should not vote at all in Lagos State? So we know what the problem is, because I have not seen any Igbo man contest for Lagos State governor.
So let me
get what the problem is.
Who says there's a problem? There's no problem. There's no problem. There's no problem. So let me explain something to you. We have actually, you see, contrary to what a lot of you guys think, we've had Igbo people as representatives in Lagos for a very long time. Listen, we had Igbo people in Ibadan, in the parliament, way back in 1952. We had Igbos in Lagos parliament in the last, in the Fourth Republic. We have Igbo people in the House of Representatives. What's the name of this man? Tony from Oshodi, Federal Constituency. That's from Imo State. See, we are not the ones to do all this thing. If it's Yoruba, if it's not Igbo, we've done it. We've had Tony Nwulu. We've had people from the East represent us. We've had people from the East in Parliament in Ibadan. And what we got out of it, nothing that makes sense. We've had, for instance, in the 60s, where Igbo people in NCNC frustrated TOS Benson. We're going to have a session on that much later. When Nwulu was representing Lagos, by the way, I like the fact that he won, because at least he did not run like an Igbo person. He ran like, I'm one of you guys. That's even why he won. But guess what? When he even got there, what did he do? He voted against giving Lagos special status. When people get there, you're not even representing us. You're representing your people. And then you're using the money to campaign your state. Listen, the point is this. I don't really, If you want to vote, vote. But whatever makes any Yoruba person pander to Igbo people in Yoruba land means that Yoruba person will always fail. Whatever makes a Yoruba person pander to an Igbo person in Yoruba land will make him fail. Imagine what you just said right now. Let's flip it. I go to Enugu. I want to vote. I concentrate on Yoruba people in Enugu State. I shout, oh, and then when I don't win, I'm crying that I'm hated. It is not your land. Can you vote? Of course, you have a right to vote. Guess what? You even have a right to run, but you don't have a right to win. The Constitution does not guarantee anybody any right to win any election. You can run, but you can run and not arrive at your destination. So you can keep running. The point is that whatever you want to do, do it. But there's a way the owners of the land want to run their space. They don't want you to lead them. You know why? You are not better than them. You cannot tell me that. I've said it this other day. Like, I will look through the entire Lagos state, all the states in Southwest. I don't see anybody in Lagos, Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Ondo, Okukan, Ekiti, parts of Kwara, Kogi, parts of Delta, parts of Edo. I don't see anybody there that can do anything for me. I have to go to the Southeast. With everything that my ancestors have worked on, leave Awolowo for a second. With thousands of years of civilization, I don't have anybody that can lead me. I'll have to go to the east. To make matters worse, there's nothing in your region that's better than my region. So what is it that will make me... Do you guys know that this thing actually is insulting? Like, you're not... Let's say that there's something that you're doing that I cannot do.
Actually, I'm not... Right now... Okay, continue.
No, yeah. So let's say there's something you're accomplishing that I cannot do. I can now say, we have a problem, which would be fair, because I said it the other time. During the revised term in Kaduna, they got Lagos to help them with some things in the civil service, because Lagos had already done something in that arena, in that area. If you are doing something like, in health, in tech, in agriculture, in construction, you guys are just celebrating Julius Berger logo. What is it that I want to learn? There's nothing. I'm not saying you don't have anything to teach. I'm saying there's nothing for me to learn. Maybe you have something to teach. That's what I'm looking for. J-Links, thank you. I've been trying to rack my brain. Oracle application that Lagos deployed years ago. Many people just caught on later. If you have something like that, you have an edge. I can try to learn. The truth is, maybe you have something to teach, but sincerely, I have nothing to learn. What that means basically is that asking you to lead me, even the thought is insulting. That's one. Number two, the idea that you want to vote, if you like, vote for anybody you like. But you see, there's a mistake you guys are making, and I think I've not said it I've not said it enough, but let me say it just one more, just this time. I'll still say it again, but let me just say it this way for now. You don't understand how to move in foreign spaces. And I'm not talking about what happened in Lagos. It's the same thing you do in China. It's in Bangladesh. It's in Pakistan. You don't understand how to move. Hausas have been having dealings with Yoruba people for more than 500 years. Agege, there are people in that place, 4 generations in Agege, in Lagos. You've never heard them shout, we have made ourselves anything. You guys you're not 100 years in Yoruba land. You're always shouting, we are a block, we're a block. That's not how to move. You are opening yourself up to ridicule. So, anyway, my simple advice, vote, prosper, do well, but you're not going to determine how I run my space. That's all. And I think it's fair, because I won't determine how you run your space as well. Thank you very much. I hope that... Bless KC. I think you're discussing, you're probably describing your dad, though. He's one of those permanently retarded human beings in your region. I'm not the one who said that, by the way. Owaneze Ndigbo said it. They were talking about your dad. A very dumb person. He's congenital. Sorry. Kenneth, my brother, we've got to go. But you know what? If you talk again, I won't reply, because I don't mind you voting. I mean, you're a Nigerian. You have a right to vote. But this is that you now make yourself the opposition party in another person's land. You now think they will treat you like citizens. No, they'll treat you like a party. The mistake that you guys make is this.
He's still a Yoruba man now.
He's not the man. Okay, let me ask you. So, if let's say this way, my brother. Let's say you build a house. Maybe this will help. Let's say you have built a house. Somebody now came from your village to live with you. The person is living in your BQ. Now, I want. Yes. Me and you, we live in the same estate, but you have somebody in your BQ. Now, I want to dictate what happens in the estate, or maybe want to determine what happens in the estate. And every time I bring the letter to Landlords Association, I give it to that person in the BQ and say, after all, he's also Igbo man and he's from the same place as Kenneth. What will you do as a landlord? Like every time I'm making a decision in the estate and we're having landlords meeting, the letter always goes to that it always goes to that person.
You are missing a very silent point.
No, answer that question first, please. That person is related to you. He's the one who always attends the landlord's meeting. And I say, what's the big deal? Shebi is also from the same place as you. How would you feel? Hello?
You see, you are being a little bit sentimental and it's missing a very big thing. Because, for example, from 1999, when you have a PDP versus, I don't know the party that Tinubu used then, there have been 2 or 3 different Yoruba cities, indigenes that contest in Lagos. And whichever person that possibly campaigned among the Igbo people may get the Igbo people's vote. There have never been any Igbo person contesting in Lagos.
So you are making sorry. In fact, let's.
I wonder what I want to understand is,
guy, it's not about
a problem when a Yoruba person campaigned among the Igbos.
Do you know that everything you have been saying? Hold on. Have you noticed that everything you are saying is about Yoruba, Igbo? You've not said anything about if the people of the place like one person than the other. We don't care whether the person is you are insulting my intelligence, sincerely, and at this point I don't want to switch. But you are not speaking again, by the way, but let's make something very clear. The fact that you are repeating again and again, there are many Yoruba. Who is supposed to be running in Yoruba land before? Which one is their Yoruba people? Is Yoruba? There are 3 Yoruba people. Before. It's supposed to be Yoruba now. Wait, our voting has nothing to do with whether the person is Yoruba or not Yoruba. It's a rule. They have to be Yoruba. The point is that anyone who panders to your people is a fool. By the way, you're not speaking again. Anyone who panders to your people in Yoruba land, in Yoruba politics, will not win. And the reason is because there's nothing you are bringing to the table that requires pandering. You being pandered to is an insult on the rest of us in Yoruba land. Because there's absolutely no reason to pander to you. Listen, I'm not saying to respect you. I'm not saying to, deal with you as a like equal. We're all in Nigeria. We're all citizens. Yes. But that pandering of, like you said, anyone that comes to campaign in Igbo area, for what? You have no idea what I'm thinking. You are a citizen, you have your rights, but all that thing that makes you feel like you are special, that people have to come and talk to you and get you to, no. That ain't happening. And those who try to do that thing, they are doing it for a particular reason. They assume that if they can get you, because they know that you vote as a bloc, which is not very smart, especially if you are in another man's place. It's not very smart to vote as a bloc. In other words, everybody just faces one direction. You're not able to even negotiate in that space. If the person you are all working with fails, you have no leverage with the other person who is there. It's similar to what Wale Zendibo was saying to President Tinubu, that if you don't do anything about Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra agitation, you will not win in the Southeast. I'm like, so what? So what? Did he win the last time? You have no leverage. You vote as a bloc. Everything was given to Obi. there's no reason for me to do anything for you. We are not negotiating. If I do anything for you, God knows I'm doing it because I'm a good person. I have good heart. It's not because you are negotiating anything. You don't have any leverage. So when you vote as a bloc, everybody knows you go in this direction. It's done. But the point is, it is that Yoruba person who is pandering to you that's my problem, not you. You don't really count as far as this is concerned. It's that Yoruba person who thinks that it requires to downgrade himself, now begin to roll on the floor in his own land, is the one that we need to talk to, not even you. You, I respect you, you are good, but that Yoruba person needs but that's all about it. I hope it is well with you, do well in Yoruba land, but no, in 1,000 years, you're not going to determine one thing that happens in Yoruba politics. That is not going to happen. But do well, prosper. And I'll end by saying this. We have had people who came into Yoruba land, I've said it before, a couple of centuries ago, 100 years, 150 years, 200 years, who are part of us and they are embedded in our politics. The difference between those ones and you guys is that they want to be part of us. They have become part of us to the point where their ethnicity today is Yoruba. You are who you are. You have disdain for Yoruba culture, for Yoruba people, for Yoruba norms and values, but you want to rule in Yoruba land. How now? It's like saying we are zoo, but you want to rule in the zoo. Like, leave us alone. That's the point. Like, you're not trying to, you don't even care about the people, you just care about the power. And as a saying, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. We know that you don't care. Therefore, take several seats. All right. This gentleman has gone. I think we have one more person who just came up. Please don't bring any other person up, but we have to go. Obadina just came up. Please, 2 minutes and then we'll round up. Hello, Obadina, are you there? Okay, I think he's away. I want to thank everybody who has been part of today's conversation, everyone who came up to speak.
Sorry, I was listening to you as I was driving, so I just...
Oh, okay. All right, so please, 2 minutes. I'm going to put up the time.
Well, okay. The thing is just that most of the time what we hear from our brothers from the East, most of the time, this entitlement of being in Lagos, pay taxes and all those things, that they have the right to be part of Lagos politics or things that happen in Lagos and the rest of them. So, to me, like you said they have the right to vote, they have the right to run, but they don't have the right to
win.
Or thereabout. So, I think that's actually right. But the entitlement is what I just think about. So, I did an audit one day that who are these people? Most of the time, because me, I'm a Lagos indigenous, that they want to contest against us, right? So that they will be able to capture our area, maybe from the local governments or from wherever, to say that, okay, we own this place. And so to me, I think it's not going to be okay for me as an indigenous, maybe my local government or my place on the island, and now have somebody from foreign to now be the, what is it called?
Representative.
The chairman, who is the administrator that can be chosen to be administrating us. It's not going to be in line of our value, how we want it, who will understand us, the person that speaks to us, who speaks our language, and, who we can reference to. But the thing is just that when I now checked that who are these people always like, because we have seen, okay, from me now, if I look at my forefathers, the wife that they married like 300 years ago, who gave birth to my own forefather, was a Hausa woman, right? And non-Hausa, as I've been saying, we have rights in Lagos. We have, these people have been coming to us, and they have been coming and going out. Yep. Because the last wife of my great-grandfather was Efnoye Tinubu, right? But I didn't come from that line.
Okay.
So, these things has been on, like, seriously, because I check all the other tribes in Lagos, like, what is it called? Like, maybe the Hausa, the Fulani, the people that are also living in Lagos, like people from the Southeast. They don't say that to us. They don't even say it to you. See what happened during the 2023 election. Yeah. They started saying it to our face that we are going to take your state from you. We are going to do so thing. Thank God. I just thank God that Obi didn't win, because by now it will have been disastrous.
Oh, yes.
Because there will be a lot of policies that they want to use the power to do a lot of things. So to me, I think what you just said about you can run, you cannot even run. It's leave things
at this
to
point.
us.
At this point, even that run itself.
You move to somewhere else.
All right. Thank you very much.
If you transact business, it is all right to pay tax.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Obadino.
Thank you. Yeah. So even that run itself, at this point, it's not the get K leg. If you go try to the run, you go. Anyway, you can't do anything about that one for now. But the point is, you can always run and not win. Here's the point. Time. What you are trying to find, the answer you are looking for. What time is it? Let me answer that question. Why is it only one group? Why is it only one group? Let me say it this way. It's the youngest of the aggregation or the conglomeration of several groups to form an ethnic group. The youngest one in the history of Nigeria is Igbo. You see, there are many groups that were just developing like at their own pace. They were okay. So let me say it this way: the Igbo people are Igbo people, but they didn't have a common identity until the British got to Nigeria. I'm not making anything up. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm not. Is the fact. And I'll quote an Igbo writer. His name is Professor Nolly. He wrote a book called Ethnic Politics in Nigeria. Please read that book before you get angry. There's no common identity, there's no pre-colonial common identity. The first time they all gathered and says, we are one people. Please, after Mr. Bolton, don't bring anybody up. I don't know the moderator, but Mr. Bolton is welcome, but please don't bring anybody up again, please. Please, because of time. 7:19, I have to run. We'll be here again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Like Barolong. The identity is there was no group identity or group, or you know what? Number. There's no common identity before the British. I'm not saying before the Portuguese, before the British. The concept of nationhood or statehood is strange. It was non-existent in Igbo history. The idea of state, you know what? Let me read something to you. Say it's independence of clan sovereignty. It doesn't mean they are not Igbo. You're not listening. Okay, you know what? Let me read two things. It's 7:20. I'll see what I can do in a short time. I want to read from two sources, and I'll make sure I'm very fast. And by the way, what I'm about to say right now, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just trying to explain the reason some people cannot move beyond a particular mindset. It's a cultural problem. It's an evolutionary problem. That's the true issue. It's an evolutionary, like the evolution of their culture is, you are the one who is wrong to expect what you're expecting from them. It's not their fault. There's a way you treat people. See, study how the WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, who created America, study how they opened up America over time. They did not start America and open everybody and say everybody come, and everybody just goes. This opening that we see in America is in the 1960s, around 65. Before then, it was a lot more difficult. I mean, people were coming from everywhere, but it was more difficult for people to go in as much as everybody's going right now. To go in then, in the beginning, it was the Anglo-Saxons. Then later on, it became Europeans, and then they opened it up over time. Of course, they had other people coming in, but it wasn't as open as it is now. What I'm trying to say is that they did it gradually. We are open, like we are assuming that all of us are at the same level. They know that everybody is different based on culture. In one way, cultures are not better than the other. In some ways, cultures are better, because there are certain things that you are doing right now that people stopped doing 1,000 years ago. It means you are too slow. It doesn't mean I'm better than you. I'm just saying that you cannot catch up. So I will be wrong to expect of you what I expect of myself. And what I tell Nigerians is, we are wrong for expecting of folks from the Southeast what you expect from Yoruba people. We are the ones who are wrong. Mombo. So it doesn't look like I'm just saying this. Let me go through from 2 books. I want to open the second book before I even read. I've opened the first book already while talking. I'll open the second one and then I'll explain something. Now we mess up. Let me read this first one. This is Professor Kudiba Noli in Ethnic Politics in Nigeria. That's the name of the book. It says, among certain neighboring peoples, there was a definite distinction between Olu and Igbo. While in what is today known as Igbo land, there was no history of common pre-colonial consciousness and identity. There was no history in Igbo land. There was no history of common pre-colonial consciousness and identity. Certainly, there were no wars fought together by the Igbo as a collectivity. Such wars usually marked the boundaries of mutual identification and group identity. Only a common consciousness based on a myth of common descent existed among some pre-colonial linguistic groups. For example, the Yoruba trace their descent from Ojukwu, and the Edo, younger son of Ogiso, the Hausa Fulani have the myth of Bayajida. The Igbos did not have anyone. See that myth that some Yoruba people say it doesn't really matter, we are bigger than that, we want to have our own history. That thing that you don't seem to count. For instance, when I see people talking about there's no need for such a way in Inri Kingdom. Inri is just one. There's nothing that you guys are not coalesce. There's nothing that brings you guys to get. When Yoruba people say things like, "Oh, Odudua, Kinko," what our fathers did 1,000 years ago, wallah, it's a blessing, because not only was it that the identity predated Odudua, but him being the hero way back then is a blessing. You will not find anybody like that in Igbo land. Does that mean that there's something wrong with them? No, it just means that they are different. Therefore, if you come from a place where you have complex political structures, you have crazy statecraft, amazing delegation of duties, even in politics and in economy, you cannot, in good faith, expect that the Igbos will have that same thing in terms of... That's why they cannot play politics the way you play politics. It's not possible. In order to have that kind of political acumen that you're talking about, the people have to evolve in their political evolution and their cultural evolution. Until they get there, we are all just joking. Guys, you go to Power Tab. Be like, say TikTok is acting up. TikTok is acting up. Please Power Tab. I want to read something from another source. I'll find a way to run to that thing. And that's why you will have someone like Oyema saying what he said in 45. I'll explain. Let me read something first. There's a shaking here, tell. He says, of the 3 most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, this is from Anthony Naro, that's the Hausa Fulanis, the Igbos, and the Yorubas. Only the Igbos never had an organized state or an imperial... Sorry, I don't know what's happened to the network. Oh gosh.
We can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me, but my video is not showing. Okay, it's fine. If you can hear me, then we're good. It says, of the 3 most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria... Please hold on. Of the 3 most popular ethnic groups of Nigeria, therefore, Hausa Fulanis, Igbos, Yorubas. Please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. This can it end. Oh boy, the video is off, but you can't see me anymore, Abi.
Yes, but we can hear you very. Yes, but we can hear you very.
Because I'm using a different device for my audio, but you can hear me. So it says here, of the 3 most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, the Hausa Fulani, Igbos, Yoruba, one report account say, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. Like, we're under attack.
Guys, you're under attack.
I see. I'll try and finish it. Hey, kilo shele. All right. Of the three most populous ethnic,
We can see you now.
yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right. Eshe. So let me read that part. So this is from Anthony Nauro. Please mute everybody. Please mute. Eshe. Please power tap everyone. Mr. Bola Bolton. Of the three most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, therefore, Hausa, Fulanis, Igbos, Yorubas, only the Igbos never had an organized state. When is he saying this? 1968. Only the Igbos never had an organized state, an imperial past, or a golden age. They had not centralized political administration or loyalties and never had an era of kings, dukes, or conquerors. Why do you think every movie most of the movie you watch from the Southeast has this thing with the king? It's a fascination for a past they never had. People have nostalgia for a past that never existed. It's like trying to make up for what you didn't have in the past. So you're always talking about king and about this, but in your culture, you literally have a saying that says you have no kings. One second, one more thing. So remember what it says here. It says they had no centralized political administration, no loyalties, no era of kings, dukes, or conquerors, nothing like that. Okay. And to us, okay, you should not have come because now you're going to get me into. Now I'm thinking of another source. Maybe I'll read it later, but one second. I'll read a few more things. Two more things. This one's about what happened with Biafra. I'm going somewhere, please stay with me. Captured documents, this is Anthony Nauro saying, captured documents from Biafra confirmed that the intention of the former Eastern authorities was to conquer the former Midwestern and Western regions, and then later in a later phase, subdue the former Northern region. This was not surprising. Listen, Igbos need to work and trade over the whole of Nigeria, which they have always known in this century as their country. It's a very important thing. They have always known Nigeria in this century. How can you be talking about century 1968? Listen, the idea of Yoruba country did not begin with Nigeria. I have a picture from 1946 of a teacher teaching kids in school, and on that, you know what? 1 second. If I leave here in the next minutes, it's going to be a miracle. I think, to be honest, I think we are the ones that we should be blaming ourselves. Let me show you something. I don't know if you can see it, but I hope you do. Can you see what that woman is pointing at? Do you see what's written there? Shall I read that?
Egbe Street.
Timagbe Street, Inoma Wojue.
Yoruba country, no consider your friend to do.
Okay, this was in the 1940s. Yoruba country. You said no? Okay, the blackboard, but look at what the lady is pointing at. Can you see the text? Blackboard, Yoruba country. Okay. Now, the idea, I'm going somewhere. I'm going back to that stuff. The Igbos need to work and trade over Nigeria, over the whole of Nigeria, which they have always known in this century as their country. One more thing. I hope I can quickly find that page. The funny thing is I was looking at it just now. Once you understand your neighbors, you'll be able to be gracious. We're not fighting, we're just more gracious. You know what, I'm going to search for... Before Oyinbo arrived, there was nothing like Ibria like that. Let me read something to you again from this one. On the eve of independence, some Igbo leaders, as I have said, unable to look back to any golden age or era, looked forward to the 1960s as their own golden era. This was why the principal Igbo leaders in politics, in commerce, or trade immediately after independence did everything to monopolize public offices and trade as against other ethnic groups. This trend continued until the end of 1964. I'm going to stop here because, Kinipo, listen, when you see a group that's very clannish, when one person gets an opportunity to work somewhere and then before you know it, the entire place is filled with his ethnic group, that kind of mindset is not like it's terrible or demonic or bad. It's not bad. It's just that in the evolution, where they are is different from where you are having a conversation. So, for instance, if a person gets a job, it doesn't make sense for the person not to be able to bring in. Have you noticed? Let me finish that thought. For a person not to be able to bring in his own people. Have you noticed? I don't know if you live in Abuja. If you've ever lived in Abuja, one of the conversations that people have, especially with Yoruba people in federal civil service, is how they are tough on fellow Yoruba. It's an open secret. People are looking for jobs. The Yoruba person comes in, this is another Yoruba person sitting down, and he's just asking that person, bombarding that person with questions to prove something. The other person doesn't even do that because they already knows that Kokbo. With the Easterners, it's a funnel, especially between 1960 and 1964. It was a funnel that kept bringing people in. Mr. Lamba, you don't understand. I'm helping you. You don't know yourselves. This is not hate. This is help. This is me telling the part of history. You guys said they don't teach you history in school. This is history. The truth is, it's not that they are bad people. That's what I'm trying to establish. They are not bad. They are just different. See that place where they are in their political evolution. You used to be there 1,000 years ago. So when you expect them to do things just like you do, it's not their fault. It's your fault as a Nigerian, as a Yoruba person. You are not being fair. What you should do is understand where they are. They are not bad people. Understand where they are and deal with them at that level. For instance, a person comes here now and tells you, you are talking about Yoruba, and the person says, we also have something. That is something that needs working on. Now, that person, don't hate that person. Just deal with that person at that level. So when it comes to imagine having a person who is clannish, give that person political power. What do you think is going to happen to your region? Your region is gone. It's not gone because he's a bad person. I mean, again, there's precedence for this. From 1960 to 1964, the entire federal civil service was overrun by Igbos. Again, they're not bad people. They had an opportunity. They put everybody there. They did it in the East. In the Midwest, where the Igbos were a minority, after gaining power through Dennis Osadebe, they filled the entire place with Igbo people. Of course, you have Edo people, but they are the minority in the civil service. It was Igbo. As a matter of fact, after Ojukwu conquered the Midwest, we're going to get to it tomorrow. After he conquered the Midwest, he moved people from Enugu to work in Benin and mandated that Okonkwo send revenue from Benin to Enugu, even though he says he's not trying to overcome and occupy that place. It's a Kanish mindset. In other words, you don't have any history of conquering or taking over. Therefore, you want to do it in the 60s. It stopped. Now you want to do it with Biafra. Why would you want to have other people's region in your country when they are against you? Because you want to also feel like you conquered something. Are they bad people? They are not. Have we done it as Yoruba people? We have. But we stopped doing it centuries ago. We conquered places when conquering mattered. Today, if you try it, you'll be dealt with. And you see, as they say, whenever you wake up, that's your morning. The problem is that could be your morning, but it doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm enjoying my day. That your own mind that just woke up. Develop at your pace where you are. Don't now come to my space to come and engineer. You are essentially taking me backwards by going your way. Where you are now, where you are right now, which I thank God for you. But where you are right now was where I'm not joking. My great, I don't know even what generation. So I think it's like the 15th generation. And I'm not joking. I've calculated this thing. I have one ancient ancestor. What he did is what folks are still trying to do. Therefore, I respect you, but I'm telling you, you cannot play in this game. This is not meant for you. And whatever makes you say, I must be in Lagos, I must be in Yoruba land, why can I not be there? Is also showing that you have not evolved. Everyone who has evolved knows that there are demarcations and boundaries. Every culture that has evolved understands the concept of boundaries. It is cultures that are stagnated or that are underdeveloped that struggle with this idea. Because what they are trying, that's why, for instance, who gave us centralized system? Unitary system? Ironsi. Ironsi did it in 1966. Oduduwa did it in the 1000s. That unitary system that Ironsi did in 60s, you cannot do it over Nigeria with all. Oduduwa did it in Ife amongst a people of the same language. Ironsi is doing it in 66 amongst people of about 250, 400 different Guinea, and he's expecting it to work because he never did it where he's coming from. They don't have any issue of that. They want to do it, but they don't understand that you have to have some basics sorted. You have an identity that's common to all. You are only working on culture, not on identity. Oduduwa did not create identity. He created a political structure. These guys were doing two things at the same time, creating a new identity of Nigeria where all of you forget who you are. We are all the same. Example, what Azikiwe said. He told the Sadauna, let's forget who we are. The Sadauna told him, he said, let us remember who we are. So he said, let us forget our differences. Sadauna said, let us remember our differences. Let us acknowledge our differences. Like, you are an Igbo man, Christian from the East. I am a Northern. Like, know who you are. That's the thing that makes you say, let us forget. The reason you can forget is because there's nothing to remember. I would be losing everything if I forget. I'll be losing centuries of civilization if I don't have the luxury to forget. Who goes online saying that, let's do what happened in Rwanda, let's cancel identity and tribalism and tribes in Nigeria? Only Igbo people talk like that. Why? There's nothing to remember. My future is dependent on my past. I'm building stuff. I've said it several times. What I'm doing right now, Orunmila did this. It's philosophy. Orunmila spent time doing this. Do you know when he lived? If you read the book, Odun Ifa by Abosede Emmanuel, he put the date at 500 BC. But we know that he lived before Oduduwa. Oduduwa lived in 1000 AD. These were people who could sit down and teach people in a school more than 1,000 years ago. What I do, I have to tap from his own wisdom. Even though the same way I will read Plato and Aristotle and Socrates, I studied Orunmila. The question is, when you think about where you are from, who do you study? Give me, I've said it several times, it was a challenge because somebody insulted me here, but I'm just going to say it not as a challenge. I told the person the other day, I said, give me 10 heroes from your ethnic group. And I brought it down to 5. I said 3. I said 1. You will not find one hero in the last 500 years from certain regions in Nigeria. Do you know what that means? There's no big deal about the past. It's a big deal for me. I'm studying English history. I'm studying Roman history. I'm studying Chinese history. I'm seeing it sincerely when I'm reading all these things. I'm looking through the eyes of Yoruba culture. I'm looking through the eyes of like Yoruba history. Where were we here? So for instance, let me give an example. When England was invaded by the Vikings, that was around 900 AD, 10th, 11th century. I was like, nice. When they were creating that English identity, we're not yet. That did not happen until like 1300 or 1400, thereabout. But when they were conquering all those places, I saw what Oduduwa was doing in Ife, and I was proud. I am proud. Creating a complex political structure that became an empire that lasted for 400 years, that birthed another empire that lasted for 200 years. That's something to celebrate. So the question is, how did they do it? In that how, That's where the wisdom to build something now is. And that's why, let me tell you something. Whatever you see with Lagos, that Lagos megacity you are seeing, that thing is coming straight from the 1000s. If you have nothing in your past to lose, you will forget your identity. I have something. If your identity was created by the British, who came in less than 200 years ago, I respect you. I love you. You will do well. But guess what? There is no way on earth we are going to measure civilization at the same time, side by side. And I'm not talking about clothing yet. I'm not talking about feeding, let alone philosophy. I've said it several times. You are going to have to be a people that can feed your own people in order for you to have philosophy. Let me tell you something. It's one of the most, even today, people say things like, what's the big deal about it? I took philosophy courses in school. Let me even make you laugh before I go. My third year, I took a course, social political philosophy, studying Aristotle and stuff. That course was nonsense. First couple of months, it was abstract. I didn't get jack. I was so rubbish in the late minute until I read the particular document that changed everything for me. The question is this: what will make anybody sit down and be listening to Aristotle in his own days? Now imagine that person has not eaten. Imagine you don't have a solid base, economic base in your culture. You think you're going to have philosophy classes? Agbon Irigun was having class that lasted 7 years. Like, you enter the school, you'll be there for 7 years. You don't do that without structure, without political structure, without economic structure, without a culture that really understands stuff. The point is that there are people in Nigeria today that may find it difficult to even have that concept in their culture. I don't say I'm better than you, but I'm saying I'm definitely different from you. Now, if you are where you are now, considering the fact that you have a long way to go, you should not even be thinking about ruling anything in Yoruba land. That's the point I'm trying to make. And if you notice, I'm trying not to talk about where some people really were, because because Otoro, if you speak some things, it'll be like say they insult. So I'm trying not to go into where I'm using Yoruba intentionally just to explain something. I'm not trying to tell you exactly where you were. For instance, I could tell people where they were in terms of fashion, where they were in terms of clothing, where they were in terms of feeding, where they were in terms of economy, where they were in terms of politics, the evolution of their spirituality. I can explain the evolution of their myth. If your myth came in the last 400 years, you really think you're going to teach me anything in politics? The Igbo myth, for instance, is when they insult me, for instance, say things like, oh, you Yoruba people, your ancestors fell from heaven, or you fell from heaven. I just sit down and I watch stupidity on display. That myth of Oduduwa descending with a chain from heaven, that's the exact myth that you see two versions of it in Benin, and is the exact same one that you will see in Igbo land with Eri and Namaka. A lot of people don't know it because it's a newer, they just came up with it not too long ago. When I say not too long ago, I mean like a couple of 100 years ago. The Igbos insult you and say, oh, I fell from heaven. I'm like, do you know about Namaka and Eri? Do you even know your own myth? He doesn't know because there's nothing to know. Like, there's no big deal about it. All I'm saying is this. May God bless all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. But I'm saying that we are not on the same level. I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm not saying you are worse. I'm just saying that we are different. So that your difference that is so fantastic, use it where you are, where you own, in your space, and then shame me. Build the Dubai in your region. And don't come and see if I will not come and ask you, how did you do it? As long as you are not doing anything in your history, you have not done anything in your history, and are not doing anything in the present that inspires me. Why on earth would I want you to take anything in my space and come and dominate anything? But yeah, as I said earlier, I'm not saying you don't have anything to teach. I say I don't have anything to learn. And I'm not saying this because I'm proud or I'm bigger than you. I'm saying because I've observed what you are doing. I'm trying not to go direct, but I hope you get the point. All right. So everybody that's trying to become something Yoruba land, shame us. Build something fantastic in your place. Give us a structure. You have a homogeneous place, homogeneous state, and somebody managed to break it into 3 factions. homogeneous ethnicity. Like, gosh, oh boy. Let me tell you something. A person becomes a governor of a homogeneous state. Ethnically, they're about 90% of that ethnicity, right? The guy now came with his clannish mindset and broke that homogeneous space into three: Catholic, Anglican, Protestant, Pentecostals. I am Yoruba, where regardless of your religion, that ethnicity comes first. So that we don't look at ourselves based on what separates us, we look at ourselves based on what unites us, which is our ethnicity and our culture. You have succeeded in breaking your own culture using religion. You now want to come and lead me. What are we talking about? And what did you see in the last election? Somebody came to Yoruba land and said there's Yoruba Christian, Yoruba Muslim, and they started the wala. Can you do me? When in the last 50 years, have you heard politics in Yoruba land where people say, I'm Yoruba Muslim, I'm Yoruba Christian, we're against you, we are fighting, just like what Murik is doing? The nonsense is, that one is just any small thing, it's so the sort of racing. That thing did not come into our mindset because we're not raised that way. We have a totally different frame of reference, totally different value system. You came in and said, hello, daddy, there's religious, as if we are fighting. Why is he doing that? Because that's what he can give. What's there for me to learn in that? My ancestors stopped doing that. I don't even know when. If you see, listen, in the 12th century, Babalawos were sent from Ife to Mali to learn the basics of what they're even doing. This system they always bring into our place, come and sell. Let's even understand what they're doing. My own, they didn't become Muslims though. But they wanted to understand, again, philosophy. They're looking at the philosophy of what they're trying to bring into Yoruba land. They went to study that 12th century. You have one religion. You have one ethnicity. And then you still divided yourself into three. I have several religions. I have one ethnicity. You then came to me to get political power. And the only thing you could use was to divide us, saying some people are Yoruba Christian, they're Muslim ticket. And you think I would think you would know anything about politics, that I would want to learn anything from you? Are we joking? Listen, it is not going to happen in the next 1,000 years that an Igbo person is going to become anything significant in Yoruba politics. It's not happening again. And I used to be a bit more lenient than until I studied and I'm like, this is disrespectful. You look all over Yoruba land, you don't find anybody that can actually represent your interests. You have to fly to a place that has less than what I have. Like, what kind of... And we say, that's not love, that's stupidity. That means, okay, what am I telling my children? No, it's competence. What competence? Competence what you call Dubai. Okay, you're so competent. Give me Dubai. If I said it, shame me. Shame Yoruba people. Shame, like, shame. We have built Dubai somewhere. We'll come and learn from you. Until then, like, stay where your parents have put you. Let me stay where my parents have put me. We are all one Nigeria. We'll love, we'll progress. And guess what? And I'll end by saying this. There is something Michael Okpara did, which is what Igbo people for this for some, I don't understand. Say, I am retrogressing. Michael Okpara did something. He traveled to Idore to get cocoa seedlings. He knew he couldn't plant cocoa seedlings in Igbo land. So what did he do? He went to Ogoja. He created a cocoa plantation. What did he do there? He didn't go to Yoruba land to tell them how to run. He knew that what Yoruba people had, he didn't have. And if he didn't dare, he didn't dare. He came to get stuff that he needed and went to create a plantation in... that's the reason they always want to have all those places and be part of Biafra, because what those people have, they don't have. But the point is that at least he came to learn and pick something and then went to apply it. My question is this: what exactly am I picking from you that I don't have? If you can convince me, I will support you. As long as you can't convince me, I don't care how much. If you like cry blood, you have no place in Yoruba politics. But it's not because I hate you. It is because it is retrogressive for me. It is a devolution, not evolution. I'm going back in time to allow your mindset in politics to govern Yoruba space. That is love for my people, not hate for you. But I love you. I love you enough to tell you that wherever you are in your level of evolution, practice this fantastic thing where you come from. Build something great. And once you finish building it, I promise you, we will sponsor politicians will sponsor young people to come to your region to come and learn something. If, for instance, Ondo built mother and child under Kiloko Babae, Mimiko, people went everywhere to meet him. What are you doing? He's a medical doctor. They had to go and learn something from him. We've seen what happened let me even leave Yoruba land. When Ojukwu was governor, were people not asking him about tourism? Like, give us something. Give us something. When you give us, we'll listen. Until then, I'm sorry, I went off because of that question that the person asked. I think it's Otutoge. Yes, Fashola did his own in Lagos. People wanted to learn something from him. Do something. Sheyi Makinde is building the fastest economy in the country, by the way. How is that? How is Oyo State generating? Guys, the first quarter of this year, the VAT of Oyo State is more than everything in the Southeast, all the states in the Southeast. And you really think that I would jettison that, I would drop him, and then go and pick someone in the South that is making... You know what? I don't want vex. So, it is well. I hope I was able to say what I wanted to say. Because if, for instance, I have a governor in Lagos, and I'm not even trying to use Lagos because so we have Lagos, but let's even talk about Oyo State. Oyo State is generating VAT that is more than Southeast, it's more than Northeast combined, by the way. And you are the one that will teach me how to run government. Abba. Let's be respecting ourselves now. Defend your fatherland. And the reason I said it this way is that you don't have to hate anybody, you don't have to fight anybody. Just explain to them that, listen, where you are in your own evolution is different from where I did. Where you did, they there. Where I did, let me there. Or build. As you are building your Dubai, I'll build my own, and then Nigeria will flourish. All those ones of is because people want to speak Yoruba. It's not because of Yoruba language. It's because culturally we are in different spaces. That clannish mindset is still there, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that I don't want it in my space. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God cause His face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May He give you grace and peace in all that you do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Everyone who has come up to speak, thank you very much for listening to that long monologue. Thank you. What did you say? Is that how they will deal with? Oh, okay, me, thank you to everyone in the comment section. Thank you for 334,000 likes. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers who came up. Edauto, thank you. Darkport, thank you. Thanks to everybody who gave gifts, you know, all the coins and the roses, all those things. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks to those who used the bank details as well. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your generosity. I'll end by saying, Ojoniwa, our bedding consulta, and we are not hating on anybody. It's love, all love. But it's love for mine first. In my own culture, charity begins at home. We don't start it from abroad. We start at home. So, and by the way, Yoruba people also take it as a challenge. When we talk about the greatness of our fathers, it's not to just lounge and be happy. It's to challenge us. Thank you for the gift. If your fathers could do this, I mean, look at some of the things brought back to Benin. Some of those things, when you check it, they are replicas of Ife heads, which establish, I mean, I'm not talking about it right now, but maybe on that day, how Ogola brought in Igwege from Ife in the 14th century to Benin, and it was one who taught people crafts. That stuff, for instance, we say, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. Not only do I have like 10 sources to even explain it, including oral and Iwe, but now you look at the work and you can tell. What are you seeing? The point I'm trying to make is that if they were able to accomplish all those things, what do you do now? For them to create terracotta heads in the 10th century, the first one I saw ever dated was 10th century AD. One of the reasons I got me interested in archaeological history. If they were able to do that, what are we going to do? They're able to create glass beads in the 8th, 9th, 10th century and build an economy around it in the 11th century to the 15th century. What are we going to do? So our history is not to make us say, "Oh, I'm better than you." It's to say we have something going for us. If we go back to that and understand that, we can build something more. So I'm not doing this to say, "Oh, I'm better than you." It's a waste of time. Like, again, if you're a Yoruba person and you're comparing yourself with ethnic groups in Nigeria, say I'm better than you, you are not thinking straight. Egbe in China, 5,000 years of unbroken civilization. That's China. Compete. If you have to compete, not to be saying, you look around, you are looking at people who on a normal day, if not before colonization, on a normal day, in Aluba and say, I'm better than Igbo, I'm better than this one, I'm better than that one. Say what? Anybody that's saying I'm better is a very small person. If you're looking for challenge, study China. In fact, study ancient civilizations, because we are ancient people. Yeah? So let's use the history of our past to build a better future. Let's do something great today. All right?
Quickly. Mo lọ sí Zimbabwe in 2012, and I went to the museum. I saw 4 things tó dẹ́rù bà mí and tó yẹ kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa ká máa wò nísìnyí. We talked about ó dàbí orí ọba Lufon, orí ọba Lufon, 10th century AD. Ó wà nínú museum Zimbabwe as we speak. Now, nǹkan tó ní pé Mugabe gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn òyìnbó kan tó lọ jí níbì kan, and he was shocked. Number 2, eégún mẹ́ta wà ń bẹ̀. Àwọn eégún mẹ́ta. Èyí tó kéré jù nínú eégún yẹn was 14th century. These are Yoruba eégún. In fact, Chikuka lórúkọ director of museum Zimbabwe nígbà yẹn ní Harare. Ó ní pé tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn máa lọ ń pe àwọn babaláwo wá láti Nàìjíríà kán wá bá wọn bọ àwọn eégún yẹn because àwọn ò lè handle àwọn eégún yẹn. Ó ní but now America làwọn ní 2012 ni o. Ó ní America làwọn ti máa lọ ń pe àwọn babaláwo wá nísìn kán máa ń bá wọn bọ àwọn eégún yẹn. So if our ancestors could build that ní 10th century AD, we have a lot of work in our hands.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, I hope so you're right, Paul. The information is not to make us gloat, it's to actually challenge us to do stuff, whether it's in philosophy. And by the way, the Egun that Edato just mentioned, Egun Alare. There are 2 reasons we are the way we are in entertainment. 2. One is, number 1, our ways of telling stories. So you see it in our Iyere, you see it in the normal law, you see it in the enactments, the reenactments of historical events in Yoruba land. You see it in all of those things. Number 2 is also in the performing arts. Performing arts in Yoruba started with Egun and Egun Alare. It's from Egun Alare that you had Alarinjo. It's from Alarinjo that the Alarinjo, that's the theater that started in the 1940s, is based on the same thing. It's from there you got into, of course, stage productions. From there, of course, mixed with other influences. For instance, Ibatogunde started in a church. He was using the cultural idea of stage productions in a church, staging Christian plays, Christian stories from the Bible. By the time he went out, it's still the same. So you can pick something from somewhere else, pick something, but you are grounded in who you are. That thing is what has become we went from stage play to celluloid, from celluloid to home video, from home video. Now we are in cinemas, we are on Netflix, on YouTube, everywhere. It's a straight line from Egun. If we do that in performing arts, what if we do the same thing in visual arts, and we are doing it, by the way, but do it in science, do it in metallurgy, do it in material science, do it in, we're doing it in fashion, by the way, but do it in everything. We're doing it in religion, by the way. Have you ever asked yourself why you have a preponderance, regardless of religion? I have an academic mindset in what I'm about to say right now. Regardless of your religion, have you ever wondered why many of the big ministries on the continent are from Yoruba land? Have you ever asked yourself why in Nigeria today When you talk of religious tourism, it's in Yoruba land in different faith, whether it's in Christianity or in Elesa Balaye, you will see it. Why do you have millions trooping to Redeem? Why do you have millions trooping to Ota? Forget whether you're a Christian or not. Do you understand where that is coming from? Do you understand the concept of priesthood that Yoruba people understood even before Christianity came to Yoruba land? Listen, even the pastors, regardless of your faith, that thing you see that we're doing pastoring, that we're preaching, that stuff is also grounded in our culture. The way we're able to communicate. Have you ever seen people learn Ifa? Have you seen them the way they say those things? Listen, this thing is connected. Whether it's in music, in movies, in fashion, in religion. Let's do it in science. Let's scatter this whole place with fantastic innovations. And then, enti otoyan wa ma bayan pe òun fẹ́ di gàba léyàn lórí ilẹ̀ èèyàn. Ẹ jẹ́ kó fún gbà tí kó wá bí gbà lọ. Kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ ṣé o, we'll continue. We'll have more conversations on this later. I think we should be having more conversation on Yoruba. Again, Yoruba greatness is not to say I'm better, because who are you even better than? To say you are better than somebody is to demean yourself. Because who are you comparing yourself with? What I became Michael Jackson only fún yàn lẹ́sẹ̀ jù mí lọ. He's already a loser. You have spent your lifetime, thinking, I'm 5 years old. Michael Jackson sees a 5-year-old boy and says, I can hit better than you. I can hit harder than you. That means Jackson is a failure. So we're not comparing ourselves. And the Bible says that those who compare themselves with themselves are not wise. We are wise. All right. Thank you very much for a fantastic session today. We're going to continue tomorrow at 1 p.m. I don't stay past my time. Apologies will just be coming. But we're going to see. What did I say? Mike Tyson almost saw. Mike Johnson also. Mike Tyson also. That's a Jackson. Mike Tyson. He can't compare himself with a 5-year-old and say I'm a better boxer. It means that he's a loser already. Okay? So we're going to do better than our ancestors by the grace of God in every area. In every area. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, lágbára àwọn tó tẹ̀lé Ìdó. Did I say it's Tyson? So thank you very much for a fantastic session. Everybody who came up to speak, I appreciate you coming up to share your thoughts with us. We're on 350k likes today. That is fantastic. Thanks to the moderator in the comment section. Thanks to everybody who has been part of this. Love and light to everyone. I hate no one, but we speak of what's ours, and no apologies. All right. We're going to have the anthems now. So if you're on YouTube, we usually play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. When we close, we can't play it on YouTube because of copyright issues. We've tried, but it's always giving us problems. So we're going to play it. I'm going to let you go on YouTube and Facebook, but thank you very much. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you for enjoying the sessions. And Mr. Bolton, thank you for coming up. Every gifter, thank you for your generosity. Okay, I want Mr. Bola Bolton to speak, and then we'll end the live right about now. So tomorrow, 1 p.m. West African time, we're going to be again. Ekrole, Mr. Bolton.
Hey, how are you? Ekushel.
Yes, sir.
Allah, everybody, about me take care of you. June 10, you go to
Amen, sir.
Thank you, and I pray that God gives you more and more knowledge, more wisdom.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Amen. Let's show, sir.
I want to, my main contribution today will also be to add a little bit of, to call our people to attention. I want people to pay attention to everything you've been dishing out, and the pride, the what you have given to us. You make us so proud of ourselves. It's more than money, and you have given us a lot of everlasting stories that will benefit us forever as well, and benefit our children. And most of us wonders how you get a lot of time, a lot of energy to do all these things, without necessarily being paid, without necessarily having a source of income for it. And that is one of the reasons why we always want to come up one time. If it was something that any of, particularly me, if I can sponsor you day and night, all alone, I would have done it with ease. But unfortunately, it is far beyond me. So I want to appeal to everyone, every person listening to us, to please let us put things together for this man. Let us support him also financially. We should not make it look as not important, because if he gets to a stage when if he's unable to continue to do this job because he has to make money to take care of his own family and then start paying for debtors and all this as well, then he might be discouraged and stop doing it. Please, I want us to put hands and try to put something in this man's account. Yeah. For me, I'm going to put in 100K into your account now. Please, if it's 5K you have, please add it. If it is 10K you have, my people, please add it to it. Let us encourage this man by doing this. The job he's doing is so fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody. And I want to keep appealing to you. And when you have big money too, you can just, this is the type of thing to invest into. Knowledge is power. When we have this knowledge, it makes our life, we will be able to do bigger things. Because you will see that if our forefathers, our great-grandfathers are able to do so much, it inspires us to do much more at this time.
Absolutely.
And if you didn't know that your great-great-great-father are able to do some of these things without the current kind of technology that we have, then we will just think that it's just normal for only the Chinese or only the Europeans or whatever to make big things. Only one person developed this app that we are all talking on. Only one person does this Facebook that every one of you is latching up onto. Please, let us help this man, to keep us abreast of our history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I mean, it's wonderful to be able to share, and it's wonderful to be able to ask. But I think it's a lot more beautiful when people actually appreciate what you're doing, and Mr. Bolton does this, from time to time, and I want to appreciate you, sir, for this, for spurring us to do this. Thank you very much, and please listen to Mr. Bolton. Of course, I'll tell you to listen to him. He's a very wise man, and it takes a lot to do these things. The account number is pinned up here, just here, GTB 0161854103. So please use the account details and do what he said. These things help, to be honest. They help. Today, my son and I was saying earlier that I went to 2 bookshops. You don't see the account number. You will see it too. Can you see? It's on my forehead right now. Can you see it?
He's a very weak man. He doesn't know how to ask for help. That is why some of us need to take it upon ourselves. Anybody else can also call our attention to it. Sometimes he would talk for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours non-stop, and he will just close the program without asking for any serious assistance. I don't know how he has been surviving. Please, I want us
Thank you, sir.
You don't have to be big. Anything you have, and if there are big guys, yes. I've seen somebody that gave somebody 2 million the other day, and I'm praying that I'll be able to do that too. So if it's $40, $10, 2,000 you have, put it in that account. If it is 5,000, put it in that account. And each session we should be able to raise 1, 2, 3 million for this man, so that he can keep doing the job. Otherwise, we will be the loser. Knowledge is power. Please, knowledge is power. we don't have many people like this. Let's keep encouraging him until he says no. I don't need money anymore, or I don't need anything.
Dangote, so they look for money. Thank you, sir. Even Dangote is looking for money. So, no, I would always appreciate the kind gestures. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. You need to write a book. Yes, I'm working on something like Barolo. It's just that I'm trying to also find more time so that I can actually really write, so that I have more time. So what I'll do is, with the funds coming in, we'll be able to get some people to take some things off of me. So when it comes to editing, I don't have to think about it. So that means I have more time to read and write. There will be a book soon. The reason I'm not rushing it is because I want to make sure that once we are able to get people to handle certain things, I'll be able to, work. I'm already working on it, by the way, but it will be faster. How am I finding time? In all of this, I will read, I will study, I will edit. All the videos that you see on YouTube, we have to edit them, we have to create the thumbnails. But God is good. But thank you, everybody, for your support. Thank you for being there, and thank you for helping me to continue, because it takes a village, like they say, right? And so we're doing this together, and there's a lot of things we're going to do in the future. This I've said this several times. TikTok is a launching pad. It's not the end point. There's so many things we're going to do, and by the grace of God, when we do it, you'll be happy that you're part of all this, and don't worry, when you come into the office, you'll be able to feel like our Lanibi. But thank you very much. On a serious note, thank you for your support, and may God bless you and increase you on all sides. All right, for our friends on Facebook and YouTube, I hope you also listen to Mr. Bolton. Kindly support what we're doing. Also, there's replays of all the sessions we have on YouTube, and also there are excerpts and snippets that you find on TikTok and YouTube as well. So please go through the page. You'll enjoy some of the things that we're discussing. If you want to relive the moments, please find the recordings on YouTube as well. It's been a fantastic session today, and I really, really enjoyed myself. And I'm looking forward to another wonderful session tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to go into how it got into the Biafran War, the Midwest invasion. That's Victor Banjo, the Midwest invasion, and hopefully we'll get to how it was executed and the trial. If not tomorrow, the day after. But it's going to be very good. And then whenever you come, regardless of the topic, what I've decided to do now is, like, regardless of the topic, if need be, we will stop at some point to just talk about Yoruba, because while we're talking about Nigerian history, we talk about our own stuff, and then we can all grow together. Thank you so much for a fantastic session. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time, will be here again tomorrow. So for those, we know this is funded by the ones that think they are demarcating the... Thank you very much for being here. So YouTube, Facebook, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to end the live now because of copyright issues, but please check out the sub bank details. Yes, up here. Even if you're on YouTube, after this thing, I always play it again, but the details are here. Yeah, that's it. TTB. All right, audition. Only your show, all of show, and tell about our general quite bino, and tell Walori YouTube. I alola, like Baralong, I go con or song, I go fe, udaro, ufe, udaro.